document. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 10 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction, dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Monsieur Miller, appuyé par Monsieur Van.
Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Vandal, requests leave to table a bill entitled an act to amend the First Nations Fiscal Management Act, to make consequential amendments to other acts, and to make a clarification relating to another act.
Is deemed adopted. Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Vandal, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following report of the delegation of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union, respecting its participation in the Parliamentary Forum at the United Nations high-level political forum, on sustainable development held in New York in the United States of America from July 12th to 13th, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport de comité. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough.
Thank you. It is an honour to bring this concurrence debate, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the pre-budget consultation, and I enjoy the passion that is already evoked from my NDP colleagues. They must be just thrilled to death to hear my speech here. And so today
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Member for a second. There was a little bit of a delay on this side, so I'm going to have to read this first.
Yes, my fault.
No, don't apologize. It was our fault. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Finance presented on Friday, March 10th, 2023, be concurred in. Debate. We just go straight to debate. Okay, now we go to, I'm sorry. You have a point of order? Yes, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if I can just indulge the House, it's just a very short motion, and if I could ask for unanimous consent to present a unanimous consent motion, it would be very brief.
Have unanimous consent in the House? Do we have to go through the form, or do we have unanimous consent? Is there everyone agrees? Tout le monde est d'accord? Yeah. Okay, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that in relation to its study of potential trade impacts of the United States Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, 7 members of the Standing Committee on International Trade be authorized to travel to Washington, D.C., United States of America, in the spring of 2023 during an adjournment period, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee, and that in relation to its study on human trafficking of women, girls, and gender-diverse people, 7 members of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women be authorized to travel to Vancouver, British Columbia, Toronto, Ontario, Brampton, Ontario, Mississauga, Ontario, Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Halifax, Nova Scotia, and Dartmouth, Nova Scotia in the spring of 2023 during the adjournment period, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the House for it.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Northumberland and Peterborough South for his patience this morning. Debate, it's all his.
Thank you, and always a privilege to rise in this House, a place of sometimes of rancorous debate, but also of camaraderie and of mutual respect, no doubt. Just wanted to begin by saying I will be splitting my time with a member from Calgary Forest Lawn, my apologies. And so wanted to talk today about the pre-budget consultation process. So for those of you who are at home who are watching this, you might be wondering, what is a pre-budget consultation? So of course, every year, except for some notable exceptions like through COVID, the government of the day will submit a budget. Prior to that budget, at Finance Committee, there is a series of consultations which we call the pre-budget consultations. It's an extensive process, one that I've had the honor to be a part of for multiple occasions. Stakeholders from varied perspectives, from climate change to productivity studies to various other issues, and stakeholders who have a connection to the budget. Perhaps they are receiving funding, perhaps they are looking for funding, but a very long and prolonged process. But this process doesn't come without its challenges. So it has two primary challenges. One is that there is a lack of prioritization and a ceiling on that budget process, and the second one is that there does not appear to be a tangible or concrete link to the budget creating process. Because, of course, what happens, the finance minister of the day will go back and work with her cabinet as well as the bureaucracy to come up with a budget. However, along with that process, there's a concurrent pre-budget consultations. These pre-budget consultations, like I said, have stakeholders that come from all over with very valuable information, and certainly have enjoyed the witness. But I have to say that the link, especially in today's Liberal government, between what Canadians are expressing, what stakeholders are expressing, and the actual budget is tentative at best. So, one example: for multiple years, at least 4 or 5, the 3 since I've been elected, going on 4 years, numerous stakeholders have come before the Finance Committee in the pre-budget consultation process and asked for a reduction or a complete removal of the escalator tax on beer, wine, and spirits. Of course, this is an automatic increase in taxes without parliamentary consent. And so what happens every year on wine, beer, and spirits is the taxes are increased without parliamentary consent. There have been numerous stakeholders. Unions have come forward who workers work at breweries, who work at wineries, who work at distilleries, and said, this is impacting our industry. This is reducing Canadian competitiveness. In fact, it even triggered a potential trade war with Australia.
I'm just going to interrupt the honourable member for a moment and remind everyone that a debate is taking place. There's a little bit of a rumble in the or murmur. It's just getting louder and louder. Before it gets any louder, I just want to remind everyone that the honourable member has been interrupted twice already. We don't want to make it more interruptions than necessary. The honourable member, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the hospitality and the respect from my colleagues. I know that they are as thrilled to hear about this as I do, as I know that actually some of those members have wineries, have breweries, and even distilleries in their various ridings, and they would want to make sure that the workers and the consumers are protected from this tax that increases every year. And like I said, we've heard this from the Finance Committee over and over again. However, it appears as though the process is not having any impact on the budget. Now, we'll see. The budget, of course, is scheduled to come up next week. And maybe in this budget, we will hear that the Liberals have decided they finally, after 7 years of hearing from stakeholders, everyone from unions to consumers, everyone who enjoys a drink of beer, right? I enjoy a drink of beer. beer, and I imagine there are quite a few Liberals who do. In fact, I don't want to tell tales out of school, but I've actually seen them drink beer before, Mr. Speaker, and they seem to enjoy it. And so I don't know why they would be increasing the cost and making it more expensive for everyone else to enjoy a cold beer after a hard day's work. Another issue that has been brought up over and over again at the pre-budget consultations is the impact of the carbon tax. In fact, at Finance Committee, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklem, came before us and said that the carbon tax has an inflationary increase. In fact, he estimated it at nearly 0.5%. That's a huge amount. You say 0.5%. Well, that 0.5%, how much is that? Well, that actually equates to hundreds of millions of dollars in excess costs because of the carbon tax. And throughout the pre-budget consultation, we heard from numerous groups that talked about the fact, including, like I said, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, about the potential inflationary impact of taxation and the carbon tax. And so, if the pre-budget consultation was healthy and working, and the finance minister was actually listening to some of the stakeholders, which of course are representatives of millions of Canadians, that carbon tax would have been gone years ago. Another area where I've heard from numerous times at pre-budget consultations is the effect of the marginal tax rate, so on our low-income earners. Just so everyone's out there, maybe not everyone loves taxes as much as I do. I don't know why. It's extremely compelling, exciting stuff. But the marginal tax rate, for those who perhaps are not aware, is your total tax rate. That includes your clawbacks. That also includes the actual tax you're paying. So, if you can believe this, and the Prime Minister actually said that lower-income people don't pay taxes, and nothing could be further from the truth, in fact. In fact, there are many individuals who actually earn less than $50,000 a year, some earning less than $40,000 a year or $30,000 a year, who face a marginal effective tax rate of over 50%. That means for every dollar that they earn over $30,000 or every dollar they earn over $40,000, 50 cents of that is going back to the government. We've heard from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, we've heard from numerous economists at the pre-budget consultation, and they've said over and again, this is detrimental to Canadians. This is affecting Canadians to go back to work. There are some, believe it or not, some Canadians who are earning less than $60,000 a year, who are giving upwards of 60 or 70% of their money, every extra dollar they earn, to the government. So imagine this. You're a single mom, and you're deciding whether I should work that extra shift or I should spend that extra time with my child. And instead of getting 100% of those dollars, or even 90 or 80% of those dollars, you're only going to get 30% of the dollars. So you're a hardworking single mom out there doing everything you can to raise your family in the best possible way. And the government says to you, your reward for working that extra shift, for staying away from your child, depriving your child of that time, for putting that extra blood, sweat, and tears, is you get to keep 30% on that dollar. You get to keep 30 cents on those dollars. So 2/3 of that money that you're spending is going back to the federal government. Well, oftentimes in law, we decide who's in a better position to afford that loss. Now, it's my position that the federal government and its billions of dollars in largesse is in better position to absorb that additional taxation, that additional loss, than a single mom. But clearly, this government thinks otherwise, and despite the fact that throughout the pre-budget consultation, we have heard over and over again about this problem, this government keeps charging taxes, marginal tax effective rate, upwards of over 50% on Canadians who are earning less than $50,000 a year. Another substantial problem with the pre-budget consultation is there's no overall budget framework. Get this, so the pre-budget consultation has no budget to it. And so what happens is, and lots of the requests are great, they're valuable, they're meaningful investments in the Canadian economy, but there's no overall cap. And so what happens is that the pre-budget consultations ends up becoming an additional pressure for a government that already has a trouble with spending to spend more money. We need a prioritization process, a process that will help any government stay on track, because this government particularly, with their billions of dollars in deficit spending, is putting Canadians in a deeper and deeper hole. And we know the more this government spends, the more everything costs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague and the Conservatives for this concurrence motion today. This is certainly a topic I love talking about, and I look forward to a 20-minute speech shortly. But I'm wondering, you know, the member was talking specifically about the carbon tax and the price on pollution that this government implemented. You know, Conservatives have run 2 elections, you know, suggesting that they'll get rid of it. 2 of elections that they've lost in the process. Even given the fact that in the last election that this member ran on, not that far away from my riding, was knocking on doors trying to sell the Conservative version of a price on pollution. So how is it possible that Conservatives can be so hypocritical of a price on pollution when this member himself ran on it less than 2 years ago?
For Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Well, it's great to finally recognize, and I appreciate the member recognizing the fact that it is a carbon tax and that this is a tax plan and not an environmental plan. The amount of targets that this government has hit, 0. I refuse to take lessons from a government that's an abject failure on climate change, one of the worst performers in the G7, in fact in the OECD with respect to climate change, while destroying Canadian energy. You're destroying the economy, you're not funding climate change, it's time for a change.
The honourable member wasn't saying that I was doing that, so I would just remind the honourable member to address the questions and comments through the chair. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought that exchange was a bit amusing. The fact that my colleague said that the Conservatives lost 2 elections while getting more votes than the Liberals. Well, I don't see what that has to do with budget proposals. But when it comes to taxing aircraft, there's something that puzzles me. One of our requests in our party, when it comes to ending some of these ill-advised taxes, when the unions themselves are against them, what I don't understand was that this was brought forward for the first time 2 years ago. Sure, you can bring forward an idea, but when you see that it's having perverse incentives, then you should correct things. What does my colleague think?
Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I'm sorry, I think the translation missed a little bit of that, to my apologies there. What I can say is that clearly the Liberal policies have, intention or not, have been abject failures. They have been spending to reduce the cost for Canadians, yet mortgages have doubled, rents have doubled, food is going up by 10%. They brought in the carbon tax to supposedly fight climate change. We haven't hit a target. It's like I said, it's time for a change. We need a government that can get results.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I often hear people in this House usurp the story of the single mother. I was one, as I've mentioned before, in terms of, you know, people struggling to make ends meet, usually by men who I know will never experience being a single mom. So if we're going to talk about, you know, helping families get ahead, you know, helping moms not have to work 3 jobs. I'm wondering if my honourable member is open to really supporting things the NDP has put forward in the pre-budget, like dental care, like pharmacare, things that would really help pay the bills. A national child care strategy that puts not-profit and public child care first. Thank you, Madam Speaker, in this budget. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
There is some overlap, I believe, actually, between the NDP and Conservatives. We both see the need, we both see the affordability crisis affecting all of us, and of course the most vulnerable at the lower end of the economic spectrum. Where Conservatives, I guess, differ from the NDP is we believe that one of the most effective ways to help individuals is stop taking their money. We have marginal effective tax rates at over 50%. So an individual earning $30,000 a year may be paying 30 or 40 cents of every dollar. That's tens of thousands of dollars when you add that in addition to inflation and taxation. And the more this government spends, the more it'll cost Canadians. We believe in the individual and their ability if, in fact, government can just get out of the way.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today with another opportunity to warn the government about the course they are on. Winston Churchill is famous for saying, quote, "Those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it," end quote. And boy, was he right. Just look at this Liberal government. High taxes, high inflation, and corporate socialism aren't an innovation of today's Liberals. It's been going on for years. This is a lefty obsession, raising the taxes of everyday Canadians, turning around and spending so much money that they run massive inflationary deficits and run up the debt. The only people who benefit are the wealthy Liberal insiders and their corporations. Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau in the 1970s did the exact same thing. At the time, he spent more than all his predecessors combined, driving up Canada's debt and living in his wake nearly 2 decades of high inflation and high interest rates. Canadians were turning in their house keys, taking on more household debt just to survive, and worrying whether they could afford to heat their homes, buy groceries, or gas up their cars. And it sounds very familiar. Another example of history repeating itself. We know that just as in the days of Pierre Trudeau, this current Prime Minister created the inflation and cost of living crisis we see today with his out-of-control spending. While he got Tiff Macklem and the Bank of Canada to cover his massive deficits with money printing, he did nothing to address inflation concerns or ease the inflationary pressures of higher taxes. Instead, this Prime Minister passes on the taxes he takes from everyday Canadians and spends them on high-priced consultants and Liberal insiders getting cushy government contracts. The concept of money printing and inflation is not even the invention of the Liberals of the 1970s. In the 1700s, French banker and economist Richard Cantillon observed that the rich and the insiders get all the benefits when the government increases the money supply. In those days, the rich and insiders were the aristocracy closest to the French king. When a gold mine was discovered and the supply of gold increased, Cantillon saw that the value of gold didn't increase, and neither did the wealth of the everyday people. Instead, the value of gold diminished. Instead of 1 gold coin purchasing a loaf of bread, it now took 2. Yet, the wealthy gold mine owner or the landowner growing grain for the bread was better off. They could keep spending money on luxuries while everyday people fell further and further behind. Canada today sees this same thing happening. We are not just witnessing the 1970s repeat themselves, we see fundamental economics return with a vengeance. Leave it to this Liberal government to ignore an at least 300-year-old lesson in inflation. Today's aristocracy are the ones benefiting from the $600 billion spent in the last 8 years. These insiders enjoy privileged access to billions of tax dollars stashed away in Liberal programs like the Canadian Infrastructure Bank or the Canada Growth Fund. These are the same insiders who will benefit from the so-called just transition, which will eliminate hundreds of thousands of good-paying, responsible Canadian energy jobs. They're the same insiders who will benefit from the $21.4 billion this Prime Minister is handing out to consultants like McKinsey, and his ministers are handing out to their besties in cushy contracts. And these insiders are the same ones getting rich off the inflationary deficits and wasteful spending. Now, don't get me wrong. As a proud Albertan and Conservative, I support the free market and individuals' ability to make and use their money the way they want to. What I have a problem with is when this Liberal government takes more out of the pockets of everyday Canadians and in some quasi-corporate socialist way redistributes these tax dollars to the rich and Liberal insiders. This is such a disregard for freedom, free enterprise, and Canadians' money. The blatant payoffs to Liberal friends using taxpayers' money only makes life more expensive for the rest of us. As the Leader of the Opposition has clearly explained to this House, just as Cantillon observed 300 years ago, it's this type of government waste that causes the people to suffer while the rich insiders never had it so good. I think what is the most frustrating is how these Liberals can't see that the increasing cost of government is tied to the increasing cost of living. That's what I take issue with within this study that the Finance Committee overtook. Despite the warnings and voices of everyday Canadians pleading with us to address the real issue, the cost of living crisis, the Liberal NDP Costly Coalition joined forces to make recommendations that won't restore affordability. In our dissenting report, Conservatives were clear. This Liberal government must rein in their inflationary deficit spending and address their ballooning debt. We reiterated our calls for no new taxes and no new spending, including all planned tax hikes, such as the tripling of the carbon tax, the second carbon tax, the luxury tax, the escalator tax on alcohol, and the payroll tax increases. We called on the Liberal government to adopt the pay-as-you-go law that the Conservative leader proposed, and that was endorsed by the Minister of Finance in a letter to her own ministers last fall. The reality is that after 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians are out of money and these Liberals are out of touch. We cannot saddle future generations with borrowing for current spending and deficits. Interest rates are the highest they have been since the 2008 global recession. 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals, out of money, or accessing charities for basic needs. Newcomers are being driven out of this country. 1 in 5 newcomers want to pack up and leave. And the #1 cause of that is the high cost of living in this country. Mortgages and rents have doubled since 2015. The average rent across Canada's 10 biggest cities is now over $2,200 a month, compared to almost $1,200 a month in 2015. Mortgages are now above $3,100, compared to $1,400 a month in 2015. All the while, Canada has the lowest homes per capita in the G7, and the lack of supply has home prices still inflated 30% above pre-pandemic levels. This is the result of 8 years of out-of-control Liberal spending and increasing tax hikes. That's why Conservatives are calling for Budget 2023 to reverse the economic mismanagement brought on by this Prime Minister. Canada needs to stop printing money and instead make more of what money buys. Axe the damaging and failed carbon tax, especially for farmers, so they can produce the food that Canada and the world needs. Remove gatekeepers to free up and speed up permits for homes so people can afford and so job-creating energy projects can get built that will create paychecks here home in Canada. By addressing inflationary deficit spending and high taxes, we can bring home lower prices and more powerful paychecks so hard work pays off again. This pre-budget consultation report fails to address the inflation and cost of living crisis and fails to provide real solutions. That's why, Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I move that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The 10th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, presented on Friday, March 10th, 2023, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Finance with instruction that it amend the same so as to recommend that the government create a, quote, blue seal, unquote, national professional testing standard to quickly license professionals like doctors and nurses who prove they are qualified, and that anyone who has passed the common national test for their profession would get a blue seal certificate, allowing them to work in the province or territory that chooses to join the blue seal standard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Helland, seconded by Mr. Atkinson, moves the following amendment. The 10th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, presented on Friday, March 10th, 2023, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Finance with instruction that it amend the same so as to recommend that the government create a Blue Seal national professional testing standard to quickly license professionals like doctors and nurses who prove they are qualified, and that anyone who has passed the common national test for their profession would get a Blue Seal certificate, allowing them to work in any province or territory that chooses to join the Blue Seal standard. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Cal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If government programs were responsible for inflation, we would see everybody up and down the line, pinching pennies to get by. But can the honourable member explain why grocery stores, the big food, is making record profits, why big oil is making record profits, while people, are jacking up the cost of rent and the price of houses because of lack of supply? This has nothing to do with government actions, and in fact, I would ask him whether or not it really justifies government action in terms of regulation, because the free market has clearly been responsible for these distortions.
Good question.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member for his question. And I'm a little surprised that I shouldn't be surprised, actually. The Liberals make it seem like it's never their fault. And it is indeed, it's the government's wasteful spending that put Canadians in a position where they are pinching. They're literally barely hanging on, where we see 1.5 million Canadians visiting a food bank in a single month. 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals in this country today. When my family came here, we came here for a better future, like many other immigrants that are coming today. But because of this government's reckless spending with the support of their costly coalition partner in the NDP, more and more families are wanting to leave this country and not stay here and contribute to it. This government needs to rein in their spending and support Canadians by lowering their taxes so they can afford to eat and heat their homes.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I could sum up my colleague's speech, I would say that it's just talking about cut, kind of like the triple thing. Now, further to the pandemic, unfortunately, there are people who have been abandoned. It's been very difficult for many people, especially the homeless people in Quebec. There are places where we never saw homeless people before, and now we are. Now, there are many organizations fighting homelessness in Quebec who've been calling for a 30% hike in affordable housing. We know that the budgets were increased during the pandemic, but now they've been dropped to pre-pandemic rates, which is bad because the needs are still there. We're also calling for $3 billion in social housing per year. And because we want to put people in safe housing. What does my colleague think of those requests?
For Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you to the member for his question, and it gives me the opportunity to talk about the Conservative plan for getting more houses built in this country, including affordable housing. Our Conservative leader has recently proposed that there's about 15% of federal buildings that are completely empty in this country right now. We can convert those by working with the municipalities into affordable housing and houses, and we can create more units in this country. We also need to make sure we're getting the municipal gatekeepers out of the way so we can get more houses built. We need to get more people into more houses. There's a huge supply issue that this Liberal government failed to address after 8 years that caused rents to go up by double, and same thing with mortgages. We will get more houses built in this country for those that are most vulnerable and need it the most.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Okay, Madam Speaker, the member just talked about selling off government buildings, 15% of them, to ensure that there's adequate housing for Canadians. Madam Speaker, we used to build 25,000 co-op units a year before the Liberals killed it in 1992, and the Conservatives didn't continue to build any. In fact, under the Conservative government, rents properties doubled actually under their watch. Madam Speaker, what I want to ask my colleague is, he talked about supply. Does he agree that selling those government assets should be certain, and there should be covenants in place that goes to non-market housing? Because nowhere in the world, Madam Speaker, has free market solved a housing crisis when there's a housing shortage. So through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like my colleague to agree that should go to non-market housing in our country.
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn, a brief answer.
Madam Speaker, I think what we need to do is get the municipal gatekeepers out of the way and work with our municipalities so that more housing units can get built in this country. As someone who came from the home building industry, with more supply, we can bring down the cost of rents. We can provide more units in this country to address the shortage that we have that's driving people out of not only home ownership, but more and more people that are wanting to leave. The most amount that a paycheck takes up is on housing right now. And that's unfair to the newcomers and the Canadians that are living here, and we'll address that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure to be able to rise and talk about the important issue of finances in the direction that this government has been leading in Canada in order to support Canadians in every region of the country, Madam Speaker. Before I get into that, I do want to quickly make reference to, once again, and the Conservatives bringing forward a concurrence motion in order to prevent government legislation from being able to be debated. In fact, today we were supposed to be debating Bill C-26. It was about cybersecurity, Madam Speaker, something that's important to Canadians. But it's not the first time in which we've seen the Conservative Party dish and show disrespect for important issues that Canadians want us to be dealing with, Madam Speaker. In fact, Madam Speaker,
I want to remind members that there will be 10 minutes of questions and comments, and so they'll have an opportunity to ask then. And I would just ask members to please hold off on any of their comments and maybe jot them down so they don't forget them. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And Madam Speaker, to that particular point, I can assure the members opposite that I'll hang around for the 10 minutes of questions and answers, unlike what we saw yesterday, where I attempted to ask questions and there was no one around to be able to answer the questions, Mr. Speaker, or we're prepared to answer the questions. But, Madam Speaker, what I'm referencing...
I got a point of order. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Madam Speaker, the member opposite knows that you cannot do indirectly what you can't do directly. I'd ask him to withdraw his previous statement.
Another point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Just to be very clear, Madam Speaker, when members rise on a point of order or cause the Speaker to stand, it does not take away from the time allocation that I'm supposed to be given for my speech. And to that extent, I would suggest that I did not make any reference to any individual at all. The member's just assuming, correctly so, that it was Conservatives that abandoned the chamber, so I couldn't actually ask the questions.
I would just ask individuals to please be mindful of the words that they use. And again, I did not hear the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary speak directly about a specific member. And so I just want to, again, remind members to be judicial with their words that they use. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought it was actually good news that I'm prepared to answer for the comments that I make in the chamber, because not all members can actually say that, Madam Speaker, as we witnessed yesterday when I attempted to ask questions of Conservative members of Parliament, and they chose not to answer those questions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to... My goodness, really?
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Member opposite knows that he can't directly or indirectly reference the presence of a member in this chamber. He is directly talking about the presence of a member or who wasn't here yesterday when we were having a debate. That member had to leave the House, and now he's bringing it up again. That's twice in the last 10 seconds that he's done it. The member needs to withdraw the statement.
Again, I want to remind members to be careful on how they use their time that they have in the House and how they use it. I, again, did not hear him speak about a specific member, and generally that is when we are, that we take issue with specific comments that are made. And so again, I want to ask members not to mention anybody who was or was not in the House. And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let's try this again. I believe I have 19 minutes to go in my comments, just to get confirmation.
Point of order, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Time is not being eaten away by these point of order. That clock is stopped every time.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, I think we're discussing a very important point right now. We have to mention that we can't refer to the absence of a particular member in the House, and I'd like to have more specifications from you and the table. If I say, for example, that overall the Liberals are absent from the House right now, am I breaking the rules? I'd like to have more advice about that. Thank you. I will look at this point of order that the honourable member has raised, and I will come back to you shortly.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me kind of switch a little bit, because the Conservatives are a little sensitive on the issue of accountability and responding to questions that are being posed to them. We witnessed that last night. So, having said that, let me assure those that are going to be following the debate today, well, first and foremost, many individuals that are interested in the whole issue of cybersecurity, that we will get to that debate eventually. It's just the Conservatives have chosen to play a little bit of a game. Fortunately, Madam Speaker, it's in an area in which I really enjoy talking about, because it's an issue that is so important to all Canadians, Madam Speaker, and that is the budgetary measures that the government has to put into place in order to ensure that the economy is working for all of us, Madam Speaker. Since we formed government back in 2015, we've had a very clear and concise message as a government. This is a government that is focused on supporting Canada's middle class and those that are aspiring to become a part of it, Madam Speaker. This is a government that has been there to have the backs of Canadians during a worldwide pandemic, Madam Speaker. This is a government that has recognized the need for the government to take actions even at a time when we have inflation rates that are not acceptable. You know, members opposite will talk about inflation, and they will give a false impression, Madam Speaker. You know, if you listen to what the Conservative Party is saying, you would think that this government is the cause for worldwide inflation. One member says, well, we are. Well, we're not quite that influential around the world, I can assure the member of that, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, if you take a look at Canada's inflation rate, compare it to the countries of the G7, or even the G20, our allied countries. Look in terms of the United States. You will find that our interest rate is lower. Not interest rate, our inflation rate, Madam Speaker, is actually lower than the USA, than most countries in Europe, whether it's France and others, Madam Speaker. Our inflation rate is of concern to the government still, because we understand, as members of Parliament, we go home and we understand the pains that our constituents are experiencing. And that is the reason why we take seriously the issue of consultations, something that Stephen Harper really didn't do, Madam Speaker. In fact, we have a Prime Minister that still does open public town hall type meetings, Mr. Speaker, something that the former Prime Minister never really did, Madam Speaker. We have a Minister of Finance in the department that aggressively goes out to consult with Canadians, different stakeholders, consistently throughout the year, but in particular in the lead up to making those important budgetary decisions, Madam Speaker. We do this because we recognize how important it is as a government that our budget reflects what it is that Canadians expect of the government to do. You know, yesterday the Conservatives want to focus on one aspect. They were wanting to talk about the possibility of a 15 cents for 24 bottles of beer, a 24-pack, Madam Speaker, and the impact that that was going to have on Canadian society. That's what their focus was on yesterday, Madam Speaker. Well, the member says jobs.
Order. I just want to remind the member he should stick to his speech and not answer during the debate that other people are yelling out. And I would ask members not to yell out or mention other things and or try to have conversations with the honourable member. So again, I ask members to hold on to their questions and comments. They will have 10 minutes of questions and comments. And the honourable member still has almost 14 minutes to speak. And so I would ask individual members to please be mindful of that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Somehow if we could boost it up to 19, I'd really appreciate it, Madam Speaker. But you know, and the point is that the Conservatives could have talked about what the member just heckled. Jobs. We could have talked about jobs yesterday, Madam Speaker. Does the member not realize that the number of jobs that have been added to Canada's economy since pre-pandemic, before the pandemic got underway, we have seen an increase of over 830,000 jobs, Madam Speaker. Imagine that. Closer to 1 million. It took Stephen Harper 10 years to achieve 1 million jobs, Madam Speaker. We went through a pandemic, and because we had the right priorities, unlike the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, we protected Canadians going through the pandemic. We were there to support small businesses. Like never before have we seen the type of support programs that supported small businesses, whether it was loans, whether it was wage subsidies. Millions of jobs were saved as a direct result of that, Madam Speaker. Companies were prevented from going bankrupt in many situations. Because of that, Madam Speaker, because we were able to support Canadians through the CERB program, imagine 8 million plus Canadians that genuinely needed the program that allowed them to put food on the table, pay their mortgage, and so forth. By providing those types of supports, we were in a good position to be able to rebound and build stronger after the pandemic, after the crux of the pandemic, Madam Speaker. And as a result, 830,000 jobs more today than it was at the beginning of the pandemic, Madam Speaker. Far better than, let's say, the United States or other countries in the world, Madam Speaker. Why? Because the federal government chose to work with Canadians, chose to work with different levels of government, and I believe implemented policies that have really made the difference. And if I was to cite some of those policies today in which we hear the Conservatives talk about their ideas, conservative ideas, there's a few of them that come to mind. Some that we've put into place and some in which the Conservatives wish they could have put into place. Madam Speaker, you know, we go out and we consult. What does the leader of the Conservative Party does? Consultation not necessary. After all, you have YouTube. Remember the cryptocurrency? Cryptocurrency. That was Economics 101, first major policy statement, recommendation for Canadians. The way you avoid, now remember, this isn't me saying this, Madam Speaker. This is the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. The way you avoid inflation, the way you want to really reap in the profits, invest in cryptocurrency. Remember that. That is something in which he advised Canadians to do. The other policy that the member came, and I should actually conclude on that, for those that took the advice of the Conservative leader, Madam Speaker, had their savings wiped out, 60, 70%. It was incredible the amount of money that was lost on cryptocurrency. You're going into the millions of dollars, Madam Speaker. And for those individuals that would have been on a fixed income that kind of like believed what the Conservative leader was saying, they paid a heavy cost, a very heavy price. Remember, now they're talking about interest rates. Remember what the leader of the Conservative Party said about the Bank of Canada? He would fire, get rid of the commissioner, the head of the Bank of Canada. That's a very good question. Why would he do that? That's what the member from Abbotsford posed. And look what happened to the member of Abbotsford. So I won't reference the member and the riding he's from that question the Conservative leader's judgment on that issue, because the member from Abbotsford now sits way in the back, and he's been kind of like dished to the side. We never, very rarely hear from him, Madam Speaker. But at the end of the day, we have, again, an initiative or a suggestion that comes from the leader of the Conservative Party, in which even progressive Conservatives disagree with, Madam Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, we need to take a look at some of these other issues. Let's stop for a moment about some of these Conservative ideas, because they can be painful to listen to. Think in terms of the child care program. What is the Conservative Party's position on child care? Well, we know during the election they would say, we're going to rip it up. We don't want anything to do with the Liberal plan, Madam Speaker. Today, because the government had at least the support of one opposition party, we were able to implement a national child care program, $10 a day daycare throughout the country, Madam Speaker. And every province, even Doug Ford, has signed on to the program. The economic impact of that program is going to see more people participating in the workforce. It's going to see more recognition of quality health, quality child care, Madam Speaker. It's a universally, with the exception of the Conservative Party of Canada, been well received. I'm hoping that sometime between now and the next federal election, we'll see a major flip-flop from the Conservative Party on this issue. I would hope that they will not rip up the agreements, that they will continue the commitment, Madam Speaker, because we have seen the success of that particular program. All one needs to do is to look at the province of Quebec and the positive impact it's had on that province, in particular, women getting engaged in the workforce as a direct result, Madam Speaker. That's an idea that really makes a difference. Speaking of flip-flops, my member and colleague from Kingston made reference to the price on pollution. And I tell you, you really got to follow the bouncing ball on that one. Remember, the world goes to Paris. And in Paris, there's a great deal of discussion about what can we do about the environment. People in Paris recognize that climate change is in fact real. That's a reality of life on Earth today, climate change. You know, you get some within the Conservative Party that don't quite understand it or choose not to believe that it is a reality, but it is a reality, Madam Speaker. In fact, out of that Paris conference came the idea that we needed to have and implement a national price on pollution. Some provinces, indirectly or in some ways, had it. So we said we were going to put in this policy to protect, to be a backstop, to make sure that all of the provinces and territories have it, Madam Speaker. And what we have found is that the price on pollution is quickly becoming the go-to tool in being able to ensure that Canadians are participating in diminishing greenhouse gases, as other provinces now have opted into the price on pollution. Because as the parliamentary budget officer has made very clear, for a majority of Canadians that are in the federal backstop program, the price on pollution, there is a net benefit for them, Madam Speaker. And that is something that is really a positive thing. On the Conservatives, in the last election, prior to the last election, of course, they were opposed to it. They fought it tooth and nail. Then they had a new leader. That was about 2 or 3 leaders ago, Madam Speaker. And that new leader back then said, no, price on pollution is a good thing. Came up with some sort of a different type of a design so they could stamp it blue. And then went to the campaign. Imagine 338 Conservative candidates coast to coast to coast saying, we now support a price on pollution. And they got a lot of votes based on that, Madam Speaker. A lot of votes. A lot of people thought, well, maybe they can be sensitive to the environment. New shiny leader comes after the election. New shiny leader comes. And that idea is gone. It's history. It's toast. Now, the Conservative Party says, no, don't worry about climate change. After all, we don't need a price on pollution. Let's get rid of it. It's going to be a platform issue, no doubt, coming from the Conservative Party of Canada. We are going to get rid of the price on pollution. And they'll spread all sorts of misinformation, Madam Speaker. They're going to attempt to give the false impression that the people are not going to receive the net benefit, or have not been receiving a net benefit, Madam Speaker, for most people. You know, they've been talking a lot about doctors and healthcare workers. As the Government of Canada has been working with different levels of government to try to ensure that we can get more credentials recognized, providing incentives for that to take place, Madam Speaker. Looking at ways in which immigration in itself can assist, we know and we realize that we want to see an enhancement of healthcare workers. The Conservatives come up with this next idea. They're saying, well, we're going to have this blue, what do they call it, common national test. Imagine what they're trying to tell Canadians. They're saying to Canadians that, look, we're going to get you more doctors. The way we're going to do it is we're going to have an exam. So someone coming into Canada, or any doctor, I would assume, can write this exam, and then they can go to any province or territory and be a doctor. Balderdash, Madam Speaker. The federal Conservative government, a federal Conservative government, heaven forbid, in the future, it cannot do what it is that they're talking about doing. It is going to be, the administration of healthcare is done through provinces. You have professional organizations. You have all sorts of stakeholders that are out there. It's not as simple as saying, we are going to have a national exam, and someone passes that national exam, and they're going to be able to practice medicine. When do they think they're going to be able to implement something of that nature, Madam Speaker? I think that they're looking at it and saying, well, we're going to try to hoodwink the Canadians on this, much like we try to trick them on other issues. The Conservative Party in its history in the last 20-plus years has never demonstrated an interest in the healthcare area. When we negotiated back in 2004 a healthcare accord, they let that health accord expire. They're the ones that reduced to 6 to 3%, Madam Speaker. They had no interest in meeting federal and provincial first ministerial meetings to deal with the health care issue. One of the first things that we have done, whether it's previous administrations or this administration, we have invested in health care. We achieved health care accord agreements with individual provinces shortly after, Madam Speaker. We just invested $198 billion, that's with a B, dollars, Madam Speaker, in health care. Health care is a part of our core identity as Canadians, and we've made the investment recognizing that those are the type of priorities that Canadians have, and that's what this Liberal caucus is reflecting, Madam Speaker, the priorities of Canadians. And the good news is, Madam Speaker, next week we're going to have a federal budget which is going to amplify what it is that Canadians expect of the government. And, Madam Speaker, I look forward to seeing that budget and being able to participate in that debate also. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me come back to the content of the budget proposals, because earlier we weren't entirely concentrating on that. So I'd like to hear from my colleague about the agriculture and agricultural processing sector. We heard a lot during the budget process that agricultural companies are struggling because of inflation and interest rates. Small companies need liquidity. Does my colleague agree that his party should support these small agri-food businesses? We need to support young people in this sector, and we need an innovation program to improve agri-food processing, because There is a real lag, a serious lag on investment in our infrastructure. We shouldn't wait until it's become more profitable for a multinational to destroy a building and construct a new one, because we don't know where they'll build a new one. The government needs to give help to this sector. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, our agricultural industries throughout the country are of critical importance. And when the member talks about infrastructure, there is no government that has invested more in infrastructure, period, end of story, at least in the last 50, 60, 70 years than this government has over the last 5, 6, 7 years. When you think in terms of agriculture, of course, it's an important and in interest rates, whether it's here in Canada, because again, we got to be careful when we talk about interest rates or inflations. Let's do a fair comparison. Take a look at what's happening in the United States. Take a look at what's happening in the G20 countries. And to say that, yeah, interest rate in Canada is going up and there is an inflation rate that we're not comfortable with in Canada, yes, the government's aware of that and we're taking actions. But relatively in comparison to other jurisdictions, we're doing well. But that's still not good enough. And that's the reason why, someone like myself from the prairies, I look at the agriculture and the diversity of agriculture, very proud of the fact in terms of how the pork industry, for example, has grown, and I'll add comments as...
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's always interesting to listen to my colleague. There's two things. One thing you just mentioned as far as interest rates and inflation. Alberta right now has a 3.2% inflation rate. We're at 5.2% for the rest of the country. And of course, part of the reason for that is that they are cutting taxes and they're making sure that people have money in their pocket so that they can actually invest in things that are important. And of course, that's something that is different than what we see in this government. And of course, when we start to worry about whether the taxes are going to be increased, it's even going to make it more difficult for there. But the last point that I did want to make is when he talks about health care, I wonder if he could explain what the Liberal government did in the 1990s when they slashed their money that went towards health care.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, very quickly. When you think in terms of the different fluctuating rates of inflation across the country, you also have to take a look at natural resources. You have to take a look at those provincial GDPs and so forth. All of that has an impact on inflation rates. In regards to the healthcare issue, I'm glad the member brings it up. It was Jean Chrétien that actually established a clear cash transfer on healthcare. Prior to that commitment to cash transfers, we were working on a tax point shift that ultimately would have seen Ottawa defunding healthcare into the future. I was more concerned. I was in the Manitoba legislature at the time as a parliamentarian, and there was a great deal of discussion that Ottawa was getting out of healthcare. Thanks to Jean Chrétien and that particular government, we not only established a very strong presence in healthcare, but we continued to grow through that through healthcare agreements and accords to ultimately what we have today, a $198 billion commitment under this particular administration for healthcare.
From Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. We're all seeing across Canada, in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, there is a growing income gap happening where we're seeing so many people struggling to make ends meet while ultra-rich CEOs are making higher and higher excess profits every day. This is a big problem. And I do see in here a majority of parties came together and put together a recommendation here that I find to be quite good, and I wanted to ask the member about it. It says, take steps to close the growing income gap and generate revenue to fund poverty reduction programs by closing tax loopholes and ending the use of low tax on non-cooperative jurisdictions for tax purposes, taxing extreme wealth, and implementing a tax on excessive profits, including windfalls associated with the pandemic. What are the member's thoughts on this, and what is he doing, what is the government doing today to begin implementing this very sound recommendation?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker. In principle, I agree with what it is that the member is suggesting. It's one of the reasons why the Minister of Finance has, in fact, put in a special tax with bank profits. But I want to go back even further than that. The principle of tax fairness. One of the very first things we did back in 2015, 2016 was introduce a tax break for Canada's middle class. At the same time, we funded that tax break in good part by putting a special tax on Canada's 1% wealthiest. By the way, opposition parties did vote against that, but at the end of the day, we were able to implement it. And through those type of vestures, Madam Speaker, we developed a program to enhance the Canada Child Benefit Program, which then took money away from millionaires and put it to where people needed it the most in terms of child care development. Again, I think having a very positive, and one of the reasons why literally thousands of children have been lifted out of poverty because of policy initiatives of the federal government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, to my honourable friend, the parliamentary secretary, I hope he'll permit me in this questions and comments. There's been a lot of commentary, particularly from both sides of the House, on Canada's climate record. And as a Green, I can also say in a more nonpartisan way, no government in this country, not Stephen Harper's, not any Liberal Prime Minister, has ever met a single climate target to which we have signed on legally binding agreements. Not only have we never hit a target, we've never gotten the direction right. Our emissions go up instead of going down. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague and friend, as we looked at the budget next week, wouldn't it be good to stop putting billions of dollars into promoting fossil fuel use, cut them all together, and cancel the Trans Mountain Pipeline?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the leader of the Green Party is in fact consistent, and she would disassemble some of our pipelines that currently exist. And, you know, there is a responsibility that the government has. We've made a commitment to transition. We've made a commitment to net zero by 2050. But, you know, we've also worked with other governments. So, for example, LNG project, which I know the member does not support, but we worked very closely with the provincial NDP government in British Columbia, and we're able to move ahead on LNG. I would like to think, with the exception of the Green Party, all other parties inside this chamber support. Maybe the Bloc do not support it. My apologies. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we do have a very progressive approach at protecting our environment. The price on pollution is just one of example, not to mention investments, tax incentives for hybrid vehicles as an example. Another example.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada is the worst country in the G7 in regard to the average amount of housing per capita, which is very bad. In Quebec, there are currently 45,000 people waiting for low-income housing. It's scandalous. A CMHC economist recently started a study. I spoke with him recently. Just in Quebec, a study about two important issues: affordability and accessibility. We need 1.1 million housing units. The private sector will be building 500,000 over the next years, so we need governments to build 600,000. That's over the next decade. The National Housing Strategy over 5 years has only built 35,000 and renovated 60,000 more, which is only 100,000. We need something much more ambitious to face the housing crisis in this country. When will that start?
Your Secretary has less than 1 minute to respond.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada is one of the fastest growing per capita countries in the world. Take a look in terms of our population base, and what you'll find is our population growth is actually incredible compared to any other country in the world. That means that there's going to be more people looking for housing. What the member does not include is the fact that the lead on housing is not the national government. The national government plays an important role, but so do the provincial governments. So do municipalities. The municipalities need to allow and allocate more land for housing developments. Those are zoning requirements. The federal government can provide supports, encouragement, dollars, and there is no government in the last 30, 40 years that has invested more in housing than this current government. We recognize the need. We're supporting action by other governments, and in fact, where we can, we're taking direct action to ensure that the housing stock not only is better maintained, but from an environmental perspective, greener homes. We're also growing the actual number of houses for people with disabilities and non-profit homes, generally speaking. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before moving to the next speaker, I'd like to come back to the point of order, and I will be consulting page 619 here in Chapter 13. It says, "It is unacceptable to allude to the presence or absence of a member or minister in the House. So as you see, this is very specific. It refers to a member or a minister. But I'd still like to remind members in this House that when it comes to people who are in the House or out of the House, there's a bit of a gray area. It would be preferable to not mention who is or isn't in the House, even if it's done in a general way. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for those clarifications. This is a gray area, and every day that we sit here, we learn new things. Madam Speaker, because they place our societies under tension, we can learn a lot from crises. They show us our strengths and weaknesses, and for 3 years, we have been facing a nested series of crises which reveal weaknesses in our economic structure and governance. There was COVID, lockdowns, the economy ground to a halt. Then there was a public health crisis, which revealed the real fragility of the system, also worsened by the aging population, but especially due to chronic federal underfunding that got worse since 2017. We need a better system for sharing health expenses, including adequate, predictable federal funding. That would prevent our health system from facing the risk of crumbling. And recent agreements are not enough to avoid that danger. In fact, at best, they are freezing us at an inadequate level of federal health funding. Over 10 years, Ottawa will contribute 24% of health costs, which is what it was contributing when the Prime Minister arrived in 2015. And we know that we need to do more to help face the demographic crisis and help our health system. Quebec and the provinces have said so many times, but Ottawa just hasn't been there. Ottawa is holding the money that Quebec and the provinces need. COVID caused a crisis in people's income at a time when millions of people stopped working, and this displayed the weakness of the EI system, which only covers a minority of people who contribute to the system when they lose their jobs. And so the government had to compensate by creating a panoply of ad hoc programs, which were often off the cuff, badly targeted, ineffective, and costly. When these programs ended, including changes to the EI system, which went back to the way it was before 2020, well, we really saw that things were not doing well. And right now, as we see a recession hovering on the horizon, we need to do something to correct the gaps in the EI system and make it more accessible, including tailoring it to certain atypical employment situations. But Ottawa doesn't want to engage in that in-depth reform. Then the economy reopened after lockdown. But that reopening also cast light on some additional gaps. For example, the lack of housing caused by years of under-construction and underfunding, which led to skyrocketing prices. Housing starts, especially for affordable rental housing and social and co-op housing starts then are still not rising appropriately in 2023. We need to do something quickly about this. In addition, we are seriously dependent on foreign suppliers in our global supply chains, which were shown once again to be very fragile by the crisis. All of this in our manufacturing sector, where problems in the supply chain led to shortages and hard hitting inflation. In addition, due to a lack of competition, prices rose sharply in some sectors. We need to build solid supply chains and improve our competitiveness in order to make our economy more resilient. All of this led to an increase in prices, as well as increases in interest rates by the central bank. And we know who's suffering the most from that. People on a fixed income, like retirees, and people with low incomes who cannot face the increase in prices. This also affects households with a great deal of debt. For example, young families who just bought a house. And now on top of all that, we are facing international crises. Russia has become an international pariah due to its aggression against Ukraine. So it's no longer part of major trade and economic systems, which is having an effect on the prices of commodities, oil, grain, fertilizers. All of this shows us that we need to reduce our dependence on oil. But in addition, the war has caused agricultural inputs, the cost of these inputs to skyrocket, and we need to urgently provide tools to get through the crisis and help the agricultural sector adopt a more sustainable model. We need to protect supply management, offer more predictability, resilience to annual variation due to natural disasters, and so on. And then the matter of China. Since its economy is more diversified than Russia's, an increase in tensions could have an effect on many more sectors. For example, we are highly dependent on Chinese supply chains for components in high-tech products and in transit electrification. We need to promote these sectors. We already have a comparative advantage due to the presence of strategic minerals in Quebec and Canada. If we are present at every stage from the mine to the battery, as the government of Quebec is proposing, we have all the assets we need to become a North American hub of transit electrification and in order to become an essential link in a new, more resilient supply chain. So Ottawa needs to collaborate with Quebec in order to accelerate the arrival of this strategy. And finally, there are some slow-moving crises. 3 fundamental crises that we've known are coming. Nothing can justify not taking measures to face these 3 crises. First of all, demographic change. The aging population will increase pressures on the health system, as well as the financial systems, the fiscal systems of Quebec and the provinces. And the aging of baby boomers will also have serious economic impacts. Among OECD countries, Canada is one of those that does the least to protect the purchasing power of those who are retiring. We need to protect their purchasing power. Otherwise, the demographic shock will also lead to an economic shock, which is why we are saying that we should increase the old age pension without age-based discrimination. This will also cause challenges for businesses. The labor shortage will prevent us from rebuilding our supply chains if we don't take action. We need to create tools to encourage experienced workers to remain in their jobs if they wish to. We need to increase our companies' productivity to enable them to compensate for the labor shortage. We also need to transfer the temporary foreign workers program to Quebec in order to make it more efficient and integrated to the Quebec labor policy. Then, Madam Speaker, there's the climate crisis. Once again, we've seen it coming for a long time. We've analyzed it to death, but we're not taking action. Whether talking about the bank erosion or the increase in extreme weather events, climate change will exert great pressure on our public infrastructure. We need an adaptation fund, and we need to accelerate transition toward a carbon-neutral economy. Urgently, we need to redirect oil and gas subsidies towards the green economy. We need energy efficiency in all areas. We need to ensure that transit becomes electric, including strategic mineral processing. We need to leave behind oil and start using renewable energy. We need more sustainable agricultural practices. Oil companies are taking advantage of international crises to rake in the profits. Ottawa needs to end its subsidies to that sector then, including for carbon sequester and small nuclear reactors, which would produce energy that would increase protection in the tar sands. This money should be redirected towards the green transition. Given the fact that this is an extremely urgent area, this financial sector needs to do its part and gradually redirect its investments in oil to the green economy. And Ottawa needs to encourage banks to also do their fair share. We need to free up billions of dollars for the green economy. Next, I will turn to the issue of the fiscal imbalance, which is causing major dysfunction, which will limit the capacity of the nation to face the challenges that are coming up. There are three types of dysfunction here.
Ottawa percevant plus de revenus que ce dont il a besoin pour assumer les
First of all, Ottawa collects more revenue than it needs for its federal responsibilities. It does not manage its own mechanism effectively. The federal government is notoriously inefficient and everything is more expensive than it should be. And I would like to give two examples of that, Madam Speaker.
traiter un cas d'assurance emploi.
To process one EI case here costs 2.5 times that of what it costs in Quebec. What about federal passports? It's an issuance. It costs 4 times more than a license plate does in Quebec. Secondly, Ottawa uses its leeway to meddle in areas of jurisdiction that belong to Quebec and the provinces. This means that power sharing is less clear and less rational and undermines our autonomy. This duplication is not inefficient, it simply centralizes things in Ottawa. Another example, the dental insurance plan for children. There is no linkage because Quebec already has its own. So this is totally inefficient in terms of costs. It's shameful, despite everything the Bloc Québécois has done to make it more efficient. A more general example, in Quebec, we produce we have to file 2 tax returns, and we've been calling for 1 for many years. So that's another example of inefficiency. And additionally, in terms of fiscal imbalance, because it is Ottawa who holds the purse strings of Quebec and Canadian provinces, the Quebec government's ability to fully assume its responsibility is diminished. The PBO was clear. If this trend continues, the provincial governments will no longer be viable, and they will implode, whereas the federal government will see its fiscal leeway increase year after year. We see that, and that is what the PBO says. In other words, unless this trend is reversed, we will see unprecedented centralization of powers in Ottawa, which means that Quebecers will not be able to develop their own future in line with their own specificities and wishes. On that topic, Madam Speaker, this government is paying 6 times less in healthcare than what Quebec and the provinces are calling for, and yet the federal government has $80 billion in fiscal leeway. What I mean is, what we're seeing more and more year after year is that the government has appropriations that it doesn't spend. We saw that last year with a total of $41 billion that were left on the table. So these were appropriations that were authorized but were not spent. In addition, there's additional fiscal leeway of some $40 billion, according to the PBO. And if the federal government wanted to maintain its debt to GDP ratio, it could do so. So that's what I mean by unprecedented centralization. We're talking about $81 billion for 1 year alone. That is 3 times more than what Quebec and the provinces are calling for healthcare, and yet Ottawa says, no, we're going to give you 6 times less. And yet the money remains on the table here. And what is it going to be used for? New programs that will meddle in our areas of jurisdiction. So there is no respect for Quebec here in this House. Madam Speaker, we have to keep these challenges in mind, and that is what our budgetary expectations are. We presented them to the Minister a few weeks ago. Given the pressing challenges before us, we do not need new highfalutin programs, especially in areas that come under our jurisdiction. Financially speaking, we need to be prudent, and economically speaking, we need to tackle basics that will protect us against this environment of economic uncertainty. During periods of uncertainty, we have to get back to basics. Quebec's strengths are those that will protect us in the future. Meeting the current needs of different sectors of the Quebec economy means that we will finally enter into the 21st century. We already have a considerable production of clean and renewable energy, especially hydroelectricity. In this area, we have already transitioned, and we're ready, and we do have a carbon neutral economy. If our forests are managed sustainably, they will provide renewable resources that will be key to replacing fossil fuels. If we step up research, we will be able to process and generate more wealth with this resource. Our agriculture sector has already been looking to the future in terms of food security. Let's help our farmers deal with global turbulence, which increases the price of their inputs, and help them develop more sustainable practices. The future relies on this. In terms of critical minerals, which are essential to the redevelopment of supply chains and electrification of transport, Canada is a leader. Let's move to semiconductors, which are an essential link in the chain, especially in terms of supplying North America. Obviously, Madam Speaker, all of this development must respect environmental standards in partnership with Indigenous communities and social license from local populations. This is good for the green transition, it's good for economic resilience, and it's good for the strategic positioning of Quebec in a changing world. Another asset is that Quebec society is particularly creative. A stationary society does not like change. The antidote is creativity, and Quebec is a world leader in this. In the arts and culture, that is a way of ensuring health and exposure of the French language. And that is true in many other sectors as well. Today, people are moving to AI, creating the next video games, developing the future generation of green financial tools, and developing tomorrow's aeronautics industry. Quebec is the technological driver of Canada, and it has everything to become the Silicon Valley of the North. Lastly, Madam Speaker, our social model is unprecedented, especially our tax and family policies, which makes us a leader in the redistribution of wealth, because more of our population belong to the middle class than anywhere else in Canada or the States. This means a better life and more social peace. That is why we need to preserve the Quebec government's ability to act and seriously tackle fiscal imbalance that undermines it. As is presented in committee, we have a number of budgetary expectations to protect Quebec's independence, and this is the overview. This reflects the requests from different sectors of Quebec society during our consultations. All of my colleagues have done this. They meet Quebec's real needs, and they will help Quebec to deal with the many current crises and make us more resilient. They will allow Quebec to embrace the future with confidence. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I heard the member briefly touch on the electrical grid and the greening of the electrical grid and the great success that Quebec has seen around this issue. Indeed, I know that there are a number of recommendations in this report that specifically talk about incentivizing electric vehicles and the infrastructure for electric vehicles. I mean, I think it is widely known that Quebec has really led the way in terms of providing for that infrastructure for electric vehicles. I'm wondering if the member can speak to the incredible success of Quebec in that area and where the rest of the country might benefit from the lessons that Quebec has learned.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his question. Indeed, in the report from the Finance Committee, there is a lot of room left for supporting the electrification of transportation. And so we need to set up an infrastructure that will allow cars to be able to charge in different places. Now, I believe that this has already been deployed in BC, as it has been in Quebec, but to ensure that electric vehicles work well, we need to oblige manufacturers to make the charging areas more frequent. So we're calling on Ottawa to ensure that, but we also, because a car that has a range of 400 kilometers must be able to charge up in different areas, and one of my colleagues here has such a car.
Hey, Albany.
First, I want to thank my colleague who's always really working hard to fight for tax fairness and to close loopholes for extreme wealthy Canadians from moving their money out of the country. Madam Speaker, one thing that I'm hearing from constituents is people that applied for CERB that might not have read the application properly, might not have been clear from the government. Now they're getting told that their child tax benefit is going to be reduced, or even worse, they're getting a bill from CRA saying that they have to pay it. So instead of the government going after big companies that paid out dividends to shareholders that collected the wage subsidy, they're going after low-income Canadians, Madam Speaker. This is creating huge stress, mental health to Canadians, huge financial stress to them and their families. These are people that are already struggling. So through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague, does he agree that there should be a CERB repayment amnesty for all Canadians that are struggling right now? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his very important question. I believe that this is true for all colleagues in this House. Our constituents, our families have been, their family benefit has been withdrawn, has been clawed back, and so there's been no agreement reached. So this can really contribute to the poverty of those families. So we sincerely hope that the government is going to look at this and that the Minister of Revenue will be able to look at this to find a solution. We certainly hope so, because this is truly troubling. And I'd like to draw a parallel, or rather, I like the parallel that the member made, because when they're poor people, their money is simply taken away. But when we're talking about multinationals, they can get away with tax evasion. The honourable member. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. He's the Bloc Critic for Finance, and so I have a question on the upcoming budget. What does he think about the waste of money to support the fossil fuel industry? For example, the government of Canada owns the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and the costs have ballooned to $30 billion of public money. What does he think of this wastage? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to commend and thank the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her continued commitment to the planet. The recent IPCC report shows that we really need to act quickly. In my opinion, this is a bad choice, not just for the environment, but for the economy. As my colleague said, we think that the government needs to move into the 21st century by supporting the green economy instead of the fossil fuel industry. We need that, but we need a gradual transition, and please stop funding the fossil fuel industry and big oil. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to commend my honourable colleague from Joliette. He's always very informative, and he's very thoroughly prepared, and we appreciate our discussions with him. Madam Speaker, in Quebec, we've seen that the government of Quebec tabled its budget this week, and it does mention culture, especially certain cultural components that I'm fond of. For example, the ease of access by young people to culture. There have been sums invested in that, in Télé-Québec as well. which is a Quebec TV channel, and there's going to be assistance in this sector as well. So we have expectations for the cultural sector in next week's budget, especially the media. I'd like him to talk about the importance of these requests in order to support and re-inject vitality into the media sector. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Drummond for his question and, of course, for his compliments. So we're going to exchange compliments here. Now, Madam Speaker, arts and culture are at the very heart of our identity, of our pride as Quebecers. It is the role of the government to support our creators and all cultural organizations, and that includes the media, indeed. And because we need quality, independent information when we listen to the news. I can give the example of my region, my community in Joliette. The current media, the local media, the weekly newspapers really are in trouble. Why? Because the advertising has gone from local businesses to web giants. And so it is the role of the government to protect local media, to ensure that we can still have quality, independent information. That is what the Bloc Québécois wants, and we won't give up.
The honourable member for, just 1 second here, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. In her last budget and in her latest fall economic update, our Minister of Finance talked about Canada's lagging productivity numbers compared to our trading partners. She even called it Canada's Achilles heel. I wonder if my colleague shares that concern. What does he think is the source of the lagging productivity problem, and could he point to some solutions?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, for his and his comments. Productivity is extremely important, and indeed, business productivity in Canada is lagging behind productivity in other G7 countries. And so we have to change that. Productivity is what we generate in terms of value thanks to people's work, and it depends on capital, on technology, and other factors. So in short, Canadian businesses are not as technologically advanced as other G7 countries, and therefore productivity suffers as a result. What can the government do to support this state-of-the-art sector? For example, aerospace, which is a flagship industry in Canada. Well, Canada is the only country that has a major aerospace industry without a specific aerospace policy to support research, for example. So the government has to better support productivity and invest in investment and R&D. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, and I'm so pleased to rise here today in the House. Before I begin, I'd like to mention that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Edmonton, Griesbach. You know, we talk about budgets. I hear rhetoric in the House almost on a daily basis about how people from coast to coast are struggling making ends meet, and a particular reference are single mothers. The story of the single mother that is consistently usurped in this House without real solutions to really tackle issues of poverty and inequality in this country. Because I'll share with you, Madam Speaker, I actually was a single mom, as I've mentioned in the House. And when I first had my son, I was one of the people that we talk about in the House. I wasn't a single mom at the time, but I had just graduated from university and I was poor. And the only thing that kept a roof over our heads at the time and allowed me to feed my son was affordable housing with rent geared to income. was, at the time, social assistance, as I had just given birth to my child. My partner at the time had employment that didn't pay the bills, and so I needed to get help. And I share this with you today because I often find in this place that these stories are taken by people who've never had lived experience. Never had lived experience with struggling to make ends meet, struggling to feed their kids. Well, I share with you today, with my head held high, that I was one of those folks, and it was an experience that allows me to understand that things are more difficult in life than picking yourself up from your bootstraps so that you can survive, that things very often are much more complicated in the lives of individuals and families. Certainly for me at the time, I like to consider myself a well-educated person. It certainly wasn't a lack of intelligence or hard work. It was just a matter of circumstances of life at the time. And I share this right now because we just came out of, or we're still coming out of, a global pandemic. A pandemic that has impacted families from coast to coast. A pandemic that has left families more economically vulnerable than we've seen in a long time. And we had programs put in place during the pandemic that kept food on the table, I would argue. CERB. Now, as we move in another direction, in real time, this current government is not going after big corporations to pay their fair share of the pandemic. They're not going after the billionaire class to pay their fair share of the pandemic. They're not going after big CEOs to pay their fair share of the pandemic. You know who they're going after? Low-income parents to get money from monies they collected from the CERB, knowing that the cost for families at the time drastically impacted during the pandemic. That's unacceptable. And you know who's the most impacted by it, Madam Speaker? Single mothers with multiple children. This is going to leave, we're talking about housing and supporting families. This is going to leave a lot of families on the verge of falling onto the streets. You know, going back to my story, I was very fortunate at the time that I had affordable housing with rent geared to income, and which allowed me to be able to keep food on the table when food didn't cost as much. That's not the reality right now, which is why the NDP has called on this current government to put in place CERB amnesty for low-income families in particular, because the process that this government is using could result in families being at greater risk for precarious housing and being placed in deeper levels of poverty, because we know, Madam Speaker, that people that were already behind before the pandemic are further behind now. We need to stop poor bashing in this place. We need to stop with the simplified discussions about how to deal with the growing poverty crisis that we have in this country. A poverty crisis that impacts my riding of Winnipeg Centre, Manitoba, which was just reported to have some of the highest child poverty rates in this country. Children in this country are supposed to be provided with minimum human rights. We've signed on to international and domestic or international law. We have an obligation to uphold international laws and domestic laws to ensure that children are provided with basic human rights in this country, basic human rights that are violated every day in this country, whether it be in urban centers, in First Nations communities, Indigenous communities, Inuit communities across the country. So I hope that all my colleagues in the House will support a call for CERB amnesty for low-income families. Again, the most impacted, if we're so concerned about the story of the single mother, the most impacted will be single mothers with multiple children. And that will be, for me, as the Member of Parliament for Winnipeg Centre, a true test of this so-called care that I hear about in this place all the time. We must have CERB amnesty now. You know, the NDP also put forward a dental care plan, universal pharmacare plan, put forward, have been fighting for a national child care strategy, that prioritizes public not-for-profit care. We've been working with frontline advocates and organizations for almost 30 years to push forward, and I'm glad this current government finally heeded our call to implement a national child care strategy. Because this would have made a difference in the life of myself and my son. Because we talk about people working multiple jobs to pay the bills. Well, I was one of those single moms that had to work multiple jobs to pay the bills. And part of the reason why was because of high child care costs. I literally had to work more so that I could work. So I call on all members of this House. If they want to support families, then they need to support families. They need to support a dental care plan, a universal dental care plan. They need to support universal pharmacare. They need to support a national child care strategy that ensures that all children are afforded their minimum human rights to have access to affordable, accessible, high-quality child care. These services are essential for supporting families. And I would like to add affordable housing with rent geared to income in my bill, Bill C-232, to put in place a guaranteed livable basic income. I want a world where families are not begging to eat, where we aren't making the assumption that we are all born with the same privileges. I want to build a Canada like that. I want to build a Canada where nobody's living in poverty, where we stop poor bashing and deal with what is going on in this country at the very roots of inequality. And we can do that as members in the House. So today I call on all members of the House to support NDP calls, certainly my bill for a guaranteed livable basic income, and build a Canada for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, and our Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her intervention today and for the very personal nature of that, her discussion about being a single mother. I know that my wife, before we got together, was a single mother as well, but you know, the reality is that she really benefited from a good support network around her, and the reality is that there are so many single mothers out there that don't have that support mechanism. She spoke towards the end of her speech specifically about basic income. And this is something that I know the NDP has been calling on rightfully for a number of years, something that I have agreed with the NDP that we need to understand and to implement in our country. I'm wondering if she can comment on how a basic income would directly help single mothers, in particular those that don't have good support mechanisms, supports around them.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, and thank you to my honourable colleague. We need to start talking about not the high costs of a guaranteed livable basic income. We need to start talking about the high costs of poverty. We have income guarantees in this country right now. My bill actually doesn't offer anything new. What I argue, though, is the income guarantees that we currently have in this country are not livable. GIS for seniors, an income guarantee, not livable. And we know that when you don't look after seniors, anybody, when you don't provide people what they need, it costs in other areas. Healthcare, justice systems. So we know with a guaranteed livable basic income, we have income guarantees. We need to make them livable and expand them out for those who are falling through the cracks of our social safety net. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for speech. I'm very intrigued by the concept of CERB amnesty. I'd like to hear some more details about my colleague's thoughts about that. Will there be means testing? I'm assuming that applicants for this amnesty would have to be below a certain income or have below a certain wealth level. But would there also be inquiries as to why the applicant for amnesty applied for CERB when they clearly weren't qualified for it? And how about the people who decided not to apply for CERB because they knew they didn't pass the test? Would they also qualify for a CERB payment now after the fact?
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, I'd just like to point out, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, but let's be clear, that program was not clear to begin with. You know, there was calls to apply for CERB and then deal with it after. So I think that's important to point out. There was lots of people who benefited off support during the pandemic. We know that if you do CERB clawbacks for families that are currently living at lower incomes right now, it's going to result in people ending up on the streets. Income assistance programs are not enough for families to survive. And who is going to be punished from this? Children. I'm calling for, and certainly the NDP is calling for, instead of going after families living in poverty, let's go after rich CEOs. Let's go after the rich CEOs that collected bonuses during the pandemic of programs that were paid by this government, instead of going after poor people in this country all the time and poor bashing and criminalizing poor people in this country. I get tired of that rhetoric in the House. It is not based on research. It is not based on fact. And it's a violence that continues in this House against people living in poverty, and I don't accept it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for one quick question. The honourable member for BTB Bay-James Nunavut EU. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I wanted to say myself, I was also a single mother, separated with 3 children. I had to hold on 2 jobs. And I also can speak about poverty like her. But in terms of families, mothers as well, who are single mothers, what priorities are there or should there be for government for support for them?
For Winnipeg Centre, a brief answer, please.
Well, I think, you know, what I offered up is I don't think it's one solution. I think we need robust supports and services for families, dental care, universal child care, pharmacare, guaranteed livable basic income, you know, investing in affordable housing with rent geared to income. We need a comprehensive strategy to tackle social inequality. Thank you so much for the question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleagues for engaging in what I believe to be a really important discussion today. To be clear, Canadians are suffering right now, Madam Speaker. In my community of Edmonton-Griesbach, you don't have to look far to see the devastating impacts of poverty. We have community organizations with some of the biggest hearts, some of the biggest hugs you can imagine, but that doesn't go far enough when we see critical under-resourcing and underfunding of some of the most essential services our country needs to offer. And when we don't offer that, Madam Speaker, we see community organizations having to do that work, the work of healthcare, the work of mental health, the work that's required to ensure that regular, everyday people actually can ensure that they can maximize their opportunities. Madam Speaker, there is a condition where if you're living in absolute poverty, if you're living in the absolute worst situations you can imagine in your life, if you have no home, if you have no supports, you're driven to a type of place in your life where you may seek, for example, substances to which you would abuse. You would fall down the rabbit hole of trying to find mental health services and you would be unable to find them. It's a kind of labyrinth of poverty that this country has created that we can fix, we can address it. We're a wealthy country. Madam Speaker, you wouldn't know that by looking outside. You wouldn't know how wealthy our country really is by the conditions of workers. You wouldn't know how wealthy our country is by the lack of clean water in First Nations communities. You wouldn't know how wealthy our country really is until you look at the bonuses big CEOs get. Madam Speaker, these are questions of our society, questions of our economy, questions of what kind of Canada we want to build. When I speak to folks in my province of Alberta, they're scared. They're scared of a crumbling healthcare system that's being driven into the ground by privatized, huge mega corporations that would seek to benefit and seek to profit off of those who are sick. And it's being allowed by the politicians they pay for. Danielle Smith, the Premier, right now is allowing for-profit surgeries in my home province of Alberta. Shameful. When there's seniors waiting in emergency rooms day after day after day, not knowing if they're going to get the care they need. Madam Speaker, I speak to many young people who are struggling to even imagine an idea of owning a home. Even worse, some of them are living on our streets, the most vulnerable in our society. Who put them there? It wasn't solely the actions of individuals that got them there, it was our society. We participated in a manufactured condition. We're seeing a mental health crisis. When I see people in my community struggling to get the supports they need, there's often massive barriers. Some of the biggest barriers, Madam Speaker, is money. There's a lack of public mental health care in this country. And that lack of public health care downloads costs onto our existing healthcare system. That massively, exponentially compounds the problems we're seeing in our hospitals. Hospitals cannot be the one-stop shop for all problems in society. We need to actually reinforce our hospitals. We need to reinvest in our hospitals, but we also need to create more supports, mental health supports, with real professionals who can ensure that the work of mental health and the kind of supports they need in that kind of care are actually met. Madam Speaker, we're witnessing a drug poisoning crisis. It's killing Canadians. It's a crisis that has touched every community that we all represent in this place. Whether it's young people, whether it's seniors, whether it's business owners, whether it's teachers, they're dying because we're not doing anything about the drug poisoning crisis. Madam Speaker, we can do more. When driven to absolute poverty, the increase in crimes go up. These are crimes of desperation. Nobody wants to see themselves in a penitentiary. But when they find themselves there, Madam Speaker, we have to ask ourselves as legislators, as people who represent our constituents, how they get there. And it's not, like I said before, the actions of just individuals, it's the conditions of poverty we've placed upon them. Madam Speaker, there is an answer to this. And New Democrats have been steadfast for decades to distinguish between the needs and wants of Canadians. The needs of Canadians, Madam Speaker, are the things I spoke to. Good public health care, a good, strong public mental health care system, a housing stock that can ensure that low-income folks can actually get into those homes. We need to address the drug poisoning crisis. We need to make sure that there's resources invested in mental health. We need to take seriously the inflictions of poverty and the outcomes they present. We can ensure that our economy actually works for those who are working to build it. There seems to be a problem with our conception of where wealth comes from in this country. People think CEOs get up in the day and they produce all this money. No. It's the workers who show up every single day. Whether it's the small businesses and the small business owner in my community that shows up every day offering not only their philanthropy to those who are needing help, but they're also the same people, Madam Speaker, that are suffering in their own right. They're seeing huge costs passed on to them, and they can't afford to compete with these mega corporations that are dodging taxes simultaneous to gouging Canadians. How can a small business compete with that? It's not possible. We need to protect the working class in this country. They need to have strong wages. We don't have a labor shortage in this country. We have a wage crisis in this country. When we increase the wages of everyday workers, when they can see the value of their labor produced in their paycheck, that's a good day for workers. That means they can actually put food on the table. That means they can actually pay their bills. They can pay their mortgage. But the problem gets worse. It's not just ensuring that workers have good wages, Mr. Speaker. It's ensuring that these companies are also held to account. We're seeing some of the largest, Mr. Speaker, the largest tax avoidance in our country's history taking place right under our noses today. I'd like to speak directly to some of the facts on this. The tax gap has almost doubled in the last 3 years. These corporations are walking away with $30 billion of tax avoidance. $30 billion, Mr. Speaker. Something we can close today. We can close the tax loopholes if only we had the courage of the government to see this as a serious problem. And let me talk about $30 billion for a moment. $30 billion can go a long ways. We're going to see a budget in just a short few weeks. And that budget is going to demonstrate, Mr. Speaker, a massive underfunding of these public services if we don't ensure that we close these tax loopholes. Canadians deserve to know that when they show up to work and when they're working for massive corporations, that these corporations are also paying their fair share. Because when regular everyday folks are paying absorbent tax, but also seeing that these mega corporations aren't, there becomes doubts on the efficacy of our tax system. And it creates a kind of distrust that is growing across Canada. We need to fix our tax system, Mr. Speaker. We need to actually ensure that those corporations that see massive profits, some corporations up 60%, but simultaneously their tax gap went down. This is creating a massive revenue problem. And I know the government, and speaking directly even with the CRA, the commissioner of the CRA, it's a massive issue. They need resources to ensure that they can actually tackle this. These resources right now are being directed to a witch hunt of little old ladies who took CERB in their most desperate time of need. But instead of going after the rich corporations that have massive windfall profits, instead of taxing them, we're going to use CRA to attack these poor folks. We're calling for an amnesty for these folks, Mr. Speaker. And I want to conclude and conclude directly, which will be a vote on this amendment just in a short little while, Mr. Speaker. With regard specifically to the amendment that's been brought by the Conservative Party, New Democrats have been fighting for years, Mr. Speaker, years to see a pan-Canadian licensing that would ensure that we can have a standard to ensure that we can increase our workforce, particularly in healthcare, right here at home, by ensuring that those who bring those skills here actually have the ability to enter our workforce quickly. Ever since the leader of the official opposition was in federal cabinet, as a matter of fact, we've been calling for this. So we're very happy to see the official opposition adopting a very important policy New Democrats have fought for a while, and we welcome that. My colleague on the Finance Committee tells me this specific program, however, was not raised during the committee hearings on the budget, so it's not actually, wasn't heard. The Conservatives didn't make mention of it. We want action on this issue, let us be clear. But we will be opposing the amendment as we think it's important that the House have a chance to concur in committee before the budget day next week. It's important that we have that, Mr. Speaker. And so I'll conclude with that. Thank you very much to my colleagues.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention today. I was listening attentively, and I heard his part of the speech, Mr. Speaker, where he talked about not having a labor shortage, but a wage shortage. If I may have that slightly incorrect, and he can correct me. And I found that to be very interesting because I would agree, especially since the pandemic came along, the divergence between the haves and the have-nots is getting worse and worse and greater, and we know that what is the most successful what makes the most successful society, both economically and from a societal perspective, is when we have a strong middle class in there. So I'm wondering if he can expand on that and what his suggestions might be in order to help remedy that, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for an important question. And yes, the middle class in this country is important. These are the folks who ensure that our economy is continuing to function. They're the folks that are contributing every single day. They're the folks showing up to work and making sure that they can put food on the table. Mr. Speaker, the people I'm speaking about are the people that the middle class often leaves behind. A class of people that is growing in this country. Those who need, those who are in desperation, those who can't afford to put food on the table. This is the class of people that are falling behind. It's incumbent on the government to ensure that no one falls behind, particularly when it comes to the needs of Canadians, when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to mental health. We can make the investments that lift these people out of the condition they're in. They don't want a handout, they want a hand up, and we can provide that to them because they're people with dignity. They're people with tremendous stories and life experience that deserve the respect that every worker needs. And Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude with this. We can eliminate poverty in this country. It's not a matter of money, it's a matter of will.
A commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will thank my colleague for his speech. One thing I found interesting that he was talking about was the was the drug addiction crisis that we are faced with in this country. And one of the things that the Conservatives are focused on doing is providing more treatment for people who are in need of receiving treatment. I've had many mothers come to my office and talk to me about either somebody in their immediate family or someone that they're an acquaintance of, and how their son or their daughter is unable to get the treatment that they deserve because of a lack of beds and a lack of access. So I'm just wondering if the member would agree with me that treatment is what these people need, so they have hope to be able to get their life back on track, so they can become regular members of society once again.
Member for Edmonton Griesba.
Mr. Speaker, I want to preface my comments on the opioid crisis and the drug poisoning crisis with mentioning the lives that have been lost. We've already lost thousands across this country. People who die can't seek treatment. That's the problem we're in. You can make as many beds as you'd like, but if we're not addressing the stigma and the barriers to getting that support, we're not doing these folks any favors. We need to ensure that we understand the critical points of how this crisis is affecting us. And we need to ensure that poverty plays a role, understand that poverty plays a role in that. We can ensure that people have options, and most times, these folks often need access to what is a healthcare problem in their lives, and we can, of course, ensure that there's benefits towards treatment, but that can't be the only solution. There's no silver bullet to this problem. We need to have a holistic problem that addresses the conditions to why people are entering this kind of state, and that means anti-poverty measures. That means ensuring that we have good, safe access to a safe supply. That means ensuring that we can meet these people where they're at.
A commentaire, l'honorable député de Berthier.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke a lot about poverty, and I'd like to come back to the question of seniors. In the Bloc Québécois, we recently held a symposium in Shefford, where our critic on the matter lives. We heard from experts who sadly confirmed our interpretation, which is that the Liberal government's policy to not increase or index old age security from 65 is a message sent to seniors, which is to tell them, if you don't have enough money, well, you just better go back to work. But not everyone can get a job after 65. Some people are ill. Some have very physically demanding jobs, and so they can't go back to these jobs. I think it's extremely unfortunate to send this kind of message. If you want to encourage people over 65 to go back to work, maybe you could offer them tax credits, but we shouldn't engage in age discrimination. I'd like to hear from my colleague.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin with saying thank you to my colleague for bringing up an important topic and advocating for seniors. Mr. Speaker, seniors are the same people who built this country. They're the same people who fought for our freedoms. They're the same people who ensured that we have the kind of beautiful blessings we do today. And they're asking for basic respect, they're asking for basic decency, and that begins with ensuring that the systems that they've built work for them. The position that the government has on in not indexing OAS to 65 and rather picking an arbitrary number at 75 is disrespectful. I agree with the member. That is one of the most disrespectful things a government can do when, after a lifetime of hard work, these people are left not having the kind of supports they need is shameful.
Continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I must admit, when I first came here today. I didn't realize that we would be discussing such an important topic, but I'm glad that we are. I think that there are a number of recommendations in this report from the Finance Committee that is being concurred in at this point, and I'm very much looking forward to talking about some of the recommendations in here. I'm going to focus my conversations on really two areas that I have great interest in that are referenced in this report. Well, the first would be with respect to electric vehicles and electrifying our grid. The second is with respect to fossil fuel subsidies and a recommendation in here that references those specifically. First of all, in prelude to my conversation around electric vehicles and the incentivifications that are in this report and the recommendations that are in this report, I think it's important to reflect on where this country and indeed developed nations have come in terms of electric vehicles and zero-emission vehicles, more generally speaking. It's worth noting that in 2017, only 1% of vehicles that were registered in Canada were considered electric vehicles. By 2019, that was at 2.9%. And by 2022, in the first quarter of 2022, it was at 7.7% and is said to be as high as 10%. So that means that at 10% of the vehicles currently being registered right now are electric vehicles. This is important. This is very important, and I will attempt to explain why, Mr. Speaker. If people are familiar with the 5 stages of technological adoption, they're probably familiar with the bell curve that talks about the diffusion of new technologies. And basically what you have, Mr. Speaker, is at the front end of that bell curve, you have the first 2.5% of people. These are the innovators. These are the people that go out and buy things because they genuinely believe in them. They're willing to pay, exorbitant amounts of money because often they can in order for to be the first people to have these new technologies. After that, the next 13.5%, Mr. Speaker, are the early adopters. These are the people that buy things for the purposes of, believing in the cause. They're starting to see a price point that works for their budget, and they go out and they buy them. After that, you have the early majority. These are people who are basically buying because this is 34% of the people that are buying because they've seen other people do it and now they want to do it. You have the late majority. These are the people that are buying because they pretty much have to at this point. And then at the very end, the last, I believe it's 15 or 16%, are the laggards. And these are basically the people that have to buy it because they have no other choice than to buy the technology that everybody else has adopted. Why I bring this up, Mr. Speaker, is because at 10%, we are past the halfway point through the early adopters. And once you hit 15%, the threshold between the early adopters and the early majority, that's the tipping point. Once you hit that point in terms of market penetration, you will see everything start to move very quickly. And so if we can say that 10% of the vehicles right now that are being registered in Canada, as of right now, are electric vehicles, we're only 5% away from that tipping point. Once we hit that tipping point, things will move very, very quickly. And so I think it is incumbent upon government to be prepared for this. It is coming. It's going to happen. We know that there's an EV revolution. We know that we need to revolutionize the way that we produce and store and transmit electricity. And that's why I was very glad to see a number of recommendations in this report that specifically speak to that. Anybody who has heard me speak in this House around this subject knows that I'm very passionate about electric vehicles, and I'll speak to it just about any opportunity that I have. But it's important because we have the ability to tackle a very important problem. We have the ability on an individual level to tackle a very important issue, and that is obviously climate change. I'm very proud of the fact that there are industries setting up right around my community, Kingston and the Islands. The first would be Umicore, which is actually in a neighboring riding that's represented by a Conservative member in this House. That's Hastings, Lennox and Addington. Umicore is a European-based company that has chosen to come to Ontario in her riding, and great credit to the folks in her riding who were able to do the incredible work to attract this multi-billion-dollar company company to Hastings, Lennox, and Addington. They are going to be building the largest battery manufacturing facility for electric vehicles in North America. Something like $5 billion in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, just outside of my riding to the west of me. And I think that this is incredible, because as we see these new technologies developing, as we see these more and more people being interested in electric vehicles, Canada has the opportunity to be at the forefront of this. We have the opportunity to be ahead of this. We have the opportunity to export the technology once it's being developed here. And so it's very important. It's very important for our area, but it's also very important for the country. The other aspect to this, because quite often the argument when I get into discussions with people, whether through social media or in person, about electric vehicles is, well, what about the mining and the lithium and all the negative environmental impacts that go into the production of the required elements in order to make these batteries? That is extremely harmful to the environment, is the ongoing narrative. And I'm not going to stand here and try to dismiss that. I think that those are valid concerns. But what I can say, Mr. Speaker, is there's another industry that's starting to emerge in our country. Another industry that has one of the first plants to do this is located in my riding. If you can believe this, Mr. Speaker, in the northern part of Kingston, we call it in Kingston north of Princess, because Princess Street is the dividing line pretty much between our city. There's an old industrial area. I mean old, like going back to the 40s and 50s, like original industrial area in Kingston, outside of the shipyard building that was more along the water. And in this area, there is a company called Li-Cycle that has started to recycle lithium batteries. They receive lithium batteries from throughout the country. These are at end of life for electric vehicles, or a vehicle's been in an accident and the vehicle's written off. All these batteries, there are actually only two facilities in Canada that are doing this right now, using different technologies, one being in my riding, one being on the West Coast. And they take these batteries and can recycle up to 97 or 98% of that battery. So, and they can create a brand new or they can break it down into the elements in order to create brand new EV batteries. So, unlike fossil fuels, Mr. Speaker, where we extract oil out of the ground, refine it, produce gasoline that we fill up our tanks, and once it's burned, it's gone, creates CO2, and it's in the atmosphere. Unlike that, once an EV battery hits its end of life, it can now be transferred and broken down into the original elements to make a new battery using 97% of that original battery. And so I think that it is very telling about what the technologies have to offer as we move into the future. So Li-Cycle is another great success story. It's actually where the Prime Minister chose to bring the President of the European, the EU, the European Union, when she came to visit a couple weeks ago, to this facility in my riding, of which I should note they are now expanding because the current location is too small, and they're building a new facility 10 times the size, still in my riding, just on more the west side of the city. So very excited about that. Now, I'll come to the recommendations that are in this report, given that prelude that I have made to this point. Recommendation 41 specifically talks about zero-emission vehicles and rebates for low and modest income individuals and families. Now, this is a program, according to the report, that was based on another program from California, and I think that it has great potential. Of course, one of the barriers, especially when you go back to the bell curve that I talked about earlier, if you're an innovator or an early adopter, you're paying more than the average person can for these technologies. If we can try to assist individuals to be able to access the technology sooner, we will hit that tipping point sooner. So I'm very glad to see that a recommendation is put in here that specifically tries to encourage and give access to individuals of lower or modest income in terms of rebates when they're looking to purchase a zero-emissions vehicle. There's also another, within recommendation 41, a reference to green cash for clunkers, which I can only assume is to provide people with money that goes towards green technologies if they trade in old vehicles that are notorious for being large emitters. There's also a rebate suggestion in recommendation 41 for taxis and car sharing services. And the important thing about that, Mr. Speaker, is that they specifically say that these rebates should be stackable. So you don't have to choose between one and the other. Again, really trying to help individuals and businesses as it relates to taxis or car sharing to penetrate into this market. And then, of course, there's the educational programs that are also referenced in recommendation 41 about educating the public on zero-emission vehicles, how to access them, what they're actually like driving, and what benefits they have to the environment. I also noticed in here that recommendation set 178 talks about a goal of 1 million EV parking stalls to be installed in apartments and condos throughout Canada. Again, another great recommendation. I asked my Bloc colleague earlier about Quebec's success, and the reality is that Quebec has had tremendous success in this. Quebec entered into an agreement back in, I believe it was 2006, with California and Ontario to develop the cap and trade model, which incentivized electrifying the grid, which put incentivization into transitioning away from fossil fuels. And Ontario, when Doug Ford came along, decided to get out of it. And in that short period of time, Mr. Speaker, since Doug Ford has been Premier, the difference between Ontario and Quebec as it relates to electrifying the grid and providing car charging stations is night and day. I recently drove with my wife through Quebec last summer, and it is almost impossible not to find an electric vehicle charging station once you enter into the province of Quebec, because they've been so progressive when it comes to ensuring that the infrastructure is there. And so I think that the federal government needs to take a lead and tell other provinces, you need to start being more like Quebec when it comes to electrifying the capacity to charge vehicles, because it's absolutely key if we're just about at that tipping point. Doug Ford and the rest of the premiers are going to find themselves in a lot of trouble very shortly once we hit that tipping point, and suddenly they realize that they don't have the capacity. And I would like to warn them in advance. I don't want to have to say I told you so, but I'd like to warn them in advance that this was all foreseeable years ago. Quebec saw it. Ontario saw it. Ontario bailed. Quebec didn't. And Quebec is now ready for it, and will be even more ready as we get towards that tipping point. I also saw that recommendation 179 specifically talks about EV requirements and putting them into the National Building Code. Why is this important? Most provinces in Canada rely on the National Building Code as its building code. Some provinces, like Ontario and Quebec, have their own building codes, but they're very heavily influenced by the National Building Code. Ensuring that within the National Building Code, we are telling people, we're telling contractors, when you're building a new house, you gotta put in the hard wiring for an EV station, even if it's not gonna be installed now. Running 10 gauge or 8 gauge wire, whatever's required for that at the construction phase, is a lot cheaper than asking a homeowner to do it retroactively after their house is being built. I live in a brand new condo it was brand new when I moved in 2015 in Ottawa. I almost fell out of my seat when I saw that they didn't have some capacity for electric vehicle charging within that condo, within that building, as are the vast majority of buildings in the downtown area of Ottawa and other municipalities throughout this province for that matter. We need to put it into the building code saying, when you're building a new building, you have to at least have the infrastructure, the hardwiring in place to ensure that we can deal with this when the time comes. And then I also noticed that recommendation 181 included EV charging installation for EV readiness of energy efficiency programs for older homes. Older homes in this country, especially those 40 years and older, but a lot of them only have 60 amp services that are running into their homes, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. And the reality is that a 60 amp service realistically can't handle what is required. So putting incentivizations in place to helping people with older homes be able to upgrade those to 100 or 200 amp services will be beneficial in the long run when it comes to EVs. So I'm very glad to see all this very important work in there regarding EVs. And I really hope that the government picks up on some of these recommendations, because I think that they are very meaningful. I don't know how the committee came to them. I don't know if it was, Liberals or Bloc or the Bloc and the NDP that pushed these through. My sense is that the Conservatives probably didn't have a ton to do with it, with all due respect, but I am very glad to see these in there, and I certainly will reference this back when I'm talking to my government about these recommendations. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in the last few minutes that I have, I want to talk about a recommendation. I have recommendation 6, but I think it may have been slightly different. But anyways, I'll read it to you. It says, regarding fossil fuel subsidies, that we divert subsidies from the fossil fuel sector towards the development of renewable and efficient energy sources while supporting those most impacted by this transition. I think that this is absolutely key. And if there's one criticism that I have of my government, Mr. Speaker, because despite the fact that many people in this House think that I am just here to be the mouthpiece of my government in this House, if there's one, don't nod your head, Mr. Speaker, you're not supposed to have an opinion on this. If there's one thing that I'm critical of, it's our speed at which we have been removing fossil fuel subsidies. I know we've been doing it. We've been doing a lot of work on it. We've slowly been getting there. I understand that there are always circumstances that create scenarios that make things harder to do with great haste, but I believe that we should not be subsidizing the fossil fuel industry, full stop. That is my position on it. That's my position that has been for a number of years on it. That's my own personal position, and I tell you that I continue to make that known to those in charge on this side of the House. That's my position. Now, having said that, the NDP will quite often say that we've actually increased fossil fuel subsidies. And I might even get a question on this. But I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, where we have increased money is helping certain regions of the country deal with orphan oil wells. Now, I know, and I don't disagree, that those that created the wells should have been responsible to deal with them at the end of life. But guess what? In many cases, they didn't. And so it falls on somebody to be responsible, and in this case, that somebody has to be the federal government and provincial government working together. So, I do not consider money that is being used to deal with orphan wells that have been completely abandoned and there's no ability to create a recourse with those responsible. I do not consider that to be a fossil fuel subsidy. I consider that being the right societal thing to do, regardless of who has to pay for it. If there is any way to go back and get the proper funding from those responsible to pay for it, I will be completely supportive of that. But I will not just stand by and watch an orphan oil well sit there and not insist that we do something about it. So I don't include dealing with orphan oil wells as a fossil fuel subsidy. So to that end, we have been moving in the right direction. I want to move faster in that direction. I see that this recommendation specifically talks about moving there quickly. It talks about using those funds specifically to support those most impacted in this transition. There are a ton of new opportunities and new technologies out there. I think that the government could do very well by helping those transition into working in these new clean technologies. There are tremendous opportunities in the future. I am not here in any way to advocate that we abandon the sectors of our country that have supported this country for so long. I'm rather here to say, let's do our part in helping them transition. And I think that this recommendation is good, very good in that regard, and it points us in the right direction. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the movers of this motion for allowing me to talk about this very important discussion today. And good news, Mr. Speaker, I do plan to stay here for the next 10 minutes to answer any questions that my colleagues have.
Well, firstly, I just want to apologize to the member. I was just agreeing that I can understand why members in the House would think that you are a spokesperson for the government. So that's just one thing. And secondly, I'm waiting for my invite to see the battery recycling organization, because those complicated battery packs are, I'm sure, are complicated to work on, let alone recycle. So questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the member's speech, and I heard him at the very end acknowledge he didn't name a province, but it was pretty clear he was talking about Alberta, and thanked it for supporting the country for so long. And I think that I'd like to make sure that we do identify or be clear about which province he was talking about. And that was quite an acknowledgement from this member that the industry that this government has attacked and vilified and from time to time actually negatively characterized the entire province, to acknowledge that it's the extent to which it's been financially underwriting the public services that the entire country relies on. So I do thank him for that. But I wonder if he would maybe comment on the amendment to the motion that was made today and the Blue Seal system that has been proposed by the opposition, and does he agree that we should move toward recognizing credentials, and will he support the amendment then and get this recommendation before the government?
Parliamentary Secretary.
If I left anything to wonder, Mr. Speaker, I was certain, I think that a lot of what I was talking about was Alberta. I wouldn't say Alberta exclusively, but indeed, Alberta and the fossil fuel sector has supported this country for a very long time. Although I am very much in favor of moving away from fossil fuels, I am not here to say that I would turn my back on those that have helped this country for so long. And indeed, I agree with that recommendation that specifically talks about helping the transition so that Alberta can and those other affected regions can see new opportunities and benefit from those new opportunities. With respect to his question, I can't support the amendment because the amendment says that we delete everything else beforehand. But do I support the idea of the Blue Seal program? Listen, it's a great program. We need a lot, and I must admit I didn't hear the entire amendment. I don't have a copy of it. But if it is what I understand it to be, I think that there are a lot of individuals with skills in this country that need to be accredited. We need people working in this country, and everything that we can do to ensure that those that have the same skills to the standards of Canada have the opportunities to participate in those workforces.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would sincerely like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. It was an excellent speech from beginning to end. He thought a great deal about it, and it's heartwarming to see that the report of the committee that we adopted together as a group, I'm pleased to see it being debated today, especially concerning the proposals concerning electric vehicles. We worked across party lines to get to this, and so it's very heartwarming. There were also a number of proposals concerning the fight against tax evasion. We worked together on that as well in committee, and the Honourable Member for Pontiac did excellent work on that. Now, here's my question. Something that I noticed in the Parliamentary Secretary's speech concerned battery recycling, as you mentioned as well, Mr. Speaker. Now, often we say, well, electrical vehicles, well, it takes a lot of resources to make the batteries. And I'd like to hear more from the Honourable Member concerning recycling. Is it economically viable? And where is it at? Is the industry at its height?
Thank you for that question to the member from the bloc. And it certainly is economically viable. It's to the point where there's a company in my constituency called Li-Cycle that is building a new facility that is 10 times the size of the existing facility. So it's clearly something that is economical because this is just going to be a booming industry. The reality is, and this is what I was trying to say in my speech, is that when you talk about fossil fuels to run vehicles, we're extracting fossil fuel from the ground, we're burning it. When we're done burning it, it's pollution in the air, and that's the end of story. We extract more. With electric vehicles, we have companies, and I mean, this is a new company. They're just at the beginning of the technology, and they're already able to recycle 97% of the battery. They're taking the battery, ripping it down to its core elements, and then giving it to the battery manufacturing plants that are building brand new batteries out of it. So although that lithium needs to be mined the original time, every time after that, that same lithium can go on to serve many vehicles as the recycling process gives the opportunity and gives the ingredients to make new batteries.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Edmonton.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for bringing up the condition of orphan wells and across the country, but in particular in my home province of Alberta. It's no secret that these orphan wells, some of them dating back many decades, are a huge pollutant. And Indigenous communities are the communities that are the #1 impacted by these sites. I grew up in an area in northeast Alberta, just north of the Coal Lake oil sands, and in this location, we have some of the largest number of abandoned and orphan wells. It's been known by the government ever since the first orphan well happened that these sites would need remediation. Why didn't the government take action to ensure that the companies put aside money to ensure that these projects were actually remediated in a proper way, and that our environmental laws allowed for these kinds of projects to actually have the enforcement that's necessary to hold these companies accountable? I agree that today taxpayers are stuck with the problem, unfortunately, that the years of delay and years of mismanagement and the kind of ignoring of the oil sector's misdealings have presented. Why not ensure that the corporations moving forward actually are held to account and put the resources aside to clean them up themselves?
Parliamentary Secretary.
That is an absolutely excellent question, and I wish I knew the answer to it, and I don't. I was in municipal government before coming here, and from the minute that we built a brand new building, we already started building a reserve fund to deal with the challenges that the building would face years and decades down the road. Why on earth we would allow a company to, drill into the ground? If you go into a municipality and you want to do a site plan, you want to, build a new building, you have to give the municipality a deposit on your site plan. If you don't deliver on what your site plan says you'll do, the municipality can come in and pay for it. Why on earth that wasn't set up for oil wells, I don't know. I can respect the fact that the times must have been different then. Who knows what the circumstances were like, but I think in hindsight, it was just not the right thing to do of all successive government or all previous governments that have dealt with this.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that my colleague, while speaking, brought up the issue of the batteries and the importance of it for the electrical vehicle industry. Not just that, I think is also a very important thing for the energy storage, which makes the renewable power generations like solar and wind much more viable going forward. I should congratulate him that adjacent to his riding, he has got one of the biggest battery plant coming up, and in his riding, Lee Cycle has started a processing facility, recycling unit. I would like to ask him whether he agrees with me that weakest link in the entire ecosystem of battery manufacturing is actually mining of the critical minerals that is required, that goes into the manufacture of batteries. And the federal government has entered into agreement with various provinces, like with Ontario table, where we try to align the resources, the timelines, and the regulatory process to fasten up the mining projects. But does he agree with me that that's the weakest link, and we need a sort of Team Canada approach to make sure that we get the real mining companies start extracting and delivering the critical mines that is required for the battery industries?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, first of all, I just say I appreciate the question. That Li-Cycle is in my riding. However, the new plant that's going to open is in a Conservative riding next door to me. So I think it's something that both Liberals and Conservatives should be celebrating. But I would say, to his question, the weakest link is in the mining, and he's absolutely right. And we've all seen those videos on Facebook. We've all seen the reports of the conditions in which individuals are required to mine these products and these minerals. We're rich in terms of our resources with respect to those. We have standards in this country that will ensure that it is not one of the weakest links. And I think that there's great opportunity there for Canada moving into the future. So I certainly think that we need to establish that as soon as possible. I think that our government is working on it. And the only other thing that I would say is that, when we talk about these technologies, they're evolving very quickly, and there are new opportunities that are coming along. We are just in the earliest phases of this, and I think that as time goes on, it's really going to take off, and we're going to see incredible progress.
Quick question and response to the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sorry, I'm trying to make this as quick as possible. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has opened up a personal reflection on his deep commitment around climate action. I saw that in his face when we debated here at an emergency debate October 2018, when the IPCC said the future of humanity is at stake. We have very little time. And I put to the honourable member, we're in no better position now than we were in October 2018 because we have not taken the immediate required action to ensure we have any hope of holding to 1.5 degrees or 2. So as uncomfortable as it is, I would ask him to rethink the commitment to continuing to say this government is on the right track, because this government continues to boost fossil fuel production, this government continues to promote building the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and this government is living in a world of cognitive dissonance, believing it's doing the right thing while it keeps its foot on the accelerator to climate hell. I'm sorry, but that's the reality.
We are out of time, but I will allow the member to answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I do remember that debate vividly. I sat where she is. She was right across the aisle from me, Mr. Speaker, and it was a very emotional and passionate debate on all sides of the House. I would do anything that I can in my power to expedite this even faster. I realize that the UN recently just said we have to make significant changes by 2040, if I recall what was just released. Anything that I can do, I'm more than willing to work with my colleague on that and push our government, and any government for that matter, to work harder and faster on this. Thank you.
Continuing debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any tax increase on Canadians during a cost of living crisis is just plain wrong. So I've opposed the increase that's going to happen on April 1st to the carbon tax. I opposed payroll tax increases that took effect earlier this year. And for years, I've spoken against the automatic alcohol escalator. So with the budget coming up next week, these are tax increases that were imposed on Canadians and are going to be imposed on Canadians unless this government decides to reverse its course. And those would be key recommendations I would have as we're debating the concurrence in the recommendations made to this government. Canadians can't afford to pay higher prices with smaller paychecks. They can't do it, Mr. Speaker. And that is the type of relief for Canadians that I'm looking for in the budget. But the automatic excise escalator on alcohol is actually an especially insidious tax. It's a tax that automatically takes effect, in this case next weekend, without a confidence vote of the chamber, without compelling government to come to the chamber and allow elected members to have their say on it. And that's why last March, Mr. Speaker, I tabled Bill C-266, an act to abolish the excise duty escalator on alcohol. And last night, I had hoped to have an opportunity to get some remarks onto the record about that. And there were some extraordinary events last night for those of us that were here. And I'm not going to get into what happened last night, but it resulted in my inability to get into that debate, and so I want to add some remarks today as we debate concurrence, because that is a recommendation that I would have hoped to see in this report, and it's what I would hope that the government would do next week in its budget, because it's the right thing to do, to repeal the escalator. So and I know what the Liberals are going to say. They're going to say that the excise escalator makes excise just like other kinds of sales taxes that go up each year as prices rise, and that all kinds of things, including benefits paid to Canadians, are tied to inflation. So why not tie the excise on alcohol to inflation? They're going to say that, well, this increase is so small that nobody could even notice. They're going to say that, Mr. Speaker. They falsely claimed, and it's false actually, when they claim that the tax increase is less than a penny on a can of beer, because they deliberately and purposely ignore the effect that the increase on excise has on a chain of other taxes that are applied after. So there are the provincial markups, there are the provincial excise, there are the sales taxes at both federal and provincial governments, fortunately not in Alberta, but everywhere else in Canada. So these taxes are taxes on taxes. There's markup on that tax. So it's more than what they have falsely claimed it to be, less than a penny per can of beer. Now, I meant to inform you, Mr. Speaker, from the outset that I am splitting my time with the member for Kelowna Lake Country, so we'll look forward to her remarks. And she is from a region that produces wine, and the escalator is dear to her as well. We know that. So a couple of weeks ago, I was in my own neighborhood. I dropped into Al's Pizza, and I think most members of this chamber probably would recognize a place like Al's Pizza, a good, solid family restaurant, serves the neighborhood. He's been in business for 35 years. Everybody knows Al's Pizza in the neighborhood. Good pizza, makes a great carbonara, good guy. I talked to him and I said, can your customers afford higher prices? Well, he said, absolutely not. He knows that his customers they're strapped. His customers are feeling the bite of inflation. His customers are feeling the bite of the carbon tax. They have had their paychecks shrunk with payroll tax increases. They can't afford to pay higher prices that he would have to pass on when his costs go up. So he's aware that he can't pass on higher prices. But, Mr. Speaker, he's a small business person. He can't afford to just absorb a new tax. And it's not just Al, who's one restaurateur that I happen to speak with. Restaurants Canada have made it clear to this Parliament, and they've testified before at the Finance Committee, that look, they're in a tight margin, competitive business, that a high cost, low margin business that can't afford additional prices. They can't afford to just absorb this new tax. And, so the questions that Canadians should be, or parliamentarians should be asking, they should have been asking themselves before they voted on this last night as an oppo motion, but if my bill, 266, should come to this Parliament, they need to ask themselves, can Canadians afford higher prices? Well, we know they can't. The cost of housing has doubled. Interest rates are through the roof. The cost of transportation, the cost of groceries have all gone up under this government. And as a result of this government's disastrous policies of running irresponsible deficits before COVID, running irresponsible deficits after COVID, it's been a consistent policy of fiscal mismanagement that has fueled inflation. So no, consumers can't afford to pay higher taxes. Can the industry afford higher taxes? Well, no, they can't. With labor shortages, with the high costs of energy imposed by the carbon tax, with ever-increasing business taxes at municipal levels, and the high cost of commercial rent, there's no room for this for a tax like the excise, the increase on alcohol. So they can't absorb it. The question that should be asked then is, can industry support this? What about the manufacturers? Well, the manufacturers can't afford anything else either. The excise escalator makes Canadian products non-competitive with other producers. And so no, our world-renowned vintners, our world-renowned wineries, our world-renowned breweries and distillers, they can't just absorb it. So we can't let this country become a place where a simple pleasure like enjoying a bottle of wine with a loved one becomes an unaffordable luxury beyond the means of working people. We can't let this country become a place where enjoying a beer with colleagues after work on a Friday becomes a luxury that people can't afford. It can't become a place where a family celebration can't include a toast because nobody can afford any kind of libation. This can't be a country where the hard-working men and women at Canada's wineries, distilleries, and breweries are thrown out of work and rendered unemployed as the businesses collapse with an inability to compete in world markets. So it also, Mr. Speaker, can't become a country where governments no longer have to face a confidence motion in the House and go to the elected people when they want to increase the tax in order to fund their spending. That is the basic principle of Parliament, going back to the time of King John, that when the King or his government, in this case the Prime Minister and his cabinet, want to spend more money and tax people, the principle is that they put it to a vote in Parliament, not put tax increases on autopilot. So with that, I think I'm running out of time. That's why I had tabled 266. I've got a minute, it looks like. I would encourage all members to support repeal of the automatic excise escalator. It is good policy, it's good for consumers, it's good for workers, and it's good for the principles of parliamentary government. So with that, I will take questions, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver-Grenville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I'm a little curious. The member opposite spoke about the importance of making life more affordable for Canadians, yet voted against childcare, which has been proven to make life more affordable for Canadians. They voted against every single measure that has come forward to make life more affordable. But he spoke about the importance of dealing with the excise tax, and we all want to make life more affordable for Canadians. So I'm curious, he mentioned that even though it is 0.7 cents approximately per can of beer or bottle of beer, that there are other compounding factors. Can you tell us what the precise amount of impact would be on a bottle or can of beer?
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
It's different in every province. It's fairly complicated. I'm not going to give them a run through because I don't have time. I will merely say that it's quite astonishing that the government's main defense of the automatic excise escalator is they're only raising taxes a little bit. They're not raising them that much. So why should people complain? We're just putting the taxes up every year on people amidst an affordability crisis. No tax increase is acceptable at this time. They should reduce that tax at least back to the 2017 levels before they brought in the automatic escalator that nobody has voted for the annual increase.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. In his statement, he talked about tax on alcohol, and at the Bloc, we waged a battle last year to exempt ciders and other alcohols from this tax. But there's something missing. We're talking about berry alcohols as well, and also alcohols that are made from maple syrup. Does my colleague agree that these artisanal alcohols have nothing to do with mass commercial production that should be exempted from tax, just like cider? The honourable member for Calgary.
Good question. I haven't given significant thought to those products that he mentions and the taxes that are placed on them. But my first reaction is almost always, my instincts are going to be to agree, and that I don't support additional taxes or taxes. Taxes are so high in this country, especially our taxes on alcohol are among the highest in the world. The most expensive ingredient in beer, wine, or spirits in Canada is taxes. It's more than half of the cost of many products. In fact, Spirits Canada say up to 80% in some spirits of the cost at the retail level is tax. So I thank the member for bringing that segment of the market into this debate, and I would tend. My first instinct is to agree with him.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And often talk about support needed for families. And, you know, I certainly, along with my colleagues, believe in supporting a robust social safety net to make sure families have what they need, including dental care. Dental care, as we know, our teeth are part of our bodies. And if we want to support good health, we need to also support holistic health, which includes our teeth. And I'm wondering if the member shares my opinion that we need to put in place a national dental care strategy so that all individuals that live in Canada can access proper dental care. Thank you.
Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, I agree with the dental care is a very important thing for families, and I understand. I mean, I understand the costs and concerns around access to dental care. I am also concerned that this government's approach to just about everything it's done is to harm the ability to have a robust economy that can afford sustainable programs that Canadians rely on. And I have concerns about cost or how any type of system would work. I have no confidence, certainly, in this government to deliver one. And I encourage the members of the NDP, including the member for Winnipeg Centre, to maybe apply a little bit more, demand a little more accountability for the failures of this government on any of a host of issues, perhaps including dental care.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise to speak on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. And today we are discussing the Finance Committee's pre-budget consultation report. And I want to start off by saying right out of the gate that, and I've talked about this many times in the House here, that I oppose all, and Conservatives oppose, all increases of taxes at this time. And this includes excise tax increase, payroll tax increase, and carbon tax increase. And the last one, we know, increases the price of everything that is shipped across the country. To set the plate here, we have 40-year high inflation, and we know that food inflation is higher. You know, when we're looking at inflation when it was around 6%, food inflation was over 11%. It's almost double. And I did a survey actually in my community. I will send out these surveys that go to every residence, and it's amazing how many thousands of people mail back these surveys. It's such great information for me. It's such a great way for me to gain feedback from the community, in addition to all the other type of outreach that I do. And I would say that a lot of people that filled out that survey, over 70% of them said that their food costs were actually up over 20%, either 20 or 30%. So of course food prices can be higher regionally across the country. And when we're talking about food inflation being this high, it definitely makes it very hard for everyone to pay their bills, and in particular people that are on fixed incomes like seniors. We know that it's been reported that 1.5 million people went to a food bank just in 1 month. And, you know, just before I came into here to debate this today, I had the honor of sitting for a while today on the Finance Committee, and where there was a chief economist from a bank, and he was saying that he expects insolvencies to increase. We know that CIBC has said that 1 in 5 of the mortgages that they have in their portfolio are in a position where the borrower's monthly payment was not high enough to cover even the interest portion of that loan. So people are struggling, and now is not the time to be increasing any taxes. And so the one that I would like to talk about today for most of the time is the excise tax increase. And so just to go back a little bit on this tax increase. This was back in 2017 when the Liberals had put in this escalator tax on the alcohol excise tax. And escalator really is just a fancy bureaucratic word for automatic. So it's an automatic tax increase that does not go to budgets and debate every year. And at the time, Conservatives and industries, stakeholders had asked the government not to do this. They were very concerned that it might trigger trade challenges, which in fact it did, with Australia. And so during that time, Australia was saying that it was unfair, and over the course of a few years, what ended up happening was there was an agreement that was made with Australia. And the agreement that was announced on the Canadian side here was that, well, because part of this as well, I should mention, is that there were wineries that had domestically grown grapes that were made into wine that were exempt from paying the excise tax. And this was done many, many years ago in order to build up the industry, to assist this value-added industry and agriculture. And so the agreement was that now these wineries, and then we later learned cideries as well, had to start paying this excise tax. So that was the agreement that the Canadian government had announced. Back in Australia, they were announcing that they won the trade challenge. So it was just kind of interesting how the communications came out. And so what's happened with that is then the Canadian government has had to come up with different formulas to sort of fix those situations with the domestic wineries. But in addition to that, we do have this excise tax that is increasing every year. And the thing with it is that it's tied to the CPI index, which means it's tied to inflation. So therefore, when inflation is higher, this tax increase is higher, which in fact then perpetuates inflation even more. And so what's happening as of April 1st is it will be the highest tax increase ever at 6.3%. And already, because the inflation has been high this year, it will already be tracking to have a high tax increase as we go into next year. But just dealing with this year, this is really going to affect the producers. And it's not only the manufacturers, which would be the wineries, breweries, cideries, and distilleries. This tax increase then trickles down to the retailers that would be selling these products. It trickles down to the restaurants who are still having a really tough time coming out of the pandemic, and of course, ultimately consumers. And so just for disclosure, I worked for 27 years in the British Columbia beer and wine industry. And so I've worked on all sides of the industry. And I remember at different times when, for example, the provincial government was changing some of their formulas around taxation. And so a winery would, or a brewery would have to make a very difficult decision. How long do you absorb that increase? Because just to really simplify things as an example, your wine might be on the shelf at $19.99 a bottle. And so now you've got to make the choice, do I put it up to $20.19? It's such an odd number. So they would kind of make the decision to keep it at that price for a while, but then realize, we really can't. We have to eventually pass this on. So then they'll make a decision. They'll eat the, kind of take the hit for a while, but ultimately it has to be passed on. And so those are the tough decisions that business owners, and especially small business owners, make every day. In Kelowna Lake Country myself, I have 27 wineries, 21 breweries, and 8 cideries and distilleries combined. And so these are farm-to-glass industries. These are value-added industries. All of these will be affected. And this is just another cost that will be added on that doesn't have to be, because there's no benefit to those organizations. It is strictly a tax, and we should not be increasing any taxes at this time. We know that small businesses represent most of the businesses in Canada. They represent most of the businesses in my community. And, as I was talking about the trickle-down effects of this, Restaurants Canada showed that more than 50% of licensed restaurants in Canada are losing money or barely breaking even. So again, as these cost increases are being passed on, it will affect them. The CFIB reported the average small business took on $150,000 in new debt. Now, most of them haven't paid this debt off. And of course, with rising interest rates, their debt is costing more. So any of them that work in this industry, this will just be affecting them even more. Beer Canada wrote on behalf of 8 brewery worker unions, and I'll just give you a quote here from them. Canada is experiencing the highest cost of living increases in a generation. This is squeezing family budgets and making workers in the brewery sector nervous about their jobs. Wine Growers Canada wrote to the Minister of Finance, and they said, quote, with the addition of federal/provincial and retail ad valorem taxes in the I'm not sure if that's spelled correctly, in the pricing chain, the next rise in excise duty will increase wine prices by at least 10 cents per litre, with long-term impacts on restaurants, hotels, bars, retailers, farmers, and the wine growers. So you can see that this is going to dramatically affect a lot of these industries. I myself wrote to the finance minister recently, and I'll just quote part of what I wrote to her. I said, quote, producers will be left with the choice of absorbing this cost increase and adding it to their debt loads, or passing on this cost to both consumers and our restaurant and hospitality businesses, fueling inflation more. So I've written the finance minister on this. I haven't heard back from her. I will also say that when I was first elected back in 2019, this was one of the first topics that I started advocating on because I had so many people, small businesses in my riding, come to me saying that this affects them every year, and that was before we had this record high inflation. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I know that my time is here, but I just want to say that I'm standing with small businesses in my riding and across Canada, and we need to stop all tax increases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now we have time for a very quick exchange, a minute. We only have a minute left. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her discourse today. And you know, there's certainly a popular discussion right now around the alcohol escalator tax. I'm receiving a lot of feedback from constituents as well, and I continue to bring them forward to the government. But I'm just wondering, you know, what would be the most important thing that the member is looking for in the budget ahead? Because certainly we're facing so many issues. You know, we're looking for environmental leadership, we're looking for reconciliation, healthcare. What would be the biggest thing that the member would be looking for towards next week? Thank you.
Colonial Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that I spoke to this in my speech, is that we need to cut taxes. We need to have no tax increases, and we also need to look at ways that we can cut taxes for small businesses, for families. That has to be a priority. We should not be increasing any taxes at this time. That should not be in the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. Is the question ready? Is the House ready for the question? The question is follows. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Finance presented on Friday, March 10, 2023, be concurred in. With the amendment, Monsieur Halland.
Mr. Halland, seconded by Mr. Aitchison, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
The Standing Committee on Finance presented on Friday, March 10th, 2023, be now not concurred in, but be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Finance with instruction. May I dispense? Thank you. The question is on the amendment. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to the amendment be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Edmonton, Forest Lawn.
Millwood.
Edmonton, Millwood.
We would like a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric of motions. No? Okay. All right, moving on to petitions. Présentation de pétitions, presenting of petitions. The honourable member for Provencher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise in the House today and present a petition from hundreds
of Canadians that have expressed their concerns with the comments from Louis Waugh of the Quebec College of Physicians, who has suggested that babies from birth to the age of 1 year old could be euthanized if they display severe deformities or syndromes. This proposal for legalizing the killing of infants is deeply disturbing, not only to these petitioners, but to the majority of Canadians. And we have to, as a House, recognize that infanticide is always wrong. And so their encouragement to the House of Commons is to reject any notion to that extent.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and table a petition signed by a number of Canadians who are concerned and agree with me on the need to repeal the automatic excise escalator on alcohol. They are concerned about, as I am, that this tax is an automatic tax that impedes our industry from competing in world markets, and that it's the wrong approach to excise. And the timing is particularly bad with the record tax increase that is scheduled to take effect next weekend. They're concerned that we're going to render some fairly basic pleasures unaffordable by working Canadians. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, Présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's a huge honour to table a petition today that's been gathered by youth in my riding in the town of Qualicum Beach, climate activists that cite that, Mr. Speaker, that children born in 2020 will face an average of, on average, 2 to 7 times more extreme weather events than their grandparents. In a 2021 report in The Lancet, 83% of children worldwide reported that they think people have failed to take care of the planet. That those most affected by climate change are the youngest generation, as they will live to see the worst effects of this crisis. And youth discussion has proven critical to successful climate action and policy creation. However, dozens of climate-related decisions are made without input from youth. I'll read the rest, but I'll read the action, Mr. Speaker. They call on the Government of Canada to require all members of Parliament, regardless of party lines, to consult with a secondary or elementary school leadership, student council, or environmental youth group of their riding, under 18 youth representatives, before Parliament holds second reading of any bill that directly affects Canada's greenhouse gas emissions, and that the purpose of the consultation be to listen to the viewpoints of those directly affected by the specified bill, but who do not already have representation in Parliament. I want to thank those youth for this really important petition. Thank you.
Sorry, the questions and comments. That's where we are this morning. Presenting a petition, Présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Constituents in my riding have submitted this petition on an extremely important issue relating to genetically modified organisms and genetically modified foods. The petitioners point out that these food products are not labeled as genetically modified. Consumers do want to know. Over 80% of Canadians have said that they would like mandatory labeling of genetically modified foods so they know what they're buying. And there is concern, as the World Health Organization's International Agency for Research on Cancer has pointed out, that the herbicide made more commonly used because of genetically modified so-called Roundup Ready products, that glyphosate is labeled a probable human carcinogen. Again, no labeling. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners ask that the Government of Canada establish mandatory labeling on all genetically modified foods. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, Présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by a number of Canadians who are deeply concerned that the government of Pakistan has failed and continues to fail to afford protection and legitimate rights to persecuted Christians. Now, a good number of those persecuted Christians have found refuge in Canada, having escaped persecution in Pakistan via Thailand, from where they were able to apply for refugee status. And of course, we welcome them into Canada. But these petitioners are calling on the government to create a special status for Pakistani asylum seekers who continue to suffer mistreatment in Thailand in order to streamline and quicken the process for claiming refugee status through the IRCC. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition. Merci. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending the Telecommunications Act, and making consequential amendments to other acts.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-26, an act about cybersecurity. In the 21st century, cybersecurity is national security, and it is our responsibility to protect Canadians from growing cyber threats. We have to take the necessary steps to protect Canadians and our telecommunications infrastructure. Canadians must have confidence in the integrity, authenticity, and security of the products and services they use every day. This bill reflects the values of Canadians and is in line with our closest allies, including our Five Eyes partners. That's why we are investing in cybersecurity, ensuring respect for the privacy of Canadians and supporting responsible innovation. And we will continue to protect Canadians from cyber threats in an increasingly digital world. As said in our International Cyber Security Overview, a free, open, and secure cyberspace is critical to Canada's economy, social activity, democracy, and national security. Canada faces cybersecurity risk from both state and non-state actors. Protecting Canada's and Canadians' cyber infrastructure from malicious actors is a serious challenge and never-ending task. Canada works with allies and partners to improve cybersecurity at home and counter threats from abroad. This includes identifying cyber threats or vulnerabilities and developing capabilities to respond to a range of cyber incidents. Few years back, we put forward the National Cyber Security Strategy, a vision for security and prosperity in the digital age. As mentioned there, virtually everything Canadians do is touched by technology in some way. We are heavily interconnected and networked, a fact that enhances our quality of life but also creates vulnerabilities. From commercial supply chains to the critical infrastructure that underpins our economy and our society, the risk in the cyber world has multiplied, accelerated, and grown increasingly malicious. Major corporations, industries, and our international allies and partners are engaged in the global cyber challenge, but many others are not, representing a significant risk. The strategy's core goals were reflected in Budget 2018, where $500 million was invested in cybersecurity. Part of the funding was for the new Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, which is Canada's technical authority on cybersecurity. It is part of the Communications Security Establishment, and they are the single unified source of expert advice, guidance, services, and support on cybersecurity for Canadians and Canadian organizations. They regularly publish National Cyber Threat Assessment. I would like to quote from their latest assessment. Canadians use internet for financial transactions, to connect with friends and family, attend medical appointments, and work. As Canadians spend more time and do more on the internet, the opportunities grow for cyber threat activity to impact their daily lives. There has been a rise in the amount of personal, business, and financial data available online, making it a target for cyber threat actors. This trend towards connecting important systems to the internet increases the threat of service disruption from cyber threat activity. Meanwhile, nation states and cyber criminals are continuing to develop their cyber capabilities. State-sponsored and financially motivated cyber threat activity is increasingly likely to affect Canadians. In the latest assessment, they chose to focus on 5 cyber threat narratives that they judge are the most dynamic and impactful. First, ransomware is persistent threat to Canadian organization. Cyber crimes continues to be the cyber threat activity most likely to affect Canadians and Canadian organizations. Due to its impact on an organization's ability to function, ransomware is almost certainly the most disruptive form of cybercrime facing Canadians. Cyber criminals deploying ransomware have evolved in a growing and sophisticated cybercrime ecosystem and will continue to adapt to maximize profits. Second, critical infrastructure is increasingly at risk from cyber threat activity. Cyber criminals exploit critical infrastructure because downtime can be harmful to their industrial processes and customers they serve. State-sponsored actors target critical infrastructure to collect information through espionage, to pre-position in case of future hostilities, and as a form of power projection and intimidation. Third, state-sponsored cyber threat activity is impacting Canadians. State-sponsored cyber threat activity against Canada is a constant, ongoing threat that is often a subset of a larger global campaigns undertaken by these states. State actors can target diaspora populations and activists in Canada, Canadian organizations, and their intellectual property for espionage, and even Canadian individuals and organizations for financial gain. Fourth, cyber threat actors are attempting to influence Canadians, degrading trust in online spaces. Cyber threat actors use misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, collectively referred as MDM, has evolved over the past 2 years. Machine learning-enabled technologies are making fake content easier to manufacture and harder to detect. Further, nation-states are increasingly willing and able to use MDM to advance their geopolitical interests. Fifth, disruptive technologies bring new opportunities and new threats. Digital assets such as cryptocurrencies and decentralized finance are both targets and tools for cyber threat actors to enable malicious cyber threat activity. Machine learning has become commonplace in consumer services and data analysis, but cyber threat actors can deceive and exploit this technology. Quantum computing has the potential to threaten our current systems of maintaining trust and confidentiality online. Encrypted information stolen by threat actors today can be held and decrypted when quantum computers become available. Mr. Speaker, simply put, cyber threats pose a growing risk to all Canadians and institutions. We are confronting this threat head-on. Our government regularly engages with domestic and international cybersecurity partners to protect Canada's critical infrastructure and the systems that underpin essential services. We are working closely with critical infrastructure stakeholders and partners to ensure that they are better prepared to face cyber-based threats. Our cybersecurity framework continues to detect, deter, and disrupt state and non-state actors attempting to take advantage of the Canadian cyber landscape. Our government is and will always be ready to respond to any malicious cyber acts that threaten Canadian interests. To conclude, the purpose of this act is to help to protect critical cyber systems in order to support the continuity and security of vital services and vital systems by ensuring that, first, any cyber security risk in respect of critical cyber systems are identified and managed. Second, critical cyber systems are protected from being compromised. Third, any cyber security incidents affecting or having the potential to affect critical cyber systems are directed. And finally, the impacts of cyber security incidents affecting critical cyber systems are minimized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question, commentaire. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of cybersecurity, I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks about the allegations we heard in the Journal de Montréal a few weeks ago. That is, one of the Brossard municipal councils we know was a director of 2 Chinese community centers, and now that woman was elected to the Brossard City Council because apparently there were people from the Chinese government who sent messages via WeChat to the Chinese community telling them to vote for this lady. So we think that there was something, she may have been a Chinese agent. So definitely China is using these digital platforms to interfere in our elections and the provincial and federal elections as well. And doesn't that prove that it is more urgent than ever to launch a public inquiry into Chinese interference in this country? Thank you.
Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable colleague mentioned the importance of the growing importance to protect Canadians and Canada from the state-sponsored activity with respect to cybersecurity. The state actors have been very active in exploiting the advanced technologies to create disruption, to erode trust in our systems and institutions, and that is one of the major objectives of our government proposing this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member, I'll go there first. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the government seems to be, granting itself some pretty broad powers in this bill, especially the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Industry. Maybe my colleague can explain how and ensure Canadians how these powers won't be unjustly applied to ordinary Canadians who've done absolutely nothing wrong.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our system of checks and balances, like here in this House, the government is held to account by the opposition benches, is one of the ways where the government's powers and the minister's powers are monitored and controlled. Mr. Speaker, there's a broader aspects to this. This legislation deals with these evolving technologies, which are very difficult even to define in a legislation. A legislation cannot be changed, amended frequently, and that is the reason why the legislation provides more opportunities for the government of the day, the minister of the day, to pass on regulations that they can immediately identify and take remedial measures.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, it's been reported that small and medium-sized businesses could face immense financial pressure from increased red tape and reporting measures. The Business Council of Canada, in an open letter, indicated businesses were concerned with the added red tape and the impact it'll have on small and medium businesses. And of course, we realize that, at least on this side of the House, that with small and medium-sized businesses being the backbone of the economy and with added financial pressures, is this the time to be adding more financial pressures to these businesses? And can the member think of alternate ways of being able to satisfy that?
Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the member that the small businesses are the backbone of Canada and Canadian economy, with majority of the working Canadians working in small-sized businesses. And, related to this bill, in fact, that affects the small-sized businesses disproportionately more because they don't have the resources enough to protect themselves from the cyber threats. And in fact, as I mentioned in my speech, the new Canadian Centre for Cyber Security, which is part of the Canadian Communications Security Establishment, that is there to provide expert advice, guidance, and service and support on cyber threats and cyber security to Canadian organizations.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's again a pleasure to rise and join debate this morning in the House of Commons. And I'm going to share my time with the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake. So this bill, C-26, is an important. It's a bill that addresses an important and growing topic. Cybersecurity is very important, very timely. Calling this bill today, I'm glad that they see this as a priority. I struggle with trying to figure out the priorities of this government from time to time. There were other bills that they had declared as, absolute must-pass bills before Christmas that they're not calling, I see. But it's good to be talking about this instead of, I guess, C-21, C-11, some of the other bills that they've got lots of problems with in their own benches, I think. But cybersecurity is something that affects all Canadians. It is no doubt an exceptionally important thing that government needs to address. Cybersecurity is, as the previous speaker said, it is national security. It is critical to the safety and security of all of our infrastructure that underpins every aspect of our lives. We've seen how infrastructure can be vulnerable to cyber attacks. We've seen throughout the world, we have seen how energy infrastructure is vulnerable, like cyber attacks that affect the ability to operate pipelines. We've seen how cyber attacks can jeopardize the functioning of an electrical grid. And, we have experienced at the local level how weather events that bring down power infrastructure can devastate a community and can actually endanger people's health and safety. And one can only imagine what a nationwide or a pervasive cyber attack that managed to cripple a national electrical grid would have on people's ability to live their lives in safety and comfort. So cyber warfare is emerging as a critical component of every country's national defense systems, both offensively and defensively. And the battlefield success of any military force is always dependent on communication. And we know now that just how dependent military forces are on the security of their cyber communication. We see this unfolding in Ukraine, resulting from the horrific criminal invasion of that country by Putin, and we see the vital role that communication and the ability for a country defending itself from a foreign adversary has with respect to its cybersecurity. Critical sectors. Well, I might point out too. There's a study ongoing on this at the National Defense Committee, and we've heard expert testimony about how important cybersecurity is to the Canadian Armed Forces, and I look forward to getting that report eventually put together and tabled with recommendations to the government here in the House of Commons in Canada. We know also that critical sectors of the Canadian economy and our public services are highly vulnerable to cyber attack. Organized crime and foreign governments, they do target information contained within healthcare systems and within our financial system. The potential for a ransom attack, ransom attacks large and small, are a threat to Canadians. But imagine a hostile regime or criminal enterprise hacking a public healthcare system and holding an entire province or an entire country hostage with the threat to destroy or leak or hopelessly corrupt the health data of millions of citizens. And sadly, criminal organizations and hostile governments do this or seek to do this and are busy creating the technology to enable them to do exactly this. The Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics had conducted 3 different studies while I was chair of that committee that were tied to cybersecurity in various different ways. We talked about and learned about the important ways that cybersecurity and privacy protection intersect and may even and sometimes conflict. We saw how this government contracted with a company, Clearview AI, a company whose business is to scrape billions of images from the internet, identify these images, and then sell them back to identified images, back to governments, and in the case of Canada, to the RCMP. And we heard chilling testimony at that committee about the capabilities of sophisticated investigative tools, spyware, that are used by hostile regimes and by organized crime, but also by our own government that used sophisticated investigative tools to access Canadian cell phones without their knowledge or consent. Now, in Canada, this was limited. It was surprising to learn that this happened, but it happened under judicial warrant and in limited situations by the RCMP. But the RCMP did not notify or consult the Privacy Commissioner, which is required under Treasury Board rules. So this conflict between protecting Canadians, between enforcing our laws and protecting Canadians' privacy is a difficult. It's difficult for governments, and when government institutions like the RCMP disregard Treasury Board edicts or ignore privacy law, the Privacy Commissioner or the Privacy Act, especially when they actually set aside or will ignore a ruling for the Privacy Commissioner, it's quite concerning. So. This bill, it's important, it's worthy of support. Unlike the government's other somewhat related bill, the so-called Digital Charter in C-27, but this bill, make no mistake, has significant new powers for the government. It amends the Telecommunications Act to give extraordinary powers to the Minister over Industry, and it's part of a pattern we're seeing with this government where they introduce bills that have grant significant power to the minister and to the bureaucrats that will ultimately create regulations. So Parliament is really not going to see this fleshed out unless there's significant work done at committee to improve transparency around this bill and to add more clarity around what this bill will actually do and how these powers will be granted. There have been many concerns raised in the business community about how this bill may chase investment and jobs and capital from Canada. The prospect of extraordinary fines without this bill being fleshed out very well, it creates the prospect of enormous liability on companies that may choose not to invest in Canada, not fully understanding the ramifications of this bill. And there's always the capture. We see this time and time again with this government. They seem to write up a bill with maybe 3 or 4 big companies or industries with only a small number of players in Canada. And yet the bill will capture other enterprises, small businesses that don't have armies of lobbyists to engage the government to get regulations that will give them loopholes or lawyers to litigate conflict that may arise as a result of it. So I'm always concerned about the small businesses and the way that they may be captured, either deliberately or not, by a bill like this. So I will conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying I support the objective. I agree with the concern that this bill tries to address. I'm very concerned about a number of areas that are ambiguous within this bill. I hope that it's studied vigorously at committee and that strong recommendations are brought back from committee and incorporated into whatever this bill might finally look like when it comes back for third reading.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to invite my honourable colleague to just, take a higher level view of an important issue, because we're dealing here with cybersecurity and the need for protections. But we're also looking at a realm of artificial intelligence, things that can happen. You can 3D print a gun that can't be picked up by airport security. Like, there's a lot of technology out there that could be purposely harmful to individuals or to our whole society. And in that regard, I'm wondering if, given some of the other conversations we've had about gatekeepers, if the member would care to kind of put a frame around the kind of gatekeeping that he and his party see as essential, necessary for the purpose of protecting Canadians.
Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, the primary function of government is to protect its citizens from external harm, to be able to ensure that Canadians are able to live freely and safely in their communities. And I do have concerns about the gatekeeping aspect of this bill. I'm concerned that if this bill doesn't get the balance of the regulation and the ability of commerce to go on and continue, that we will lose businesses and we will lose services and access to economic activity within Canada if we chase investment out through poorly thought regulations. So yes, there is of course a delicate balance to be had, and if we come down too hard on the side of regulation and gatekeeping, we will result in job loss and lack of investment, which will, and absence of investment will then compound businesses' abilities to actually deliver on cybersecurity.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In recent years, companies and even political parties, through old questionnaires, collect personal data of people who game, but also all the context that these people have on their phones. I would like to know if my colleague has noted this tactic as being ethical, since these people were receiving unsolicited advertising, and also if my colleague thinks that this legislation will end these types of tactics. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
That may be a better question for the government to answer, but I don't believe that that's the intent of this bill. This bill is about cybersecurity. They have another bill before the House, the C-27, that is a little bit closer into the privacy changes. They haven't proposed changes to the Privacy Act or the Elections Act. So no, I don't think this bill is relevant to the question that the member raised. But she does getting off of cybersecurity into the much broader rubric of the privacy of Canadians. She raises points, but I don't actually connect them to this bill.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
I wanted to ask some questions of the Honourable Member, more related. I know it's a little bit away from this bill, but he had mentioned within his speech about the work that we are doing in our Committee on Defence on cyber defense and cybersecurity. Two questions, actually. One, there have been calls for declaring within the International Criminal Court making cyber warfare an actual war crime. What does he think about that? But also the fact that we heard that Canada and its institutions, security institutions, actually overclassify information by about 90%, and that we could, if we could declassify a lot of that information, that would actually significantly help a lot of those security organizations deal with the specific threats that we're seeing. I wanted to hear his opinion on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Rocky-Ridge.
I thank my colleague from the Defence Committee for those questions. The first one, I'll set aside and await the more testimony and discussion at Defence about that. But on the second point about overclassification of information, that's an important, a good one. I'm glad she raised it, and it actually speaks to the overall culture of secrecy that exists in the Government of Canada. This is a real problem. It's been ongoing for years. This government ran on a platform in 2015 to let the sunshine in, and we have absolute unprecedented secrecy within this government. And so she raises a good point around overclassification of documents.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is wonderful to have an opportunity to speak to C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity and amending the Telecommunications Act and making consequential amendments to other acts. I think that this is such an important topic, and it's something that we need to be very aware of, especially in this increasingly digital era. And we're seeing more and more attacks on cybersecurity happening here in Canada and around the world. And while I support the overall concept of this bill, and I want to see this go to committee so that we can have further study, as well as some amendments to alleviate some of the concerns that myself, some of my colleagues, and different stakeholders have brought forward. I do have some questions that I want to pose and put forward in a hope that the minister will have some kind of plan to address some of these pieces. One of the big questions that I have is that it's pretty vague when it comes to the definition of what is critical infrastructure. And coming from Northern Alberta, critical infrastructure can look very different than what critical infrastructure would look like in a larger center in a further south area. One of the things that I immediately thought of when it was critical infrastructure is like, would a pipeline would that count as critical infrastructure? Because frankly, in Northern Alberta, at very minimum, pipelines not only export our oil, but they also bring up gasoline, natural gas, the ways that we heat our homes. And so in the wintertime, specifically and especially if somehow a natural gas pipeline were to be the target of a cybersecurity threat, that could actually have devastating consequences and could cause thousands of people to freeze, as most homes at least in the Fort McMurray area are heated with natural gas. And so I think these are the kinds of questions that we have as to what exactly is critical infrastructure. And then one of the other big pieces is critical infrastructure seems to be defined in terms of what small and medium-sized businesses have, and not necessarily in terms of what different government actors have, because different layers of government have different pieces of infrastructure that could also be attacked by cybersecurity threats. So I think of provincial governments. Some of the big pieces for cybersecurity threats would probably be in a hospital, but it could be far beyond just a hospital, depending on the community. And in the case of an emergency, like a specific emergency, like a fire or a flood or some other natural disaster, what that definition of critical infrastructure might be very, very different than what it is. And so while I understand the idea of keeping it broad, I do think that it's important to have some pieces in place so there can actually be plans to ensure that a hacker or a bad actor isn't going to specifically target an area in the case of an emergency or a natural disaster because they know that we're already in a weaker state. And I think that that's something that this legislation needs to define, and I would urge it to define and include specifically pipelines as part of critical infrastructure, especially as we've gone into this space where so much is digitized. And there's digitization in just about every aspect of our world. And so it becomes a question of, like, we actually have to define some of these pieces, and we can't just leave this all up to regulation. I do think that there needs to be some baseline set out in this piece of legislation in order to make sure that we're actually talking about the same things so that we can actually plan for future pieces of infrastructure that we don't know are currently important and part of this plan. And while it gives absolutely broad and sweeping powers to government, it doesn't seem to have any safeguards in place. And I think the lack of safeguards is very concerning. I think back to the floods that they experienced in southern Alberta back in 2012. And through the process of those floods, for a number of reasons that weren't necessarily well defined, the RCMP decided to go into High River and seize guns. And they didn't they made a decision not to seize guns in Calgary or other communities, but in High River they decided that was a place they were going to go into and seize guns. And I think this is one of those pieces where we need to be very careful to make sure that we do have some safeguards in place so that in a case that a government does do an overreach in trying to prevent a security threat, that there is recourse available, and that should be defined in the legislation and not just be left to regulation where it can be changed at the whim of a minister based on OIC. And I think that this is something that's so important. And then one of the other big important pieces that actually really is scary to me is the fact that the government is having all this work in place to make sure that small and medium-sized businesses and other businesses have their security plans in place, and then they have to send them all to the government. But what work is the government specifically doing to ensure that it is prevented from being part of a security threat? And we look at some of these pieces, like how many times has the federal government been hacked? In just recent memory, it's been hacked a number of different times in a number of different ways, whether it be our email system or just the House of Commons internet. Some of these pieces are very at risk, and so is it a smart idea from a security standpoint to have everything housed in one place? And what kind of safeguards are we going to have different safeguards so that that information isn't accessible should that aspect of the government end up being able to be hacked? We want to make sure that that hacker doesn't in turn find out all of our security plans so they can get around them, or they can just mess with things that they can identify haven't been protected. And I think that's one of the interesting pieces. It also stipulates that governments are to share, or businesses are to share with government, but not that government is to share with businesses, which I think actually can well, I understand part of why they would do that. I do think that having a two-way dialogue when it comes to this information is going to be important, because we should be trying to work towards best practices whenever possible, and an organization in one part of the country might be doing something that is innovative and substantially safer to all Canadians and prevent security threats compared to another part, and that information should be shared so that we can build on best practices, not just held by government in the case that there is at some point possibly an emergency. And I think the other big piece of question that I have on this bill is, what has the government done to work with municipalities, work with provinces, work with First Nations governments to ensure that this actually is going to respond to their cybersecurity threats and their cybersecurity needs? And I think that this is one of these pieces where I don't want to let perfect be the enemy of good, because quite frankly, we're not going to know what the next big threat is. But we do need to make sure that we are protecting and trying to apply as many best practices as possible so that we are not opening ourselves up to unintended risks. And I think this is a piece of making sure that you're taking care of all the little links in the chain. Because you can have a very robust system and plan in place, and you can actually have an amazing plan. But if you have one weak link, it counts for nothing. And I think this is the piece right now where we need to send this to committee. We need to have some very robust conversations with security experts from around the world and around this country to make sure that we don't have any weak links in this chain, because all it's going to take is one weak link and this entire pyramid will collapse. It will crumble apart. And that's something that we all as Canadians need to be very prepared for, and we need to be ready to address and have meaningful and robust conversations. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Well, good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for her inspirational speech on cybersecurity. I'm reading in Bill C-26 in the summary that it would amend the Telecommunications Act to authorize the Governor and Council and the Minister of Industry to direct telecommunications service providers to do anything or refrain from doing anything that is necessary to secure our telecommunications security. Now, a laudable goal, but that's a very, very broad powers to give to a minister. And I wonder if my colleague would have a comment on that. Is it necessary that we give such broad and unfettered authority to one person?
Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think my colleague actually brings up another big point that I didn't get to in my speech, but the amount of control that it provides to very few people is actually very concerning, and I think that there needs to actually be some serious conversations about what we're doing to ensure that it's not just one or two people making these decisions, especially as we explore into this space where do we really want to be having government be the sole keeper of all of this information and giving them that broad power, because that actually could open us up to specific risks if a threat agent knows that the best way of going after us is to go after that one particular minister. And I actually think that could actually create more of a risk, not less of a risk. And so I think that that's something that we actually should probably be exploring and looking at amending, not so that we're removing that power, but so that we are expanding it or changing it in such a way to create those safeguards so that it is very clear that a bad actor can't just go after one minister or one ministry and shut down their entire system. Thank you.
Good. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We know that technology evolves rather very quickly. It's exponential, according to experts. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about quantum computing. That is also very impressive. That's also evolving at a speed that we can't even fathom. The agility in our legislation, does it respond to concerns with respect to technological evolution, which often means that governments are left aside?
For Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think he has underscored issues that are very serious, because the reality is that technology is advancing so quickly, so it's hard to have legislation in place that will be able to meet the next stage. So it's critical for us to have all of the best experts to analyze that we have enough flexibility in the legislation to allow for future technology, perhaps to have safeguards in place. This way we can be safe, not just for now, but also for the future as well. Questions and comments?
Comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for her speech. We know that threats to cybersecurity are increasing and are very concerning, and that we're far behind other countries in our capacity to respond to such threats. And I'm wondering if the member could speak to, we've heard from civil liberty groups that the surveillance provisions in this bill could be quite problematic, bearing in mind that we do need to be strengthening our cybersecurity. Does the member have any thoughts or concerns around what around such concerns that might be within this bill or unknown ramification of this bill as a result?
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. She actually highlights a very important issue here, and while having security is critical for our cybersecurity system, we also have to make sure that we are balancing this with civil liberties and not allowing personalized data to be shared in an unfettered way, and having safeguards in place so that we are able to respond, and in certain circumstances you might have to have a little bit of flexibility, but we need to also have safeguards in place as well as ramifications for when governments or businesses go beyond that space, because we owe it to Canadians and we owe it to the world. We need to be safe, but we also need to protect one another. I don't think any one of us members would like to have our personal telephone numbers shared with everyone across the country. And these are the kinds of pieces that, without adequate safeguards in place, that information could possibly be shared, and that could create a lot of harm to each and every one of us. And so these are pieces that we actually have to have serious conversations about, and thank you. And thanks for the question.
Now we'll go to statements by members. Déclaration de député, l'honorable député de Pierre Fond-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, Monsieur le Président, I rise to speak about my recent visit to Health Partners International of Canada, commonly known as HPIC. I saw firsthand the incredible work that this organization is doing. HPIC sends humanitarian and emergency medical kits to vulnerable communities around the globe. Since 1990, HPIC has dispatched 670 million in medicines to 130 countries. Today, they are working in 37 countries such as Ukraine, Haiti, Tigray, and Afghanistan. I want to highlight HPIC's campaign to provide life-saving medicines in Syria and Turkey. A donation of $1 allows HPIC to deliver $10 in essential medicines. What struck me about HPIC was its team's dedication and passion. They work around the clock to ensure that critical medical supplies reach those who need it most. Mr. Speaker, HPIC's efforts are a clear reminder that we are all members of one human family. We support them. Merci.
Very good. For Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, on February 27th, I attended the District of Kent Council meeting to proudly recognize the Agassiz Fire Department and their heroic actions during the floods and landslides that swept through my riding in 2021. Our small town agricultural community was hit with not one, but two landslides, trapping 311 people. No small task for the Agassiz Fire Department, who bravely rose to the challenge alongside the Canadian Armed Forces, the RCMP, BC Ambulance, and Kent Harrison Search and Rescue. Thanks to their quick and strategic action, lives were saved that day. In conjunction with the Canadian Armed Forces, all trapped individuals were led to safety and helicoptered out by the Royal Canadian Air Force. Members of the Agassiz Fire Department risked their lives to save others. I'm moved by their true teamwork and dedication to selflessly put another life ahead of their own. I'm recognizing the AFD today because we must do more to recognize the heroic actions of local volunteer fire brigades across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, this month is International Women's History Month, and I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the incredible contribution that women have made throughout history and continue to make today. I especially want to recognize the 103 women in this House. Mr. Speaker, it is a moment to bring attention to both the advancements made in achieving gender equality and the work that still needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, I also want to highlight my municipal counterparts' work at the City of Brampton for unanimously passing a motion at Council this month to implement mandatory gender-based analysis plus training for all senior staff using our federal tool. I was just at the UN Commission on the Status of Women, where Canada is recognized as a leader on gender equality, and GBA Plus is a leading international model. As we celebrate Women's History Month, let us remember that many women who have paved the way and who continue to inspire each and every one of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Awesome job. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to one of my constituents, a very committed citizen in Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. He became the youngest president ever of a poultry association, and he will soon become the person with the second longest term at the head of that organization. He will shortly go back full-time to his poultry businesses, including other projects like opening a local farmers market in Saint-Hyacinthe. There are many remarkable people like this in Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, who I represent, and I worked with Pierre-Luc on critical files that are of concern to the agricultural sector. For example, supply management. He was a very valuable ally in promoting food security. Thank you, Pierre-Luc, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, and good luck.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the entire world, there is no stronger relationship between two countries than that between Canada and the U.S.
The links between Canadians and Americans are long-standing and deep. Like many, I lived in the United States, which allowed me to experience the American exceptionalism firsthand.
As they face an uncertain future, Canada and the U.S. must continue to strengthen their relationship in order to promote democracy, human rights, the rule of law, and to fight climate change.
Mr. Speaker, the well-known North American principle that diversity is our strength is both our nation's beacon of light to the world. President Biden's visit to Canada is a reminder of the remarkable Canada-U.S. relationship as neighbors and, above all, friends. Ensemble.
Together, we are committed to creating real opportunities, to promoting an inclusive and robust economic recovery, and to stimulating competitiveness for citizens on both sides of the border.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, members of our Canadian Forces are being told that they're asking for more than this Prime Minister will give. Take, for example, the brutal conditions at my alma mater, the Canadian Forces School for Communications and Electronics at CFB Kingston. Troops are housed in 4-person rooms with poor HVAC, broken shared facilities, no privacy, no kitchenettes, no access to storage, and bathrooms full of mold. Just yesterday, one member told me he's living in the shacks. His room is heated to 33 degrees, and it's full of mice. Would you let your family live here, he asked? And of course the answer, absolutely not. Even the equipment is in shambles. LSVWs and lineman contracts are well overdue for replacement. No wonder morale and recruitment are dismal when the government won't provide our men and women in uniform the equipment or living quarters that they need. We ask everything of the men and women in our armed forces. It's about time the Liberals give them what they need to get the job done.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I'm pleased to congratulate the 2023 recipient of the City of Toronto's Agnes MacPhail Award, Dr. Shaklo Sharapova, a proud resident of Thorncliffe Park. This award is presented annually to the volunteer in East York who has made a significant community impact. Agnes MacPhail was the first woman elected to the House of Commons and served provincially in what is now Don Valley West. She was passionate about education, youth, and women's political engagement. Coming to Canada in 2009 from Tajikistan, Dr. Shaklo built the Thorncliffe Park Autism Support Network, Parents Caring for Children Living with Autism. Even as the primary caregiver of a son who lives with autism, and while operating the network, Dr. Shaklo has time to help seniors, newcomers, and low-income families. With her team of volunteers, she runs an annual toy drive, and this year will provide over 4,000 meals during Ramadan through her free hot meal project. Congratulations, Dr. Shaklo, and Ramadan Mubarak.
I just want to remind the honourable member, j'aimerais rappeler aux députés que
I'd like to remind members that speeches are being made.
Words that are said, and it's nice to hear everyone talking amongst themselves, but maybe just keep it down a bit so we can hear what's being said. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As March is Endometriosis Awareness Month, I rise to use my voice to call attention to the life-altering impacts of this chronic condition. For those suffering from endometriosis, the lived reality of debilitating pain, infertility, and other symptoms can take a significant mental and physical toll, impacting their ability to work, study, and enjoy their lives. It can take 5 to 11 years to receive an official diagnosis, and there is no definitive cause or known cure. The stigma around menstruation and women's health has led to low awareness, and this is why we need to talk about it openly and get serious about addressing the research and access to treatment gaps that exist around the disease. Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm proud to have joined some of my colleagues in this House in seconding M52 to establish a national action plan for endometriosis. I would encourage all fellow members to consider doing the same. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, in a secret courtroom in Russia, an unjust trial of a courageous freedom fighter is taking place. Our friend, Vladimir Kara-Murza, is facing a sentence of 25 years in prison, which would be the longest verdict ever sentenced and handed out to a Russian political prisoner. His crime, high treason. But what did he actually do? Kara-Murza spoke out against Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. He called out corrupt oligarchs and the kleptocrats in the Kremlin, and he stood up for liberty, the rule of law, and democracy. While Putin wages his genocidal war in Ukraine, Kara-Murza called for peace. He languishes in prison, exasperating his poor health, which is a result of the poisonings he survived from 2 previous assassination attempts ordered by Moscow. And yet, he continues to fight for a better future for the people of Russia. In the words of Kara-Murza, the biggest gift that those of us who oppose Vladimir Putin could give to the Kremlin would be to give up and run away. I call on this House to demand Putin immediately end the show trial against Vladimir Kara-Murza and set him free.
Hear, hear.
Set him free. Set him free.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, an active and engaging not-for-profit is a sure sign of a healthy community. On Saturday, February the 25th, my community took part in the coldest night of the year fundraising walk for In From the Cold to support people who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. Over 400 walkers, 64 teams, and 65 volunteers raised over $157,000. Thank you to the sponsors, the participants, the organizing committee members, and specifically Martha Berry, Tracy Chambers, Ann Watson, Joanna Gardner, Cody Kozlov, Ann Young, and Ken Turriff. Because of their efforts, Mr. Speaker, In From the Cold will continue to be able to offer support for those in need of shelter. Again, thank you to everyone who took time to make a positive difference in our community.
The Honourable, I'm just going to ask everyone to take a deep breath. We're trying to hear what the SO31s are, and you're making it very difficult because you're talking amongst yourselves, which is nice. But if you want to talk amongst yourselves, maybe just take the conversation outside if you can't whisper at a low rate. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Mr. Speaker, on April 1st, this Liberal government will raise the tax on beer, wine, and spirits once again. It's the biggest tax hike on alcohol in 40 years.
And that means Canadian breweries, vineyards, and distilleries will pay the price. It also proves that this Prime Minister has no shame in fueling the affordability crisis he created. Thankfully, Conservatives are fighting to turn hurt into hope for Canadians who enjoy a refreshing drink after a long day of work. And yesterday, we got results. Conservatives successfully passed a motion calling on the government to cancel this punishing tax hike. And now, it's up to the Prime Minister to either respect the will of Parliament or turn a blind eye to yet another tax hike on Canadians.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
They say this Prime Minister has never met a tax he didn't like. He said no to relief from GST on home heating and fuels. He said no to the rising escalator tax on beer, wine, and spirits. And instead of providing relief to Canadians, the Liberals are increasing the carbon tax by 25% on April the 1st. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister does not understand science any better than he understands the struggles of ordinary Canadians. For instance, in my riding, we have the largest concentration of greenhouses in North America. They are essential to our food security. Up to 75% of the carbon dioxide emissions can be recirculated back for plant growth, for essential plant growth, yet they are taxed. As most farm operations are now over 15 acres in size, by 2030, these operators will have paid another $1.3 million in carbon taxes. When will this Prime Minister get the facts and stop the tax?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
March means maple syrup, and so I rise today to celebrate 40 years of Maple Madness in the Kingston region. Last week, my team, joined by my family and I, went for our annual trip to Maple Madness. Bundled up in the cold, yet sunny morning, we took a tractor-drawn wagon ride into the sugar bush at Little Cataraqui Creek Conservation Area. We learned how making maple syrup has evolved over the years, including the ingenious techniques used by Indigenous peoples for centuries. There are wonderful storytellers who guide you through the bush and capable hands at work in the sugar shack. Of course, a highlight of our visit was enjoying some freshly made pancakes with warm maple syrup. This is an annual tradition for so many community members in our area, and I want to thank all involved in making Maple Madness such a success for the past 40 years. Happy anniversary.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, today I'm pleased to welcome members of the Canadian Dental Hygienists Association to Parliament, especially Donna, Cindy, Bev, and Juliana, who met with me this morning to share their experience and wisdom. Dental hygienists are essential primary health care professionals who are critical to oral health and who specialize in preventative care. This year, National Dental Hygienist Week will run from April 4 to 10. The week's theme, Oral Health for Total Health, reminds us that taking care of our mouth, teeth, and gums is integral to our overall health. That's why my New Democrat colleagues and I are working so diligently to bring dental care to every Canadian from coast to coast to coast. On behalf of Canada's New Democrats, I wish to thank the over 31,000 dental hygienists across this country who help take care of our smiles every single day. Together, we can expand access, provide better dental care, and improve the health of all Canadians.
There we go. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, between January 25th and February 5th, the 29th edition took place of Lorraine Rosemer's Novice Hockey Tournament. It's the most important tournament in the region. The players took the ice in a very exciting environment. I'd like to congratulate them on their wonderful performance, and I'd also like to thank all the volunteers who contributed to the success of the event, especially the president, Jesse Hutchison. They did an amazing job organizing the event. And I went up against my colleague, the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. We were guest coaches for an all-star match, but unfortunately, my team lost. Congratulations, dear colleague, on your victory, and we'll go up against each other again next year.
Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, on November 7th, the first report appeared about the PRC's interference in our elections. Since then, 19 weeks have passed. Since then, hundreds of questions have been asked in question period, in debate, and in committee. Despite these hundreds of questions, despite 19 weeks having passed, the Prime Minister hasn't told us much of anything. The government has responded with non-answers, denials, obfuscations, and accusations of racism and partisanship. The only reason, Mr. Speaker, why we know anything is because whistleblowers have leaked to the media. Mr. Speaker, this is appalling. It is contemptuous of Parliament. By denying Parliament the most basic answers to the questions about a serious national threat, by forcing whistleblowers to leak to the media, by going outside Parliament, the government is undermining Parliament and the very foundations of our constitutional order.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Dr. Isabel Ralston and Dr. Jan Udenis for receiving the prestigious Forest Stewardship Award from Forest Ontario. This award is presented in recognition of outstanding support for forestry conservation and education. Maple Cross, founded by Isabel and Jan in 2017, invests in and protects ecologically sensitive land and areas of significant biodiversity. Maple Cross has contributed to the preservation of almost 15,000 hectares of land across 10 provinces and helped secure the preservation of more than 30 nature reserves, including the Oak Ridges Moraine in our region. In Ontario, our Greenbelt and other conservation lands are being threatened by a provincial government willing to allow development on protected lands. However, our federal Minister of the Environment has acted recently, announcing a much-needed study to determine the effects of such development on the Rouge National Park. We are at a nexus when protecting our green space is even more important. So thank you, Jan and Isabel, for dedicating your time, talent, and resources to Maple Cross and the cause of environmental conservation. As your Member of Parliament, I congratulate you on this well-deserved award.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, for 1,000 days, the two Michaels languished in a cell of torture with no windows, no hope, and no idea of when they would be released. So, according to Global News, we learned that a Liberal Member of Parliament would have privately advised a high-ranking Chinese diplomat in order to keep the two Michaels in jail, according to sources. Now, the Prime Minister should have known about this. He must have. When did he learn it, the Honourable Member? Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, they were the absolute priority of this government from day one. And I would say they were the priority of all Canadians and everyone in this House. We worked tirelessly for 2 years to ensure that those people who were illegally detained were returned to Canada, and everyone in this House should be convinced of that. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
1,000 days, the two Michaels sat hopeless in a windowless cell, fed in doggy bowls that were slid under their door, going 8 months without seeing consular support. Yet, according to Global News, a Liberal MP allegedly contacted the Chinese consulate and encouraged them to delay the release of these two Michaels for partisan Liberal gain. The intelligence services that came up with this information to the media would have told the Prime Minister. When did they tell him?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. Bringing back the two Michaels, Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, was the utmost priority of this government, of all members of this House, of all Canadians across the country. For 2 years, we've worked tirelessly to make sure that these two Michaels, which were arbitrarily detained by China, would be coming back safe home. That's what we did, and that was the only priority. Thinking otherwise is actually false.
Leader of the Opposition.
We have two members of our national security services that have told the media that a Liberal MP told the Chinese not to release the two Michaels. I've now twice asked when the Prime Minister, his office, or his department were informed of this startling revelation. So I'm going to ask a third time, and I ask the Minister to answer. When did the Prime Minister become aware of these allegations? When?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, September 24th, 2021 was a great day for Canada. It was the day when the two Michaels, Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, came back safely home to Canada. And I think it was a day when this government, all members of this House, all Canadians were proud of what we've done, because indeed the two Michaels were arbitrarily detained for too long in China. And Mr. Speaker, this will always be our priority as a government. We will always stand up against any form of arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This non-answer is extremely troubling. We have revelations from Canada's top security forces told the media that a Liberal MP asked the Chinese consulate to keep two Canadians in torture in a windowless cell. I asked already 3 times, when did the Prime Minister become aware of these revelations? I ask again, when?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all the members of this House that were involved in making sure that we could raise the case of the two Michaels for 2 years. Because we worked with friends and allies, different states around the world, to make sure that we could advocate their case, and that on September 24th, 2021, they would be coming back here in Canada. And so in that sense, we will always stand up against any form of arbitrary detention. This is part of our priority in terms of foreign policy. In April in Toronto, we will be hosting an arbitrary detention summit, because the world needs to know that what happened to the two Michaels was unacceptable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The importance of this question cannot be overstated. If the Prime Minister knew that a member of his Liberal caucus was working to keep two Canadian citizens arbitrarily and illegally incarcerated in windowless cells, potentially being tortured, he knew that and did nothing, that would be a devastating scandal against our national interests. So I am simply asking for the government to clarify. On what date did the Prime Minister find out the revelations that one of his MPs may have helped keep our people in jail?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knew very well what was happening to the two Michaels, and made sure that his government would be standing up against China in the context of their arbitrary detention. And so in that sense, we will never accept any form of premise that this government and Canadians didn't work enough to bring them back home. It was our priority, and you can be convinced that it will always be our priority when it comes to any form of consular cases or any form of arbitrarily detained Canadians in this world.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers were already worried about interference in the electoral system, and yesterday this went a step further regarding extremely grave allegations against a Liberal Member of Parliament. So it's not just our electoral system that's at stake, it's the trust of Canadians and Quebecers in this Parliament. It's not up to the Prime Minister to appoint his friend who might reflect on whether maybe one day he might launch a public inquiry. We need to act now, and so when is the Prime Minister going to finally launch a public, independent inquiry? It's urgent. The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we understand Canadians' concern with regard to allegations of foreign interference in our democratic institutions. And we share those concerns, and they should be shared by all members of this House of Commons. We have set up robust measures to counter foreign interference. We have strengthened these mechanisms over the past years, and the appointment of the Right Honourable David Johnston is part of these efforts to strengthen them even more. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, at first we learned that China was meddled in our elections, and then yesterday we learned that a Liberal MP advised a Chinese diplomat to act against the interests of Canadians. So we're seeing this more and more in the media. So what we're seeing is that there's still no public inquiry, and that the government appointed its friend to reflect on whether we should launch a public inquiry, whereas it is needed now. That commission of inquiry must be done because it's urgent. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure this House and, of course, my colleague that the fact that we brought back Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig was always the priority of this government. And I think for everyone in this House and all Canadians, it was a priority as well. And September 24th, 2021 was a great day because finally they returned home to Canada. So we will always ensure that this is a priority, defending any Canadians who are arbitrarily detained abroad, because we will never accept any kind of arbitrary detention. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. Every day new allegations come forward about political interference that erode the public's trust in our democracy. It's becoming more and more clear to the public that the Prime Minister must have known about these allegations. Communities are at risk of being stigmatized. We need to clear the air. So will the Prime Minister do the right thing and allow his MPs to vote in favor of our motion today for a transparent, independent public inquiry, yes or no?
Hear, hear. Hear.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Leader of the NDP for his question. We obviously share his concern about the importance of not stigmatizing communities in Canada. I think all members of this House, Mr. Speaker, know that our government wants to have a respectful, nonpartisan, fact-based conversation around these allegations, around how we can work together to further reinforce our democratic institutions, to ensure that foreign interference is something that is always countered by the government. It's something that we've done, Mr. Speaker, since we formed the government, and it's something that we'll continue to do to ensure that Canadians can have confidence in our democracy.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
And the way we do everything the Minister just said is by launching a public inquiry.
The allegations published yesterday are shocking and troubling, and it's clear that we need a public inquiry. These allegations undermine public trust in our democracy, and we have the opportunity today to do so. So will the Prime Minister allow his members to vote in favor of our motion calling for a public, transparent, and independent inquiry, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we share the concerns of the NDP leader and of all Canadians. When we need to have a discussion on these issues, nonpartisan issues based on facts, we have institutions that are already in place that do important work in this regard. We have asked the Right Honourable David Johnston, an eminent Canadian, to review the institutions that are already in place and to give us advice on any additional measures that we could take, and we are eager to see his results. Thank you.
Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Global News printed very serious allegations about a member who sits in this House. The allegations, according to two separate national security sources, state that he, quote, privately advised a senior Chinese diplomat in February of 2021 that Beijing should hold off freeing Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. For the sixth time today, on what date did the Prime Minister first learn of these allegations from security officials?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we take the allegations of foreign interference very seriously, which is why we have ensured that our national security agencies have all of the powers, authorities, but with the corresponding transparency that is required to reinforce the confidence of Canadians in our institutions. Mr. Speaker, at every stage, Canadians can be confident that we are protecting our institutions. Canadians can be confident that we are protecting our elections. And Mr. Speaker, above all, Canadians can be assured of the fact that this government worked 24/7 to ensure the return of the two Michaels back to Canada, and that is something that we did.
Well, member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the allegations from two separate national security sources state that a member in this House privately advised Beijing officials to hold off freeing two Canadian hostages held captive for over 1,000 days. After all of the new evidence Canadians have learned on election interference, it would be difficult for them to believe that security sources told Global News about the Liberal member's actions without anyone trying to inform the Prime Minister. So I'll ask for the seventh time today. On what day did the Prime Minister first learn of these allegations against a member of his own caucus?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I assure my colleague that this government has set up the appropriate mechanisms to deal with the allegations with regards to foreign interference in our elections through the creation of NSICOP, through the creation of INSIRA, and now through the appointment of Mr. David Johnston, who was initially appointed by Stephen Harper, a former Conservative Prime Minister, an eminent Canadian who possesses the qualifications, the experience in the law, and the wisdom to help us navigate around the important challenges of foreign interference. But no member in this chamber should have any doubt whatsoever as to the way in which we are protecting our institutions and ensure the return of the two Michaels to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, the evidence is mounting. Every day we are finding new pieces to the foreign interference puzzle. Just yesterday, new allegations were revealed which led to the resignation of a long-standing member of the Liberal caucus. We will continue to ask questions until Canadians get a straightforward answer. Now, for the 8th consecutive time, on what date did the Prime Minister first learn of these serious and troubling allegations?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, since we took the reins of government, we have raised the bar of transparency through the creation of the National Security Intelligence Review Agency, through the creation of the National Security Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians that sees parties work across the partisan aisle, and now with the most recent appointment of David Johnston as an independent expert who will look into these questions to reassure Canadians that they can have confidence in our institutions, in our elections, in our defense of human rights, which manifested in a campaign to see the two Michaels return to Canada. That is something that every member of this chamber and all Canadians can be confident in.
Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, new serious allegations about foreign interference in federal elections led to a high-profile resignation from the Liberal caucus, a caucus member who the Prime Minister has staunchly defended. We have already asked it 8 times today. I'll give them a 9th time to answer. On what day did the Prime Minister first learn of these troubling allegations?
The Honourable Minister for Interparliamentary.
Speaker, I'm happy to answer the question from my colleague from Miramichi, New Brunswick. As has been said on many occasions in this House, Mr. Speaker, we think Canadians benefit from a nonpartisan, fact-based conversation about these very serious issues. We know the Conservative Party is seeking to turn this issue into a partisan circus. Mr. Speaker, what we're trying to do is reassure Canadians that we have a robust system to protect our democratic institutions. Our government has taken these allegations seriously since we formed office, and the Right Honourable David Johnston is the right person to give us ideas on the next steps to reinforce.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, day after day, there are new questions about what this Prime Minister knows about Beijing's interference. Yesterday, it was reported, based on national security sources, that a Liberal MP advised Beijing's Toronto Consul General that the two Michaels languish in a Communist Party jail because somehow their release would benefit the Conservatives. This is about as serious as it gets. The Prime Minister needs to come clean. For the 10th time, when did the Prime Minister learn of these allegations?
Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to making sure that the two Michaels, Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, would be coming home, it was this government's utmost priority for 2 years. The Prime Minister, Foreign Affairs ministers have been heavily involved. All members of Cabinet talking to counterparts from around the world, thinking that, or even alluding to the fact that this was not the case, is absolutely false.
Right.
And we hope that all members in this House were convinced that we were working together to make sure to bring them back home.
Hear, hear. Honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, again, for the 11th time, on what date did the Prime Minister first learn about the allegation that a Liberal MP suggested to Han Tao, the PRC's Consul General in Toronto, that the PRC delay the release of Mr. Kovrig and Mr. Spavor?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Speaker, we will continue to be transparent with Canadians when it comes to the ways in which we are fighting foreign interference through the collaboration of all parties in the NCCOP, through accountability of NCIRA, and now through the appointment of David Johnston, an eminent Canadian, previously appointed by Stephen Harper, a Conservative Prime Minister, someone who will lay out the next practical steps, including and up to a public inquiry, so that all Canadians can be confident that we are protecting our institutions, but no one should doubt, not for a single moment, that we did everything in our power to secure the return of the two Canadians. It was the right thing to do. Those two Michaels are back home, and that is something that should be celebrated by all members in this chamber.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Ontario Premier Doug Ford was warned by CSIS that there was alleged Chinese interference in the last provincial election, and we even know that this interference targeted Don Valley North, the same riding represented by the federal Liberal MP who was targeted by the allegations in Global News yesterday. We know this because Mr. Ford said so publicly. Was the Prime Minister notified by CSIS that it was discussing potential foreign interference in the Ontario elections with Doug Ford? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we have been saying for many months now, allegations of foreign interference are not just at the federal level. Democratic institutions in the provinces were surely also targeted by this activity. Currently, in the context of federal elections, we are continuing to have discussions with the provincial premiers. I myself had a discussion with Doug Ford regarding the strengthening of democratic institutions, and we offered the provincial governments access to officials and information so that they can strengthen their democracy. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, we also know that the outgoing Mayor of Vancouver, Kennedy Stewart, discussed with CSIS potential Chinese interference in elections, in their municipal elections, because he too said so publicly. Was the Prime Minister notified by CS that Chinese interference was alleged to have have happened in these elections? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have said many times, and I said so before the PROC committee a few weeks ago, we are updated regularly with regard to foreign interference in elections, and we have offered provincial authorities briefings and access to senior officials who are responsible for our intelligence agencies for the very reason we want them to understand this threat that is constantly evolving and to take the necessary measures in their jurisdictions to do what we have done, that is strengthening their democratic institutions. Mr. Speaker, if we sum up, CSIS spoke openly with municipalities about Chinese interference and with the provinces, but they would have us believe that the CSIS doesn't let the federal government know. Apparently, it's only through the media that the Prime Minister knew that one of his members had personal diplomatic ties with Beijing. So either CSIS tells the Prime Minister everything except for what's happening in his own backyard, or CSIS talks with everyone except the federal government. So what should we believe? When will a public inquiry be launched? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows full well that CSIS officials speak regularly with federal government authorities to advise them on how to better strengthen their democratic institutions, and that's exactly what we've been doing since we came to power. The appointment of the Right Honourable David Johnston is a measure that is more focused on how to strengthen our democratic institutions. We have constantly acknowledged the threat of foreign interference, and we've taken measures to counter it. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, there were very troubling allegations published against an MP sitting in this House. They are from two separate sources. It says that he privately advised a senior Chinese diplomat in February 2021 to delay the release of the two Michaels. I'm asking the same question that has been asked 11 times today. When did the Prime Minister know about these allegations regarding national security? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have said many times in this House, the two Michaels were the absolute priority of our government, of the Prime Minister, of a number of foreign affairs ministers, and all the members of this chamber. And we worked with a number of counterparts across the globe to support the two Michaels and to put pressure on China to get to the great outcome of September 24th, 2021, when these two arbitrarily detained Michaels came back home. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the minister doesn't understand because the question is simple. The allegations are serious. The government's lack of response is very eye-opening. So for the 13th time today, I'm going to ask a simple question that requires a very simple response. When did the Prime Minister learn of the serious allegations that were revealed yesterday by Global News? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, what my colleague opposite needs to understand is that the fact that we brought the two Michaels home was our priority, the priority of this government, and saying anything otherwise is absolutely false. So I am answering the question. I reject the premise of the question, which is that the government of Canada and all Canadians did not work hard to make sure that these two arbitrarily detained Michaels got back home, because it was. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of difficulty believing that the national security officials would have deliberately informed the media about such a sensitive topic before having informed the Prime Minister. Once again, Globe and Mail said this Liberal MP was already investigated by CSIS, according to three different sources, about election interference because of his ties with the Chinese consulate. Now, we have asked this question 13 times. When did the Prime Minister learn about these serious allegations? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague knows full well we think that Canadians would benefit from a nonpartisan, factual discussion that are part of institutions that we have already set up. When we came to power, we set up a national security committee of parliamentarians. We appointed the Right Honourable David Johnston last year to give us advice as to any additional measures that we can take. Obviously, we will follow his recommendations in a public and transparent fashion.
South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, just days after the Prime Minister met with President Biden in 2021, the U.S. announced they were doubling the duties on softwood lumber. Workers in communities that rely on Canada's forest industry are hoping for better this time. The WTO agrees we need a better deal. So, is a softwood lumber deal on the agenda with the President? And will the billions in excess duties collected finally be returned to the forest industry?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for that important question. He and I had a good conversation about this the other day. So the forestry sector, I've been very clear. We will always stand up for them, always stand up for their workers. With respect to this issue, we've always said that we are ready to be at the table to negotiate, but we want a good deal, not just any deal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
The climate emergency and foreign actors are threatening Canada's Arctic sovereignty and the rights of Indigenous peoples in the North. Meanwhile, the Canadian Rangers who know the lands they serve in have been failed by this government. A stronger relationship with the U.S. means more predictability, resources, and hopefully more supports for Canadian Rangers. Will this government work with the United States to ensure Canadian Rangers are equipped with the tools and more efficient supports they need to help keep Northerners safe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's search and rescue, domestic operations, or training of fellow CAF members, Canadian Rangers provide key support to Canadians when and where needed. The CAF recognizes that Rangers need to replace personal items quickly because Rangers, and often their community, require them for daily tasks and functions. The CAF has recently streamlined the compensation process. This will expedite the process for Rangers to receive the reimbursements. Our government is committed to ensuring that CAF members always have the tools they need to do their job.
Honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been working hard to bring significant investments to Canada to create good jobs in Kitchener-Conestoga and throughout our nation to support our priority of creating a greener economy. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry update this House on the exciting news that was announced regarding Volkswagen and how this will strengthen Southwest Ontario's and Canada's electric vehicle battery ecosystem?
Minister of Innovation.
Thank my colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga for a great question, Mr. Speaker. Bringing Volkswagen in Canada is a home run for the country, Mr. Speaker. It is the first manufacturer that we bring in our country in 35 years, and it's the first time that we bring a European manufacturer in Canada, Mr. Speaker. This is a huge vote of confidence for Canada. It's a huge vote of confidence for auto sector, and it's a huge vote of confidence for talented auto workers across this nation, Mr. Speaker. Canada can win big, and that's another example.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Yesterday, the Global News printed very serious allegations about a member that sits in this House. The allegations, according to two separate national security sources, stated that, quote, privately advised a senior Chinese diplomat in February of 2021 that Beijing should hold off freeing Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. For the 15th time today, on what date did the Prime Minister first learn of these allegations from security officials?
Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows full well that this government has set up the appropriate mechanisms to be transparent and upfront with Canadians in the ways in which we are protecting our institutions, including our elections, from any allegations of foreign interference. We've had two independent panels made up of nonpartisan, professional public servants verify that the elections were free and fair in 2019 and 2021. And now we have appointed an eminent Canadian in David Johnston to map out the next steps so that we can continue that work. That is something that we will do transparently with Canadians as well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, these non-answers are eroding public trust in our democracy, and the allegations from two separate national security sources state that a member in this House privately advised Beijing officials to hold off freeing Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, two Canadians that were held captive for 1,000 days. For the 16th time now. On what date did the Prime Minister first learn about these allegations against a member of this caucus, of his caucus?
The Honourable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs.
Speaker, on this side of the House, we think what erodes Canadians' confidence is the continued attempt to seek partisan advantage from what is a very serious national security issue, one that our government has taken very seriously. Mr. Speaker, autocratic regimes around the world, including China, want to weaken democratic institutions in countries like Canada. And these kind of irresponsible partisan discussions do not advance the interests of ensuring that Canadians have confidence in our democratic institutions. There are nonpartisan, fact-based ways to get these answers and this reassurance. That's exactly what our government is doing.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, this is very serious and is not partisan, and shame on that member for saying so. The allegations in Global News yesterday were very, very disturbing. Two national security sources say that a Liberal MP advised Beijing to keep the two Michaels locked up to suffer for partisan political gain. That MP has now resigned from the Liberal caucus. Canadians deserve to know the truth, but even more, the two Michaels and their families deserve to know the truth. For the 17th time today, I ask, and please tell us on what date the Prime Minister learned of these horrendous allegations.
Rather incredulous that my colleague across the aisle says that the Conservatives have not partaken in any partisanship. What do they say with the attacks that they made against Mr. Johnston, somebody who was appointed by Stephen Harper? What do they say when they attacked my colleague, the Minister for Global Affairs, appearing at committee for doing her job, which included working around the clock to see the return of the two Michaels? Those are examples of partisanship. It's the Conservatives who should reverse course and unite behind the cause of protecting our institutions. That is precisely what this government will continue to do.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Lizette-Chemin-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, we get the feeling that there's new news coming out every day. Yesterday, what we learned was troubling. A Liberal MP is subject to allegations. These are national and serious allegations. The Canadians have the duty to be informed, and for the 18th time, when did the Prime Minister, when did he learn about these troubling allegations? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yes, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have the right to be informed. They were informed for 2 years about how this was the priority of our government to bring back two Canadians who were arbitrarily detained in China, Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. For 2 years, people across our country were clear. It was their priority and our biggest priority, the priority of all members of this House. So the premise of the question that is being asked by our Conservative colleague, well, at all times, the question of bringing the two Michaels back was the priority of our Liberal government. The Honourable Member for Martinville. Mr. Speaker, Global News is alleging that a Liberal MP advised the Chinese Council to hold off the release of two Michaels imprisoned in China. This in itself would be serious enough, but what should concern us most is that the PMO apparently found out about it from the newspapers. The Prime Minister is said to have fallen off his chair, yet CSIS warned him as early as 2019 about the close ties between this MP and the Council, and this was before the MP was even elected. How is it possible that the MP could have continued to have unrestricted access to Chinese diplomacy? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my friend from Mortarville for his question. It allows me to remind the House that we believe that the best way to reassure Canadians with respect to robust measures that are in place and the efforts of our government to continuously strengthen these measures is to have a nonpartisan, fact-based discussion. And that is exactly what the Right Honourable David Johnston has already started to do. His work is important, and he will table before the end of May a report that will show us the direction to take, and we are waiting for direction from his report. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knew about the close ties between this MP and the Council. CSIS warned him back in 2019, and he did nothing. Yesterday, Global News revealed that this MP allegedly used his ties to try and influence Beijing to favour the Liberal Party, even if it meant putting 2 Canadian citizens at risk. The PM was at best naive, and his MP would have taken advantage of that. This completely disqualifies the government from selecting the rules of the inquiry into Chinese interference. When will there be a public and independent inquiry? This is urgent. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Montarville knows full well the efforts that our government has made to build nonpartisan institutions such as NCCOP, which focuses on national security issues. In fact, my colleague sits on this important parliamentary committee. It's a forum, amongst others, where we can have informed, fact-based discussions that are nonpartisan. To reassure Canadians, like we've always done, we take these issues seriously. We have measures in place to counter foreign interference, and we'll continue in that direction.
Peterborough Kawartha.
One question. We have asked one question 18 times. This question, if not answered, threatens the core of our Canadian democracy. It is time to stop disrespecting this House. These allegations are as serious as it gets. Over 1,000 days, the 2 Michaels waited in a cell wondering if they would ever see their family again. So we ask again, on what day did this Prime Minister know of these horrendous and disturbing allegations of a Liberal MP who told the PRC consulate that to leave them in their cell?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
We had an inquiry with Justice Iacobucci and Justice O'Connor with Canadians that were wrongfully detained in other circumstances. There were a set of recommendations that were asked to be acted upon. Unfortunately, they weren't acted upon by the prior government. They were acted upon by this government. But, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. When we're talking about what is at the very core of our democracy, I think we can all be united that there are autocratic regimes right now that are looking to destabilize Western democracies. They seek us to undermine that democracy by engaging in partisan games on things like national security. It's inappropriate. It's important that we deal with these matters in a judicious, fact-based way.
Well said. Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, allegations emerged that a Liberal MP urged Beijing to not release the 2 Michaels. The ministers here today so far are evading being honest with Canadians. For the 20th time today, on what date did the Prime Minister first hear about these serious allegations reported in the media?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, when we are dealing with something as serious and as fundamental as foreign interference in our democracy, how we engage in those conversations, how we talk to one another is exceptionally important. What we have said from the onset is we have NSICOP, which allows members from all parties to look into every aspect, every corner of government on all of these issues. We have further appointed an eminent expert who was appointed, in fact, by the Conservative government to be Governor General to look at these issues, whose commitment to our democracy is impeccable, who will make recommendations on the next step. We have to be careful in throwing around allegations as though they are fact. Instead, we need to be judicious in how we deal with these matters.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lislet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the premise of my question is a fact. Yesterday's allegations with respect to a member of the Liberal caucus are so important and serious that Canadians need to know the truth. This affects our democratic institutions and our national security. For the 21st time, when was the PM informed of these allegations with respect to a member of his caucus? On what date? The Honourable Minister of National Security. Mr. Speaker, this government always takes such issues very seriously with respect to foreign interference, and that is why we've already offered all authorities with respect to these issues great transparency. With the creation of a committee of parliamentarians and now with the appointment of Mr. Johnston, who will give recommendations, and then the government will respect Mr. Johnston's recommendations. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, many Canadians are suffering from rare diseases that affect their quality of life and that of their families. Amongst these rare diseases is sickle cell anemia. It is a hereditary and incurable blood disorder that affects many people in Black communities. Can the Minister of Health tell us more about his important announcements? The Honourable Minister of Health, I'd like to thank this member for his hard work and his presence yesterday when there was an important announcement made in Montreal for the first ever national drug strategy for rare diseases, supported by an investment of $1.5 billion over 3 years to help Canadians with rare diseases. Thanks to this strategy, thousands of Canadians, young and old, will have access to better screening and diagnosis and affordable and effective treatments that they need, regardless of where they live. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, all day today, this Liberal government and Liberal members have said they want to have a fact-based discussion. Well, we're only asking for one fact, and it's a very simple fact. When was the Prime Minister briefed on these deeply troubling allegations about a member from the Liberal caucus that has now resigned? We've asked for this simple fact now for the 22nd time. Why won't they answer this simple fact-based question?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, by now my colleague will have heard that the answer to that question lies in the mandate that has been provided to Mr. Johnson, who will look into all of the allegations in relationship to the allegations around 2019 and 2021 elections. But I also want to assure my member that 2 independent panels have verified that those elections were free and fair. And now Mr. Johnston will put forward recommendations up to and including a public inquiry, which this government will respect, so that we can reinforce the confidence of Canadians in all of our institutions, most especially our elections.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had to be briefed on this. He absolutely had to be briefed. That is unequivocal. And for 22 questions today, they've refused to answer the question. So let's ask ourselves, why won't they answer it? They won't answer it because the answer to this question is so damaging to this Prime Minister and so damaging to this Liberal government that they will continue to obfuscate. For the 23rd time, simple fact question. When was the Prime Minister briefed?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, this is why we don't play with national security using partisan theater. Because, Mr. Speaker, the member just stood in his place, as we've heard many times, them talk about allegations as if they are fact and saying that things must be true and that they know things that, of course, Mr. Speaker, they couldn't possibly know. And what we have said throughout this process is that when we're dealing with national security, when we're dealing with foreign autocracies trying to undermine our democracy, that we need to have the maturity to allow our institutions and process to answer these questions as opposed to play this out in partisan theater.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, Canadians witnessed a government that refuses to tell the truth about specific facts and troubling facts. For the 24th time, we're going to ask the question so that Canadians can have clear and precise information. When did the Prime Minister learn about the allegations that were published yesterday in Global News, saying that a Liberal MP sought to delay the release of the two Michaels for partisan reasons. One, was the PM informed of this sad reality? The Honourable Minister. With all due respect from my colleague, the government created not one, but two, but three independent processes and nonpartisan processes with the objective of increasing and enhancing the level of transparency. With all the examples we've had to fight against foreign interference. And now we are looking forward to receiving recommendations from Mr. Johnson, an eminent Canadian who is highly qualified to do good work. Thank you.
For Mississauga Malton.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I have heard from constituents about the ongoing mass suspension of internet services in Punjab, India. Canadians have family and friends that are visiting Punjab who do not have access to the internet. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs update this House on the ongoing situation?
Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Mississauga Malton for his important question. We appreciate his concerns and those of many members in this House. We are aware of the evolving situation in Punjab and we are following it very closely. And we look forward to a return to a more stable situation, and you can always count on the Government of Canada to make sure that we will continue to address the concerns of many members of the community. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Generations of Métis and First Nations children were stolen from their homes and forced to attend Canada's horrific residential schools, including the Isle Lacrosse Residential School in Saskatchewan. But despite the violence, terror, and neglect experienced, survivors have been denied the justice, recognition, and compensation they deserve. Instead of breaking the cycle of intergenerational trauma, the Liberals are fighting the survivors in court. Shameful. When will this government finally commit to justice for the Isle Lacrosse Residential School survivors before it's too late?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, it is a disgrace that these survivors have not been compensated up to now. Clearly, and I sat down with a number of them this summer at Batoche and had the opportunity to hear the pain that they continue to be going through, are re-triggered by a number of the settlements that we're achieving across Canada. But these survivors deserve justice. Unfortunately, the government of Saskatchewan has not acted up to this date, and it needs to be at the table with us. These were administered by the government of Saskatchewan. It needs to be held accountable. Reconciliation is not only the job of the federal government, which is to be held to account, but for all levels of government, and we need the government of Saskatchewan to stand up.
Hear, hear, Mark.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, on December 2nd and February 15th, I questioned the government about a 30-year-old tax law that penalizes Canadian companies such as Zenit Nutrition, despite the fact that they only use local and healthy products. Following my questions, a minister and a parliamentary secretary offered their help. The problem is that I didn't hear back from them, not even acknowledgement of receipt of my question. Meanwhile, these entrepreneurial people are fighting multinationals and just want to be able to compete on a level playing field. Why don't the Liberals take the time to listen to them? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, tax evasion for our government has always been a priority. We've invested billions in this, and it will be a pleasure to work with my colleague to able to give him answers. Thank you. That's all the time we have today for question period.
Time we have. I believe we have a point of order. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations, and I hope that if you seek it, you will find consent for the following. That this House acknowledge the need to improve and enhance security measures on Parliament Hill within a framework that affirms the parliamentary privilege of members that are deemed necessary for the House of Commons as an institution and its members as representatives of the electorate to fulfill their functions, including their freedom from obstruction, interference, and intimidation. Thank you.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. It being 3:10 pursuant to, or 3:11 rather, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred record divisions on the motion to concur in the 25th report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs.
Call in the members. The question is as follows.
Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Green, move that the 25th report on the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented on Wednesday, March 8th, 2023 be concurred in. La période de...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Michaud. Correction, Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Halland.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Miss Rood.
Miss Rood.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Fogg, Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Mrs. Matheson.
Mr. DeCharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Ms. Sanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Miss Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Miss Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Miss Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Miss Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Serré.
Miss Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandendel.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouver.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kazmierczak.
Miss O'Connell.
O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedars Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarah.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Miss Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Henley.
Mr. Henley.
Miss Hepfner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
And Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. We stand corrected. The electronic voting period has still about a minute and 35 seconds left. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Chair, I vote nay.
Zerowitz, nay contre.
Ms. Wagenthal.
Thank you, Speaker. I voted in favor.
Ms. Wagenthal, yea pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 172, 172. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Finance.
The question is as follows. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moved that the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Finance presented on Friday, March 10, 2023, be concurred in. Amendment. Mr. Halan, seconded by Mr. Aitchison, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 10th report of the Standing Committee of Finance presented on Friday, March 10th, 2023, be now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Finance with instructions that it amend the same so as to recommend that the government create a Blue Seal national professional testing standard to quickly license professionals like doctors and nurses who prove they are qualified, and that anyone who has passed the common national test for their profession would get a Blue Seal certificate, allowing them to work in any province or territory that chooses to join the Blue Seal standard.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Miss Lewis, Alderman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis, Alderman Norfolk.
Miss Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mrs. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Que tous ceux qui...
All those.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Que tous ceux qui...
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Miss Tassi.
Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Serry.
Monsieur Serry.
Miss Hutchings. Correction, Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
That's a good idea.
Ms. Vandenbeld. Back to Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg. Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Henley.
Mr. Henley.
Miss Hefner.
Hefner.
Miss Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
La Chambre attend.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period is ended. Si des députés n'ont pas...
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Zerowitz.
Mr. Chair, I vote nay.
Ms. Zerowitz, nay contre.
Ms. Wagenthal.
I vote in favor.
Wagenthal, yea pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
On my app, and everything was working, and I was connected, but the camera wouldn't. It kept trying to load, and I missed out on my vote. But you can see online that I was connected. It's just the camera on my phone wouldn't work.
Let me consult on that one to make sure we don't make a mistake. I just want to clarify with the honourable member. Did the honourable member vote in the chamber when he voted on his app, or was he outside and he came in after?
The first vote, I voted from here, but I had to step out for something, so I tried to do it on my app, and then it just wouldn't let the camera.
Very good. Okay, very good. Actually, walking in after consultation with the table is the same as coming in through video. We will register your vote as requested. Oh, we have un autre, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. The same thing happened to me, Mr. Speaker. I left, I tried to vote, and the camera would not turn on. I tried everything. Are you voting yea or nay? Sorry? Are you voting yea or nay? No. It has been registered as a nay.
Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas for 115, 115. Nays contre 208, 208.
I declare the amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moved that the 10th report on the Standing Committee on Finance, presented on Friday, March 10th, 2023, be concurred in. Si un des députés...
If a member of a recognised party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division.
Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded division.
Recorded vote? Okay, very good. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion...
All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Scarpellegia.
Mr. Casey.
Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Saint-Onge.
Ms. Kara.
Miss Kara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Back to Mr. Oliphant.
Back to Mr. Oliphant.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Bradford.
Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Miss Hepfner.
Miss Hepfner.
Madame Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Le retour à Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
All those who oppose the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stromadunda, South Glengarry.
Miss Findlay.
Miss Findlay.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Papta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Zoidminster.
Mr. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Miss Rempel Garner.
Rumpel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLean.
Correction, Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Fogg, Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If a member were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Chair, I vote yes.
Ms. Zerowitz, yea pour.
Ms. Wagenthal.
Thank you. I vote no.
Ms. Wagenthal, nay contre.
Le bureau va maintenant
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 210, 210. Nays contre 114, 114.
I declare the motion carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 44 minutes. I believe the honourable member has the Thursday question.
Down. Well, thank you.
Starts, I'm going to ask everybody. Actually, I'll try that little trick that worked earlier. Shh. Worked every time. Perfect. The honourable member has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is tradition for the official opposition to ask the Thursday question. Well, this Thursday, we asked the same question 24 times. We asked the government when the prime... I understand that the honourable member is looking forward to the question. The question is, on what date did the Prime Minister first learn about the allegations that are now being reported by Global News? And I wonder, when the government House Leader gives us that answer, if he'd also tell us what the legislative plans are for this upcoming week.
Before I let the Honourable Government House Leader, I just want to remind the Honourable members that usually the question pertains to what's going to come up next week as far as legislation, not a continuation of debate. I know it's kind of fuzzy these days, but I just thought I'd clarify that for the next Thursday so that we can make sure that it's done the way we want to. The Honourable Government House Leader.
I'm sure that the honourable member across the way, having not had an opportunity to ask the Thursday question and not be granted that opportunity, might be somewhat confused about what the nature of the Thursday question is or what it would be about. So, of course, we excuse him for that, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I would say that this afternoon we're going to be concluding second reading debate of Bill C-26, the Critical Cybersecurity Systems Protection Act. I would also like to thank all parties for their cooperation in helping to conclude that debate. As all members are aware, Mr. Speaker, as I am sure you are aware and quite excited for, the House will be adjourned tomorrow for the address of the United States President, President Joe Biden. On Monday, we will be dealing with the Senate amendments in relation to Bill C-11 and the Online Streaming Act. Tuesday, we will continue the debate at second reading of Bill C-27, the Digital Charter Implementation Act, with the budget presentation taking place at 4 p.m. later that day. Days 1 and 2 of the budget debate, Mr. Speaker, which I know you're anxiously awaiting, you'll be pleased to know will be happening Wednesday and Thursday, respectively. And Friday, Mr. Speaker, we will proceed to the second reading debate of Bill C-41 regarding humanitarian aid to vulnerable Afghans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate or the orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre de du gouvernement, projet de loi.
Government orders, government bills, Commons resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending the Telecommunications Act, and making consequential amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Gilwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for staying for my few thoughts on this Bill C-26. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-26 in some respects is quite complicated but also quite simple, and it hopes and aspires to have the risks of cybersecurity systems identified, managed, and addressed so that we are at not much less risk because of our cyber system. So, Mr. Speaker, I've had the good fortune in the last, while to be chair of the Public Safety Committee in the previous Parliament, and I'm now the chair of the Defense Committee. And as such, I've literally listened to hours of testimony by people who actually are quite well informed on this subject matter. And my advice to colleagues here is that it behooves us all to be quite humble and approach this subject with some humility, because it is extremely complex. The first area of complexity, Madam Speaker, is in definitions. So definitions say so that, for instance, cybersecurity is defined as the protection of digital information as well as the integrity of the infrastructure housing and transmitting the digital information. Cyber threat, the activity intended to compromise the security of an information system. Cyber defense, NATO defines it as defensive actions in the cyber domain. Cyber warfare is generally referred to as nation-to-state to damage, disrupt another nation-state's computers. Cyber attack, they exploit the vulnerabilities in computer systems and networks of computers' data. So, Madam Speaker, just in the definitions, you can appreciate the complexity of inserting yet another bill and minister into this process. So let me offer some suggestions to the questions, for questions to the members who will be asked to sit on the committee that looks at this bill when it passes out of this House. And may I say, Madam Speaker, I do recommend that this bill pass out of the House, and I do recommend to the committee that's charged with the review of this bill that it takes appropriate amount of time to inform itself on the complexities of this particular space. So the first question I would be asking, Madam Speaker, is who's doing the coordination? There are a number of silos involved here, and we've heard testimony after testimony after testimony about various entities operating in various silos. And for instance, the Department of Defense has its silo. Its silo is to defend the military infrastructure. And it also has some capability to launch cyber attacks. But it is a silo, Madam Speaker. And then there's the public safety silo. Now, that's a very big silo, actually, because it relies on CSE, it relies on CSIS, it relies on the RCMP, and it has, if you will, the largest responsibility for protection of civilian infrastructure. And so while it doesn't have the ability, particularly CSE, to launch cyber attacks domestically, it does have the ability to launch a cyber attack in international cyberspace. It is a curious contradiction, Madam Speaker, and I would encourage members to ask whoever the witnesses are to explain the contradiction, because the more this space expands, the more the distinctions between foreign attacks and domestic attacks become more and more blurred. And then this bill, Madam Speaker, will charge the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry to have some responsibility with respect to cybersecurity. So I'd ask my colleagues to ask questions about how these three entities, public safety, defense, and now the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, are going to coordinate so that the silos are operating in a coordinated fashion, sharing information with each other, so that Canada can present the best possible posture for defense of our networks. So, again, I offer that as a suggestion, as a question to be asked. We can't afford the luxury, Madam Speaker, of one silo knowing something that the other silo doesn't know. And this is becoming a very significant issue because CSIS, for instance, deals in information and intelligence. The RCMP deals in evidence. Most of the information that's coming through all of this cyber infrastructure would never reach the level of evidence, whether it's a civil standard of evidence or a criminal standard of evidence. This is largely information, largely intelligence, and sometimes extremely murky. So again, I'm offering that as a question by members to ask of those who come as proponents of the bill before the committee. The other area that I would suggest is how they are going to deal, or how this particular bill will deal with the attributions of an attack. So just to add to all of the complications I've already put on the floor of the House, Madam Speaker, there is also a myriad of attackers. There are pure state attackers. There are hybrid state criminal attackers, and then there are flat-out criminals. So the state attackers are usually, you can basically name the big four, China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. But, you know, there are themes and variations within that. So Russia, for instance, frequently uses their rather extensive criminal network to act on behalf of the state. And they basically fund themselves by the proceeds that they get by their criminal activities. And the Russians don't care. Like, if you're going to cripple a hospital network or a pipeline, or, you know, name your infrastructure, then they don't care whether it happens by pure criminal activity or hybrid activity or state activity. All it is an exercise in disruption and making it difficult for Canadians in particular. And we see daily examples of this, Madam Speaker, in the Ukraine, where the Russians have used cyber attacks to really make the lives of Ukrainians vulnerable, but also miserable. So the next question I would ask, and if this is not enough questions, Madam Speaker, I've got plenty more, but the other is the alphabet soup of various actors. We've got NCCOP, we've got SCSC, we've got CSIS, we've got RCMP. I don't know what the acronym for this bill will be, but I'm sure that somebody will think of it. And how does this particular initiative, which, as I say, is a worthy initiative, something to be supported here, how will it fit into the overall architecture? And finally, Madam Speaker, just the CAF, the Defense Department, is now doing a review of our defense posture, our defense policy. Cyber is an ever-increasing part of our security environment. And I'm not sure, now again, I would be asking the question how C-26 and all of its various actors fits into that defense review. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for your time and your attention. I'll look forward to any questions that may come.
Questions and comments? The member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Look, I just have looking for the member's commentary. I'm going to read something here. There are several legislative changes that could be implemented to enhance cybersecurity in Canada. These would include 1, strengthening privacy laws, 2, mandatory reporting of cybersecurity incidents, 3, improving cybersecurity standards, 4, increasing cybersecurity funding, 6, strengthening cybercrime laws. Overall, these legislative changes could all help to strengthen cybersecurity in Canada and better protect individuals and organizations from cyber threats. I'm reading this, and I could have read more. This was all generated by ChatGPT. including I could have given some, negatives or some cons to what, around certain legislation. So my point is, I think it emphasizes the importance of this bill and getting it right. And because when we have artificial intelligence getting to the point where they can literally write speeches for us in this House if we want them to, I'd like the members' comments on that, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
An excellent question, Madam Speaker. I wish I'd written it myself, but apparently somebody else has written it for you, or something else has written it for you. I just was sitting prior to question period, and a colleague from Scarborough Rouge River wrote a speech for me through chat on my modern slavery bill. And we just sat there. He fed in a few words, and an entire speech spit out. Yet again, another challenge to us as legislators, and I sometimes think that we are so far behind that we don't even know how far behind we are. To quote Cheney, we don't even know what we don't know. So C-26 is an opportunity to bring ourselves into the game.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The young member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, his series of questions. They're good, and thank him for being the chair of Defence Committee, as he referred to it. Now, I know this is a little outside of the bill, but I had asked a previous colleague from the same committee 2 questions as have come forward during our study of cybersecurity. One, his thoughts and ponderings on international calls for the International Criminal Court to actually consider cyber warfare a criminal or an act of war. And then the additional thought was that 90% of what the Canadian government sees as classified information could actually be declassified, and the ability to sort through, help our organizations sort through a lot of these cyber attacks and information when, in fact, we could actually eliminate and limit the amount that we classify. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, that's 2 impossible questions in a row, Madam Speaker, but I congratulate the member for that question. The first is, should cyber warfare be declared as an act of war? Well, to my mind, an attack is an attack is an attack, and if you are, running cars off the road, or you're interfering with pipelines, or you're interfering with hospitals, you are putting people's lives at risk and sometimes even killing them. So it does strike me as an act of war. And the second issue is, she was probably there when I think I raised that question with one of our witnesses, which was our levels of classification of information. And the question I put to one of the witnesses was, I've been in on some of these security briefings, and I'm sitting there wondering whether I read it 2 weeks ago in the Globe and Mail. We seem to have a very high threshold of classifications, which I think we should, maybe this will be an opportunity to reduce that threshold.
We have time for a brief question and bref question. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Highlands.
This is an area where I appreciate the member's expertise. I'm certainly identifying where the actors are that attack with cybersecurity. Does he think, from what he knows, that there's any level of Canadian government response that will not always be playing catch-up with cyber criminals that are ahead of us?
From the honourable for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, the briefest of all answer, Madam Speaker, is no. I think we are always going to be playing catch-up. This space is moving so quickly.
Resuming debate, the honourable member of Bay of Quinte.
Change that hasn't happened in 100 years is coming, and we are driving this change together. These are the words spoken yesterday from President Xi of China to Vladimir Putin as they departed company in Moscow. Their meeting, which took place under the shadow of Russia's onslaught in Ukraine, was one that the experts stated was a meeting to build Russia and China's alignment against the U.S. and the West and a world order more suited to their more autocratic agendas. You know, this is a very serious bill at a very serious time. And it also works in coordination with a lot of other serious bills that we have on the floor right now. C-34 on Investment Canada Act, and looking closely at what investments are security-minded and what are good for Canada. C-27, the Privacy Act, so looking at the protection of Canadians' privacies, and we've stated all along that privacy for Canadians needs to be a fundamental human right. Interoperability and right to repair, all which look at different ways in which we're dealing with our IP and our technology in Canada. And today in Science and Research Committee, we're continuing the study of IP commercialization, ensuring that we can develop technology and we can hold technology in Canada. We lose a significant amount of our IP to the Americans, to other nations, and of course to foreign entities. When it talks about, though, the world order and what's actually happening in the world, Albert Einstein famously said that I'm not sure what weapons will be used in World War III, but the weapons in World War IV will be sticks and stones. Well, the weapons are being used right now. They are joysticks and it's software. And make no mistake, at this moment, we are already at war. We're not talking about just Ukraine. The member previously spoke about some of the attacks that are happening from this sort of center and this cyber attack in Ukraine. Cyber attacks are happening all across the world, and they're happening right now in Canada. There's been a lot of different alarming statistics of cyber attacks and malware attacks in Canada. We know of Revenue Canada Agency was attacked in August 2020, impacting nearly 13,000 Canadians who were victims of that. There was also a hospital in Newfoundland in October 2020 where cybersecurity hackers stole personal information from healthcare employees and patents in all 4 health regions. It was it affected 2,500 people. Black & McDonald, a major defense and security company and contractor, was hit with ransomware just 2 weeks ago. So that is our security being hit by the very thing that they're trying to protect us from. Global Affairs was attacked in January 2022, right around the time that Russia engaged in the illegal invasion of Ukraine. It was reported that it may have been Russian or Russian state-sponsored actions who were responsible for the cyber attack on Global Affairs. And most famously, I would say there's a ransomware attack on critical infrastructure in the United States back in May 2021. Pipeline infrastructure was attacked. President Biden, of course, here tomorrow, at that time issued a state of emergency. 17 states also issued states of emergency. It was very serious, and it shows the capabilities of some of those cyber threat actors. And for ransomware, those companies that attack companies and then demand ransom or money before they return those computers or the networks back to the owners. It's worth now $20 billion. That's how much money ransomware is causing businesses. Back in 2016, it only used to be $5 billion. So the technology is rapidly advancing, and of course, it is a war. It is a war that is affecting not only Canadians at this very moment, but it's something that also we have to be very serious and realistic at looking at what cybersecurity is, what it means, and what we have to do as Canadians and as a Canadian government to combat that. We know that this bill is something we support. We, of course, support this bill. Cybersecurity is very important. And as the member noted earlier, we have to make it right. We don't have time to ensure there's a flawed bill or to race something through because of the advancements, because of the need to be very serious and realistic about cybersecurity. Let's make sure when we get this to committee, and we make sure then that we look at certain amendments that get this bill right. The question is always, at this very moment, is the government taking this seriously enough? Despite a ban on Huawei announced by this government in May 2022, this week it was ascertained by the member of Dauphin Swan River, Nepawa, and we had a meeting, of course we're talking about IP commercialization in the Science and Research Committee, that UBC admitted that they're still working with Huawei. After May 2022, it was ascertained, and the government and the minister assured us that Huawei was banned, that Huawei was done. Of course, there was reports months ago of a crackdown on IP being stolen and shared from our Canadian universities. And it's projected already in 2023, it's already going to be the worst year for ransomware, for cybersecurity, and of course for our IP leaving Canada. So we have to take this seriously, and I know that the members across the way have talked about it. Of course, this is a bill that does so, but it shows that we need to be serious, and we need to talk about cybersecurity, which means being realistic and bold in how we counter and how we aid the West in winning the war in cybersecurity. The amendments for the bill that we'd like to see. Number one, we have to ensure that we protect and safeguard our national security and our infrastructure. That means, and I know the member talked earlier about the different silos that exist, and probably the most important function is to ensure that each silo in the government dealing with cybersecurity are talking to one another. The Americans, when they deal with cybersecurity, they have a National Security Agency, they have the Department of Homeland Security, they have the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, and the Department of Defense, and they're all working alongside an enhanced cybersecurity establishment that was developed in 2018. Now, Canada has a very similar communications security establishment, part of the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, but as the member noted previously, are they talking to NSICOP, to CSE? Are we making sure that we're talking to the different departments? And we know that the government is pretty large and it's pretty wieldy. We have to make sure that these governments are working together. We have to make sure we're looking after our businesses. 40% of Canadian SMEs do not have any cybersecurity protection. And to just make these businesses implement that is going to be very costly for those businesses. As a business owner, the single biggest cost when it comes to cybersecurity is actually insurance. Insurance premiums for cybersecurity attacks are going up and up. Every year they can increase by 20 or 30%. Of course, that's aligned to the $20 billion that we're seeing from malware and ransomware across the world and the increase of these cyber attacks. But we have to make sure that we help our businesses. So perhaps we need to look at tax credits. One thing that we can do is ensure that we share best practices and that businesses get support from the federal government in enhancing their cyber security. Another concern we have is just how much power the minister is getting. The minister is supposed to get all the power, and we've seen this in other bills. We've seen this in right to repair, interoperability. We've seen it in C-27. Perhaps it's better to look at an ombudsman. We've talked about government and counselor, order and council. We certainly want to hear from the security experts at this committee to just ascertain who exactly should be making these decisions, and certainly bringing it back to one minister. I mean, this bill right now could fit under the INDU committee and the INDU minister, but it is going to public safety. So already we have two different departments managing this bill. Why does one minister have to handle this? Why can't it be a broader process to ensure we're seeing some congruence? Privacy, something we've talked about quite a bit. C-27, we're still debating that back in the House tomorrow. Certainly feel that privacy needs to be a fundamental human right. And part of this bill also has concerns from different groups and organizations across Canada about how we're protecting Canadians' right to privacy, and when they lose that privacy, who's responsible for that? Certainly there's going to be a lot of different witnesses that come to committee, and certainly we look at cybersecurity. We have to ensure we're protecting Canadians' fundamental right to privacy and ensuring that we can do all we can that if that privacy is breached, that those Canadians can find some relief. When we talk about C-27, we've talked about a tribunal, certainly maybe giving some more powers to the Privacy Commissioner, who should have more power to look at whether we're going to go after criminals or organizations who breach that. And certainly we have to also look at the law and look at what we're doing in terms of going after criminals who engage in cyber warfare and continue to, again, go after the threats of Canadians. You know, when we look at Russia and China, again, being very concerning right now, there's a lot of different reasons for that. Russia is growing increasingly reliant on China, both on import market and export of electronics. Both leaders will build a closer energy partnership. That's oil, gas, coal, electricity, and nuclear energy. You know, they're going to build the power of a Siberia 2 gas pipeline through the territory of Mongolia. And, you know, why it really is important, Taiwan is coming up. Ms. Speaker, you know,
The honourable member's time is up, so I did give him the 2 minute, the 1 minute, and the wrap it up. So I'm sure that he'll be able to add more during questions and comments. The honourable member Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just was listening to his may I say, I pretty well agree with everything he said. What I'm concerned about is that partisanship is a debilitating exercise around here, and this is serious business. Does he have any thoughts as to how to inoculate this bill, in particular, from the partisanship that may inevitably follow this bill, so that we can deal with this as serious legislators and serve all of our public?
Member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, I certainly think, and I've heard from across this side of the House, that we're in agreement with the bill, that cybersecurity is needed. I think the difference from our side is we just want to make sure that we slow down a little bit, get this bill right, be realistic and bold about what we need to do from the Canadian government to ensure we tackle cybersecurity. So I think we can come together in committee. I've heard from many of our speakers that we all agree to bring it to committee, but let's bring in the best witnesses and to ensure that we get this bill right, and so that at the end we're not catching up, we're leading the world, not catching up. Thank you.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like us, all MPs, I believe, in this House, experts fear Chinese interference in our essential infrastructure. We're talking here about telecommunications. I'd ask my colleague, should we be seriously concerned, and should the Liberal government be very seriously concerned about the presence in its own ranks of Liberal MPs who, in their own way, threaten national security?
Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. You know, we are seriously concerned in an ever-evolving world on national security, cybersecurity, infrastructure and investment security, protecting Canadian interests and IP, making sure that we have fair and open and honest open inquiries as to if there are breaches in interference in our democracy, that they're tackled openly and honestly. We are certainly asking for that every day. And certainly when it comes to this bill, it's no different. We're at war. We're at war with a war that's joysticks and software that threaten our infrastructure and our very livelihoods of Canadians and Canadian businesses. Let's get this right. Let's work together, open and honestly, and make sure that we can pass a good bill that protects Canadians.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for Bay of Quinte for his intervention. I'm glad that he mentioned the same concerns that we as the NDP have about the overly broad powers that are being proposed for the minister. And I wonder if the minister could, or the member could share with us whether some options that the NDP might propose to fix some of those concerns would be to include possibly parliamentary oversight, some kind of review mechanism, or maybe an independent review body as a fix to the overly broad powers that are being proposed for the minister.
Member for Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, thank you to the member for Nunavut for the important question. Yes, there have to be a lot of different options. It's not just this bill. There's a lot of different bills where it's suggested to give broad powers to one minister. It makes no sense. A lot of bills give broad powers, and there's a lot of bills to one minister. I don't know how the minister has time to deal with that. Certainly, we're open to a lot of different suggestions. Those suggestions sound good. An ombudsman. There have been suggestions of tribunals before, making sure that we have a broad bodies that can oversee this and not just to give the power to one minister. 100% we support that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief question. L'Honorable.
The Honourable.
For Northumberland, Peterborough. Peterborough South.
Thank you. Just a brief question to the member. He talked a little bit about silos and the inability for governments to sometimes work across. I know he has a great background in innovation and in business. Maybe you could expand a little bit more about the importance of collaboration with respect to cybersecurity and in business in general.
Answer from the member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. Collaboration is key, not only from government agencies, but who's really going to solve this is the same as the U.S., are the Canadian businesses, the Canadian inventors and entrepreneurs who can develop software and technology of cybersecurity that can be world-leading, can help Canada, help Canadians, and help the world in combating this awful thing. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must inform the House the questions that it will be discussing at this adjournment tonight.
Okanagan West Kootenay, climate change. The honourable member for Victoria, climate change. And the honourable member for Spadina Fort York, democratic institutions. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. A point of order, the honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, unless I've misunderstood, the member for the Bloc Québécois suggested that there were government members who would threaten national security. I think that's really stretching allegations. That's totally unacceptable, Madam Speaker, to suggest that MPs can be a threat to national security. I'd like to have him verify or apologize, but if I've misunderstood, I apologize. But was that what was said during the previous debate? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Alors, je m'excuse, mais...
I apologize, but we didn't hear specifically, so we will have a look at Hansard, and we will verify, and then we'll get back to you as needed.
Debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me just start off on that point that you were just talking about, because in the 21st century, cybersecurity is national security. And it behooves us all as parliamentarians to work as hard as we can to protect our businesses, to protect consumers, to protect our institutions from cyber threats. And that's why I'm so grateful and delighted to be here today in the House to be able to speak to the second reading of debate of Bill C-26, which concerns the important topic of cyber security. Cybersecurity is a matter of great concern to my constituents, Madam Speaker, of all ages. You know, I firmly believe that both the public and private sectors need to be able to protect themselves against malicious cyber activity, including cyber attacks. And as parliamentarians, it's our duty to establish a framework for secure critical infrastructure that we can all rely on. The past few decades have seen remarkable advancements in computer and internet technology and online connectivity, and has become an integral part of Canadians' lives and those around the world. We saw through COVID, the pandemic has shown us just how we rely so much on the internet for everything we do, from education to conducting business to staying in touch with our loved ones. With more and more people depending on the internet, including young children and seniors, our most vulnerable, it's crucial to ensure that we have a secure and reliable cyber connectivity. Our government is committed to improving cybersecurity to safeguard our country's future in the cyberspace. However, as technology and cyber systems continue to evolve, our infrastructure is becoming more interconnected and interdependent, which brings new security vulnerabilities. For instance, personal interactions like banking and credit card transactions are now mainly conducted online, making cybersecurity even more important. According to the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, ransomware attacks were among the most significant cybersecurity threats in recent years. Cyber criminals continue to use sophisticated tactics to gain access to critical systems, steal sensitive data, and extort victims for money. Madam Speaker, in addition to ransomware attacks, other common cybersecurity threats include phishing attacks, malware, insider threats, and distribution denial of service attacks. I know the members have all received these type of attacks through our emails or phone calls that we don't know where they're coming from, but they are trying to crack our system and look to do criminal activity. As more organizations adopt cloud computing, like we do here, Internet of Things devices, and artificial intelligence, these technologies are also becoming significant targets for these cyber criminals. Cybersecurity threats can have severe consequences for businesses, all levels of governments and individuals. These include financial losses. We've heard in the billions, reputational damage, legal liabilities, and even physical harm, where we have read the stories and heard the stories of those that have taken their lives because of these harmful attacks. It's crucial to take proactive steps to prevent and mitigate cybersecurity risks. Bill C-26 is a landmark legislation that amends the Telecommunications Act, and other consequential acts to enhance cybersecurity. The bill proposes to add more security as an express policy objective of the telecommunications sector, bringing it in line with other critical infrastructure sectors. The key objective of the bill are twofold. Firstly, Part 1, the bill proposes to amend the Telecommunications Act to add security expressly as a policy objective. This amendment aims to align the telecommunications sector with other critical infrastructure sectors. The changes that we're bringing about through this legislation will authorize the Governor and Council and the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry to establish and implement, after consultation with stakeholders, the policy statement, quote, securing Canada's telecommunications system, which the Minister announced in May of 2022. The primary objective is to prevent the use of products and services by high-risk suppliers and their affiliates. This would enable the Canadian government to restrict telecommunications service providers from utilizing products or services from high-risk suppliers when necessary. By doing so, consumers would not be exposed to potential security risks. This approach would allow the government to take security measures similar to other federal regulators in their respective critical infrastructure sectors. The second part of Bill C-26 pertains to the introduction of the Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act, or CCSPA, which mandates designated operators in federally regulated sectors such as finance, telecommunications, energy, and transportation to undertake specific measures to safeguard their critical cyber systems. It would include the ability to take action on other vulnerabilities, such as human error or storms that can cause risk of outages to these critical services. Additionally, the Act will facilitate organizations' capacity to prevent and bounce back from various forms of malevolent cyber activities, like electronic espionage and ransomware. Notably, cyber incidents that surpass a certain threshold will necessitate mandatory reporting. Canada's federally regulated critical infrastructure and, in turn, protect Canadians and Canadian businesses. The need to intensify our efforts is apparent due to the advent of new technologies, Madam Speaker, like we are hearing about 5G. 5G, the COVID-19 pandemic, has highlighted our growing dependence on technology. Additionally, in my riding of Mississauga East, Cooksville, there's a growing concern for Russia's unwarranted and unjustified invasion of Ukraine that has resulted in international tensions and a range of potential threats, including supply chain disruptions, cyber attacks from state and non-state actors, Madam Speaker. We are not starting from scratch in our fight against this threat, though. Our government is always vigilant when it comes to any type of threat, including cyber threats. Our government has made several investments in cybersecurity in recent years to improve the country's cyber resilience and protect Canadians' data and privacy. For example, in 2018, we created the National Cyber Security Strategy. This was based on the consultations that we initiated with Canadians in 2016. Our government adopted this strategy that established a framework aimed at protecting citizens and businesses from cyber threats, while also leveraging the economic benefit of digital technology. Cyber incidents involve a certain threshold that would be required to be reported. This legislation would give the government a new tool to compel action if necessary in response to cybersecurity threats or vulnerabilities. Madam Speaker, Canada is working alongside other democratic nations across the globe, both in the context of our Five Eyes relationship and the G7 alliance. These multilateral forums are intensely focused on devising strategies to counter a range of cyber threats, such as ransomware attacks and the dissemination of false information, which we have seen too often, and attempts by malicious actors to engage in cyber espionage. To facilitate this collaboration, we're emphasizing the importance of sharing information and intelligence, breaking down those silos, enabling us to more effectively combat efforts to destabilize our economies and undermine Canadian interests. While we're currently engaged in a debate regarding Bill C-26, we're also taking proactive measures to address the current gaps in our domestic cybersecurity landscape, while simultaneously partnering with like-minded nations to confront these challenges in a comprehensive manner. We've listened to our security experts, Canadians, and our allies, and we're following the right path. We will ensure that our networks and our economy are kept secure. A safe and secure cyberspace is important for Canadian competitiveness, economic stability, and long-term prosperity. Bill C-26 aims to enhance designated organizations' preparedness, prevention response, and recovery ability.
I'm sorry, the honourable member's time is up. Questions and comments? Yes, I also gave him a couple of minutes of a couple of signals about the time running out. The honourable questions et commentaires. The honourable member Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. And I very much enjoy working on Finance Committee with the member and enjoyed his thoughtful remarks as well. My question is this, and hopefully it hits the other Liberals' concerns about partisanship, that this is substantive criticism, not partisanship. But you've heard concerns from both the NDP and from the Conservative Party that it does provide a broad swath of powers to the minister. Is the government open to delineating some of those powers so they can give additional assurances to us and the other opposition parties? Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I very much enjoy working with the honourable member on our Finance Committee. And you know, I think the member always looks for pragmatic solutions. And you know, for our cyber security to work, we have to work right across party lines. We have to work across all levels of government, with all our institutions, with the private sector, with the public sector. That is the only way that we are going to implement a system that is really going to have an effect to be able to combat these cyber criminals that we find, and what we're being bombarded with. They're always kind of trying to stay one step ahead, and the only way for us to be able to combat that is to be able to work together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, honorable.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to thank the Chair of the Finance Committee, with whom I have the great pleasure of working. I would like to thank him for his speech. It's very important to have a better framework for cybersecurity, but like the Conservative colleague mentioned, one of our concerns is that this bill gives a lot of power to the government when it comes to just making its own unilateral decisions. We would like reassurances that this is not a way to circumvent Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable for Mississauga Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member. And it is also great to work with this member on Finance Committee. And then the way that we work on Finance Committee is the way that I feel that this bill is being structured and the way it is going to work. It talks about ensuring that we work across, of course, party lines. That this is a non-partisan thing. I think as parliamentarians, we are all here to protect Canadians in the best way that we possibly can. We know in our ridings, in our distinctive ridings, that we get many calls, emails, letters from concerned citizens that are being hit by many of these attacks. So what I can say to the member is that we will do this in a nonpartisan way. We will reach out to our other stakeholders, again, across all lines. We heard the member for Scarborough-Guildwood talk about we have to break down the silos. We have too many silos. Breaking down the silos is what I feel that this legislation would be able to do and strengthen our cyber security systems. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Mississauga East Cooksville for his remarks today. And I'd like to encourage all members, in fact, to take a look at the 7th report on the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, a report that we did on Canada's security stance vis-a-vis Russia, because a lot of that report covers why a bill like C-26 is necessary. And I think we can see agreement on the principle of the bill, but like my two colleagues from the Conservative Party and the Bloc, I'm just going to express some frustration that the Liberals didn't anticipate that we in the opposition would have concerns with this first draft of the bill in the accountability, the oversight, and the transparency. And I just wish the Liberals could have anticipated that before releasing this draft of the bill, because now it looks like the committee has its work cut out for it to improve those measures. And I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague could express some comments on that particular part of this. Thank you.
A brief answer from the member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member. And that's what committee work is there for. The committee has the opportunity to dig deep into the bill, to be able to look at ways to enhance and better the legislation. I think that's a very important aspect, Madam Speaker. But in the end, I believe that this bill is about bringing Canadians together, bringing our institutions together, making sure that we break through like we just heard, those silos, and be able to set up the type of security system, cybersecurity system, that we are all looking for. In no way do I see this to be a partisan piece of legislation. It is something that I think that we wholeheartedly in this House feel strongly about, and that we can make a significant difference on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Brandon Souris.
Hey, I love you, Larry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I rise to speak to today, all of us in this place are acutely aware of the deeply concerning realities of foreign interference in Canada's affairs. The government of Canada can't afford to ignore this troubling trend. And while there are many angles from which we must consider how best to protect our national interests, as we examine the content of Bill C-26, we are focused primarily on matters related to cybersecurity. There's no question that Canada's critical infrastructure must be protected from cyber threats. In our modern world, computer systems are integral to the provisions of healthcare, powering our homes and businesses, unfolding our financial systems, or upholding our financial systems, and so much more. While these incredible tools of our time may not be visible to the naked eye, they are tremendously powerful, and we cannot afford for these systems to be compromised. The consequences from a criminal or a foreign adversary's disruption of medical services in our hospitals or of our electrical grids would be incredibly dangerous and potentially deadly. In their 2021 special report on the Government of Canada's framework and activities to defend its systems and networks from cyber attack, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of parliamentarians concisely listed what's at stake when cyber threats arise. Madam Speaker, things like the personal information of Canadians, like proprietary information, intellectual property, and research of Canadian businesses and researchers, government policies and policy making, security and intelligence information and operations, and the integrity of government systems, to name a few. I was grateful to hear the Minister of Public Safety, when introducing this bill, say, and I quote, "Cybersecurity is national security," end quote. It's a simple statement, but it's sure true. Now, if we truly recognize cybersecurity as an essential element of our national security, we are more likely to give it the attention it deserves. Bill C-26 isn't perfect, as has been stated here. and we must ensure we protect the privacy of Canadians. Nor will it be a cure-all for every cybersecurity weakness. But I'm fully behind updating our cybersecurity legislation. I hope the Liberal government is open to improving the bill at committee stage, and I will offer my support to get it to the committee. The objective of this bill is solid: to equip government to quickly respond to cyber threats. As any expert in the field will tell you, rapid response is critical when a serious attack is underway. But there are key issues that remain with the bill as it's presented to us today. Make no mistake, this legislation will give the government the ability to insert themselves into the operations of companies, and therefore their customers. As Christopher Parsons of the University of Toronto wrote in a critical analysis of the bill, quote, "No recognition of privacy or other charter-protected rights exists as a counterbalance to proposed security requirements, nor are appropriate accountability or transparency requirements imposed on the government," end quote. So as with any new power that a government gives itself, there must be extensive checks and balances. There must be transparency, and most of all, there must be oversight. What this legislation does not provide what this legislation does not do is provide those much needed guardrails. We need the safety involved, the oversights. Giving a minister the power to order a private company to, quote, "do anything or refrain from doing anything," end quote, particularly when it comes to private information of its customers, is deeply problematic, end quote as well. While I understand that how that minister can yield this new power might be spelled out in the future regulations, I believe that must be clearly outlined in legislation, rather than leaving it up to the Cabinet to decide at a future date. We must also have a fulsome airing of what information the government could collect from companies and its customers. Almost every aspect of our lives is interwoven with digital information. From banking to how we do business to how we communicate, numerous companies have that information on each of us today. The question, therefore, remains, if we grant the government access to information from companies, even for the most altruistic or national security reasons, who is overseeing those government agencies? I can assure you the government won't be giving new powers to members of Parliament or parliamentary committees to undertake that role. So look no further than the stonewalling Parliament is receiving on foreign interference in our democracy now. It's absolutely imperative that oversight and guardrails are built into this legislation, and I implore my colleagues at the parliamentary committee that will be tasked with this legislation to do just that. The fact is, government has trouble protecting its own sensitive information from cyber threats. Many examples of cyber attacks against the government have already been cited during this debate. There was the attack against the Canada Revenue Agency in August of 2020, which resulted in 13,000 victimized Canadians, Madam Speaker. Global Affairs was attacked in January of 2022. Canada Post has filed several breach reports after cyber incidents, according to records from the Privacy Commissioner. If the government is unable to protect itself from cyber threats, how can it be expected to protect the sensitive cybersecurity plans of private companies? The Liberal government would do well to lead by example before it can truly ask private companies to beef up their own cybersecurity practices. The witnesses of the government's own cybersecurity the weaknesses, of the government's own cybersecurity have been flagged over and over again. In September of 2020, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians announced its review of the government's, quote, framework and activities to defend its system and networks from cyber attack, end quote. The review resulted in a number of findings which deserve mention. First, the committee found that cyber threats to government systems and networks, quote, are a significant risk to national security and the continuity of government operations, end quote. They also noted that nation states are the most sophisticated threat actors. although the threats do not come from nation states alone. And secondly, the committee found that while the government has implemented a framework to defend itself from cyber attacks, the strength of the framework is, quote, weakened by the inconsistent applications of security-related responsibilities and the inconsistent use of cyber defense services, end quote. So in plain language, the report found that not all federal organizations receive cyber defense protection. The committee review identified that while Shared Services Canada provides some cyber defense services to 160 of 169 federal organizations, only 43 of those organizations actually receive the full complement of their services. Given these findings, the committee recommended that the government, one, continue to strengthen its framework for defending government networks from cyber attack, and recommended to apply and extend cyber defense policies and practices equally across government. So at the time, the Liberal government agreed with the recommendations that were put forward. While this was an important step toward acknowledging the issue, taking action is another thing entirely. Just days ago, a Globe and Mail headline read, Ottawa makes little progress shoring up Crown Corporation's cybersecurity. The report noted that despite 18 months passing since the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians raised concerns about the possibility that Crown corporations, which are still not subject to the government's cyber defense policies, could inadvertently serve as gateways into the federal government's well-protected systems. The Public Safety Minister did not mention that NSICOP report and recommendations when introducing this bill, but I hope that the work of this committee, made up of parliamentarians from across party lines, can be helpful in enhancing the government's own cybersecurity defenses. As NSICOP has underscored, the, quote, data of organizations not protected by the government cyber defense framework is at significant risk, end quote. Moreover, unprotected organizations potentially act as a weak link in the government's defenses by maintaining electronic connectivity to organizations within the cyber defense framework, creating risks for the government as a whole, end quote. In closing, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that the government is aware of these risks, but has been slow to rectify the issue. While Bill C-26 covers another angle of this discussion, it does not address the problem of the government's own house. And as I said already, cybersecurity's laws need to be updated here in Canada. Bill C-26 can play.
Sorry, the honourable member's time is up. The questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting listening to the Conservatives stand up and speak on the legislation. It's nice, actually, to see, because this morning they didn't want to debate the legislation. And I think it's because, Madam Speaker, this is legislation, as we've seen, as they've expressed, that they support the legislation. And it sure would be nice to see the Conservative Party actually allow legislation that they pass come to a conclusion and debate that puts it to the committee in which they'd be able to deal with many of the issues that they're actually talking about. So I guess my question to the member is, does the member believe there's any onus of responsibility whatsoever for the Conservative Party once they've recognized and they're supporting legislation to at least give it consideration to passing to committee in a timely fashion so that, Madam Speaker, we can actually see legislation being discussed in the committee? Ultimately, the Conservative Party, if they wanted to, they could ultimately drag it until 2025, every piece of legislation.
The honourable member for Brandon Service.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague from Winnipeg North's interjection there and his question. He and I are used to debating each other from the days in the Manitoba legislature, not so much because we were both in opposition in those days, but we did teach him how to speak when he had the opportunity to filibuster, Madam Speaker. When we were always short of a person to speak in the Manitoba legislature, we could go over to my colleague from Winnipeg North and ask him if he wanted to have a chance to speak. He was the only Liberal in the House at the time, and so he never refused us. He was so I think he learned. I think he learned his lesson on how to carry on well. So I won't try to do that, Madam Speaker. I think the big thing here is that Canadians need to know that the minister has still got extreme powers in this bill. And that's why we are making sure that we put it on the record that there needs to be some amendments come forward at committee. the government is listening to that, and I would hope that they would be willing to look at some of those amendments as when the time comes and this bill will get to committee.
The honourable member for Avignon-le-Métis-Mettal-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I think that in 2023 it's time to adopt a bill on cybersecurity. We're not against the spirit of this bill. There are certain criticisms that have been heard since the beginning of this bill. A professor from the University of Toronto, Christopher Parsons, put forward 29 recommendations to strengthen transparency and accountability of measures in Bill C-26 because, by his reckoning, this bill is so imperfect that it would allow authoritarian governments in the world to use it as a precedent for their own repressive laws. Groups have approved of these recommendations. Groups that have concerns, they believe that the Prime Minister might have too many powers with this bill with regards to privacy. Does my colleague have the same worries? Is he ready to work on this bill with us?
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Yes, and I want to thank my colleague for her excellent question in regards to trying to move this forward. And of course, I've indicated that I do want to see it go to committee, and I will support it to go to committee. I also want to refer to I did refer to a couple of the remarks that Christopher Parsons had made from the University of Toronto in a very critical analysis of this bill when he brought it forward. And I think it was, giving no recognition of privacy or other charter-protected rights exists as a counterbalance to proposed security requirements is, I won't go on in that one, Madam Speaker, but he was very clear on the improvements that could be made in this bill, and that's why we want to see it go to the committee so that it can we can actually put some of those amendments forward, unless the government brings them forward themselves.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We had an unusual intervention just before the last one, where the member from Winnipeg North would put it that any time a Conservative debates a bill, that we are somehow obstructing it from getting to committee. And yet we've had, right before the minister's speech was a Liberal member. So it's like when Liberals speak, they're debating. When Conservatives speak, they're obstructing. But the debate may well collapse soon. It's important, though, to debate this. So I would like the member, with the time that he has left, to talk again about the serious concerns that people have about this bill and what we can look forward to at committee.
There's not much time left. There's 20 seconds. I was trying to give the honourable member the signal that his time is out. The honourable member for Brandon Souris, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from Calgary for his intervention as well. And, it's my expectation that we will send this bill to committee, not to give it a quick rubber stamp, Madam Speaker, but instead to carefully examine it, amend it where it's needed, and improve it in order to ensure Canada's cyber defences are the best they can be. And that was the last paragraph of my speech that I didn't get to present, Mr. Speaker. So that will give the indication to the Liberals a clear analysis of what needs to be done.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to join the debate on second reading of Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity. Madam Speaker, several of my colleagues have already spoken at length about the importance of this bill and the details therein, but it bears repeating that Bill C-26 is critical to our country's national security, our public safety, and our economy. Not only does C-26 introduce the new Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act, or CC...
Bring the House to order a little bit. There's conversations. I would ask the members maybe to stand, to step out, to have those conversations, to allow the honourable member for Fredericton to have the respect that she deserves during her speech. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Madam Speaker, not only does C-26 introduce the new Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act, or CCSPA, to legally compel designated operators to protect their cyber systems, but it also amends the Telecommunications Act to enshrine security as a policy objective and bring the sector in line with other critical infrastructure sectors. Being online and connected is essential to all Canadians. Now more than ever, Canadians rely on the internet for their daily lives, but it's more than just conducting business and paying bills. It is also about staying in touch and connected with loved ones from coast to coast to coast, and indeed around the world. That is why the Government of Canada is connecting 98% of Canadians to high-speed internet by 2026 and 100% of Canadians by 2030. Our critical infrastructure is becoming increasingly interconnected. interdependence and integrated with cyber systems, particularly with emergence of new technologies such as 5G, which will operate at significantly higher speeds and will provide greater versatility, capability, and complexity than previous generations. These technologies certainly create significant economic benefits and opportunities, but they also bring with them new security vulnerabilities that some may be tempted to prey on. At this time, I want to bring the perspective of my constituents and the riding of Fredericton to this important debate today. Fredericton is home to the Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity at the University of New Brunswick, with a focus on disruptive technology and groundbreaking research. The Institute provides hands-on support for community and industry partners as they face emerging threats with company-specific cross-disciplinary research. Led by Dr. Ali Gorbani, Canada's research chair in cybersecurity, the Institute generates data sets to help thwart malicious cyber attacks and works in tandem with the National Research Council of Canada in an innovative hub model that will lead to discoveries and advancements in cybersecurity, including publications, patents, and the commercialization of technology, as well as provide training opportunities for graduate students and postdoctoral fellows. Innovative cybersecurity research is conducted with a focus on internet security, artificial intelligence, human-computer interaction, and natural language processing. I was honored to welcome many ministers to my riding and to connect with them with researchers and leaders in the industry to showcase how my community distinguishes itself in this sector. Madam Speaker, Fredericton is at the forefront of this new age and the challenges it presents, and I could not be more proud. Even if there is enormous potential for Canadian digital innovation and expertise in cybersecurity, and I'm witnessing it every day at home, we also need to face the fact that cyber threats are growing in sophistication and magnitude. In 2021, close to 200,000 businesses across the country were affected by a cybersecurity incident, and this number continues to grow. And each of those businesses isn't merely a business. It's comprised of hardworking owners and employees with families to feed and bills to pay. It is all the more maddening that many of these businesses must spend precious amounts of time and money preventing or fighting back against these incidents, many of which involve stealing money or demanding ransoms. Canadian businesses spent billions over the last years to detect and prevent cybersecurity incidents, and consequently, they are experiencing downtime and a loss in revenue. Cybercrime is costly, and those who are bearing the brunt of it are Canadian businesses. We also know that at all levels of government, we've not been immune from these kinds of attacks. Even horribly, hospitals. Earlier this year, the Toronto Sick Kids Hospital was targeted by a ransomware attack affecting its operations. Closer to home in Atlantic Canada, a ransomware group was behind the 2021 cyber attack that paralyzed the Newfoundland and Labrador healthcare system. Beyond the monetary implications, attacks like these have the real-life potential of impacting the health and safety of the ones we love, and we must do everything in our power as legislators to put in place effective safeguards. The effects on Canadians demonstrate beyond a doubt why we need to strengthen Canada's cybersecurity systems. As lawmakers, the least we can do is ensure that Canada, its institutions and businesses can continue to thrive in the digital economy, that our banks and telecommunications providers continue to provide Canadians with reliable services. Bill C-26 modernizes existing legislation to add security to the 9 other policy objectives in the Act, bringing telecommunications in line with other critical sectors. The bill would also add new authorities to the Telecommunications Act, which would enable the government to take action to promote the security of the Canadian telecommunications system. As mentioned in recent years, Canada's cybersecurity status has been tested by a variety of threat campaigns targeting critical infrastructure, businesses, and individuals. The increase in digitization has led to the weaponization of digital tools and processes. This results in the disruption of critical systems and causes a lack of confidence in physical, psychological, and economic well-being. Madam Speaker, I'm proud of all the work that has been done to secure Canada's critical telecommunications infrastructure, but I do not want us to lose sight of the work still to be done. The advent of the COVID-19 pandemic had been a catalyst for bolstering national and international cyber defense practices, requiring improved policies, guidance, and cyber intel. Furthermore, given what is happening in Ukraine with the Russian invasion, we know that there are still military threats in the 21st century. However, we are also dealing with the emergence of new technologies that pose non-military threats. With rising geopolitical tensions, government-driven hostile cyber operations are more prevalent now than ever, posing an increased threat level to Canada's national security, economic prosperity, and national and public safety. In the 21st century, cybersecurity is national security, and it's our government's responsibility to protect Canadians from growing cyber threats, and that's exactly why we've developed Bill C-26. It contains a multitude of important measures to protect Canadians and Canadian businesses. It is a carefully designed, multi-pronged approach. Part 2 of this Act enacts the Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act to provide a framework for the protection of the critical cyber systems that are vital to national security and public safety. It also authorizes the Governor and Council to designate any service or system as a vital service or vital system, and requires designated operators to establish and implement cybersecurity programs, mitigate supply chain and third-party risks, report cybersecurity incidents, and comply with cybersecurity directions. Introducing the new Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act will strengthen baseline cybersecurity and provide a framework for the government to respond to emerging cyber threats. It's essential that we keep pace with the rapidly evolving cyber environment by ensuring we have a robust legislative framework in place. In short, Bill C-26 is essential to helping keeping Canadians and their data safe. In a world as connected as ours, we cannot take that for granted. Once again, cybersecurity is national security. I'm looking forward for this bill to be sent to committee, and I encourage all members to join me in supporting Bill C-26 in subsequent readings. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci.
Questions and comments? The honourable member of Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and it's great to see my fellow 2019er in the House and doing strong. So my question, though, is with respect to, it's been a theme from all the opposition parties, is that we generally support the idea, and certainly the idea of a cybersecurity legislation is actually well overdue. Our challenge is that many of the powers are not sufficiently delineated, and it gives the government quite a bit of power, and without being partisan and talking about particular failures, I think for any government, giving them that much power without delineating it would have concern for any opposition party. So is the member, or is the government open to making amendments on that?
Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague, also class of 2019. And really, I mean, this is why it works its way through the House. So hopefully this is something that could be discussed at the committee phase once it's passed through. Also, I mean, it speaks to the important role of the official opposition in questioning these kinds of powers and holding the government to account. So certainly, I think we're open to see these discussions continue, and in any way we can strengthen the bill, I think it's a win for Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I have a rather technical question. Here's what we are wondering. How would such legislation apply to Hydro-Quebec? Hydro-Quebec is Quebec's public company responsible for electrician because there are interprovincial electric lines and critical systems and services. Does my colleague have any thoughts about what this bill would mean for Hydro-Quebec? The honourable member for Fredericton.
Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. And I don't have a technical response for that very technical question that he asked, but we have to consider, again, the importance of protecting our electrical grids. New Brunswick relies really heavily on our partners in Quebec as well, and so it's certainly going to have implications for my constituents at home. But these are, again, questions that we need to look at and consider, hopefully, during the committee stage, and hear from testimony and witnesses that would be able to address those concerns. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to hear from my Liberal colleague that the Liberals are open to much needed amendments on this bill to increase that oversight, transparency, and accountability on the executive branch. I just want to quickly read a quote from Jeremy Harris, who's the co-founder of Gladstone AI. He said, quote, ChatGPT is the harbinger of an area which AI will be the single most important source of public safety risk facing Canada. As AI advances at breakneck pace, the destructive footprint of malicious actors who use it will increase just as fast. I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague has any comments just on how fast this technology is advancing and really just how important it is that we equip all of our agencies to keep those vital systems safe.
For Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. I have a lot of concerns about how fast, technologies are developing, particularly around artificial intelligence, facial recognition technology. All of these pieces, moving pieces, have incredible implications, especially for vulnerable people in our communities as well. I think it deserves a hard look by all members of this House, particularly in the committee that will be studying this legislation. But I think beyond that as well, we're in a new, unpredictable time. As I mentioned in my speech, a lot about geopolitical factors, a lot of the threats that are coming in. I think we don't know what we don't know at this point, and I think that causes a lot of fear. So really, this is a conversation that's long overdue. And so I thank the member for allowing me the opportunity to enter into that space, but I really hope that we have more fulsome discussion around those aspects in particular. Thank you.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I want to thank the honourable member for her speech. I thought it was quite thoughtful contribution to this conversation. I'd be interested in her thoughts on how we protect rights without going down the rights rabbit hole that leads to paralysis on a space that is going so fast, very few of us can actually comprehend how fast it's moving.
A brief answer from the member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think it speaks to the concept that we need to modernize a lot of our legislation. We need to modernize a lot of our approaches and processes because, as I said about not knowing what we don't know, things are happening so fast at this point that we need to protect, again, those that are most vulnerable. We need to protect the generations to come. And so there's a lot of unknowns right now, and I think legislation like this allows us, again, to bring in those experts, to have those conversations and ensure that we're kind of getting ahead of these things and being proactive. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to speak today in the House on Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending the Telecommunications Act, and making other consequential amendments. With every passing year, Canadians are increasingly moving their lives online. They communicate with loved ones through email, messaging, photo sharing, video calls, and more. They can order their entire grocery order, rent a car for the weekend, and book appointments with the click of an app. But as more and more Canadians choose to put more of their lives online, it falls to us as members of Parliament to ensure that our cybersecurity laws are as protective of their personal and private information as possible. The next generation of Canadians is increasingly building their professional and personal lives online. At the same time, they face mounting threats from foreign actors, ranging from scammers to state actors. They have shown that these actors have shown that they will use any tactic, from identity theft to cyber attacks, to exploit Canadians and attack our institutions. That's why this legislation we have before us today is essential, and why getting it right the first time is even more important. In particular, it must protect our online information while not crushing our small business startups under mountains of red tape. On this side of the House, my Conservative colleagues and I believe that, as currently constructed, Bill C-26 fails to account for the welfare of small business startups by adding more red tape and placing burdensome costs on our homegrown technology sector. As constructed, this bill would directly affect startups by adding further bureaucracy that will drive up their starting costs. It will overburden small telecommunications providers in regulation, the companies that provide our families and businesses access to a global market online. Wrapping them in red tape could risk our access to compete on the world stage. This Liberal government has already made it hard enough for startups, and the Liberal record on small business has been one committed to mazes of bureaucracy, punitive fines and penalties, and rising inflation. A high tax and wasteful spending Liberal economy has already made it hard enough for startups. Now, Madam Speaker, through the overarching premise of this cybersecurity bill, we know that it's needed. We absolutely need to update our cybersecurity laws. While at the same time, we cannot allow Bill C-26 to add unnecessary burdens to business, especially small businesses. I'm particularly concerned about how this bill's regulations will also apply to businesses, quote, irrespective of their cybersecurity maturity, implying that providers who already have advanced electronic protection measures will still have to comply with the new regulations of this bill. This means that businesses cannot continue using their current, possibly more robust cybersecurity systems. Instead, they would have to disregard their current cybersecurity measures and replace them with the newly proposed government model. So even Canadian businesses who have already worked hard to protect their customers' security at accepted global standards will still incur more costs despite their robust electronic security measures. They will need to invest in government-regulated security measures, incur these costs, such as inspection, extra time, installation, and further training. They may have to overturn their superior standards for the government's preference completely. The thing is, we don't know what the regulations are going to be or how they will affect businesses because the actual regulations haven't been developed. And that's how this government really does a lot of their bills. Great titles with little details. We're expected to just trust the Liberals to figure it all out later, behind closed doors with no opportunity to study at committee with expert witnesses. Imagine if this regulatory framework was applied to any other business. Suppose we were regulating changes in the banking security industry. We would require that every Canadian bank and credit union would possibly tear their building down to the ground, brick by brick, and then rebuild themselves from scratch. That really does not make sense. So now is the time when we should be encouraging competition and bringing in more telecommunications companies. We know Canada has some of the highest telecommunication costs in the world. As more and more Canadians move their lives online, whether for banking, social media, or work-related, adding more tape, as mentioned in this bill, would make this transition far more difficult. Costs never remain in the business's ledgers forever. They are always inevitably passed on to the consumer. So as a government, we should encourage the next generation of Canadian entrepreneurs who are innovating. I'll mention as a sidebar that I was formerly on the industry committee, and we did a quantum computing study that was, well, it was frankly terrifying about how Canada could be exposed to bad actors, which could affect every part of our online lives as these technological advances develop. We have to be aware of risks and be able to stay ahead of technology. Now, Madam Speaker, these enterprises, businesses, and telecommunications providers don't need more red tape. They need a stable market without uncompetitive government interference. We know very well how easy it can be for the government to build regulations that only the largest providers of an industry can shoulder. Without attention to scale, a single fault of noncompliance could instantly wipe out a smaller company. This legislation allows ministers and bureaucrats to levy fines as high as $15 million without special consideration, such as the size of a company's user base. Non-specific details like that are music to the ears of our largest telecommunications providers. Monopolization of our telecommunications sector is something Canadians are already concerned with. We must always proceed cautiously not to turn away innovation and new businesses entering a market, which creates healthy competition. For example, these fines can also be enacted under the vague term of, quote, protecting a critical cyber system. This vague terminology can leave a lot of leeway for government ministers to injure Canadian businesses with rampant fines. There is already a shortage of online and electronic security professionals in Canada. According to the Business Council of Canada, an estimated 25,000 personnel are needed in the cybersecurity industry. Instead of dissuading these crucial professionals from joining this industry and helping to keep Canada safe from domestic and foreign cyber threats, let's provide a better framework and encouragement for them to build new businesses in this essential industry. Let's not scare them off with red tape and penalties. Now, Madam Speaker, as you can see, the legislation proposed for Bill C-26 has some significant concerns that require amendments at committee. Regulations being done behind closed doors after the bill passes with a lack of transparency is a concern. Conservatives have been looking to make amendments, will be looking to make amendments to this bill at committee as we hear from experts. As I mentioned earlier, my Conservative colleagues and I encourage and support new, updated, and secure cybersecurity measures to be put in place, especially as more and more Canadians move their lives online. But by placing more and more red tape on small and startup businesses and providers who have already been in the industry for years, this bill will effectively dissuade businesses from entering this market and providing more services for Canadians. Large and mature businesses can handle the related costs of Bill C-26, but the associated expenses could crush small businesses. I've worked much of my career around various regulated industries and have seen it all too often when red tape, and regulations make it just too hard for small businesses to even start or to stay afloat without being acquired by a larger firm, as small companies just can't keep up to the regulatory compliance. Cybersecurity threats affect all our communities. In January of 2023, an international ransomware group claimed responsibility for an Okanagan College cyber attack in my region. Let's keep Canada safe by building clear, online security measures that will encourage startup professionals and businesses to help build up our cybersecurity infrastructure to a world-class standard. We won't accomplish this goal if we continue to add burdensome fines, penalties, and red tape. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her speech this afternoon. And I mean, I certainly hear her support for small businesses and the concerns that she's raising, but I kind of come at this from a different standpoint, where I feel that there's protections here for small businesses. It's designed to prevent them from unnecessary losses when they happen to be attacked or be subjected to ransomware. So is there a balance here where this is also about supporting them from preventing those losses? Thank you.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comment from the honourable member. I think that, you know, with part of this piece of legislation is we really don't have the details, you know, and that's part of the concern. So I'm hoping that once, you know, if this goes forward to committee, that some of that could be worked out, because that is part of the concern right now. You know, we sort of have the topic, we know what the overarching desire is and what the fines may be, but we don't actually know what all of the regulations are going to be. And so that does have a lot of concerns, especially for small businesses that won't really know, they don't know at this point what this means for them. So hopefully that will come out at committee, and there'll be more information there that will be added potentially as amendments to the bill. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments, particularly about not wanting to add more bureaucracy and more red tape to small and medium-sized enterprises, particularly small startups. I'm looking at a study from the Public Safety Committee about Canada's security posture in relation to Russia, and one of the committee's recommendations, and I'll just read it, it's number 4, that the Government of Canada instruct the Communications Security Establishment to broaden tools used to educate small and medium-sized enterprises about the need to adopt cybersecurity standards. So making education tools available versus adding more red tape. I would like my colleagues' comments.
Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the great question from my colleague. I think that is a great recommendation, and I'll just give a very specific example. So one of the roles that I've had in my career was I had the privilege of being on the board of one of the largest credit unions in Canada for 10 years, and we underwent extensive training. And cybersecurity was one of the topics that we had to do. And I was actually able to take some of that training that I had through there and bring it into my small business that I had at the time. And I remember thinking, geez, I wish a lot of other small business owners could be going through this extensive training that I just went through. And so I think that is a great approach and should be something that we definitely work on.
Comments? The
honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Section 13 of Bill C-26 would allow the government to put in orders new measures to protect essential cyber systems. It's an interesting leeway, more flexibility than a legislative process, but does my colleague think in committee it would be good to amend the bill so that there would be certainty that we'd have accountability in Parliament?
The honour for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the question. That is something certainly that the committee members could ask when you've got the expert witnesses there at committee, to sort of maybe delve into that more and see potentially what those issues are and maybe what the opportunities might be potentially for amendments. So I think that's one of those things that could be looked at committee, and certainly the committee members that are there could ask those questions for the witnesses that are there.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. This bill creates tools for governments to support Canadian businesses and organizations in securing their networks and protecting personal and private information. And I wonder if the member could share her thoughts on how better this bill could ensure that businesses are better protected.
A brief answer from the member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the honourable member. Again, that's one of those that's one of the parts of this bill that sort of like philosophically sounds like a great thing that the bill could work on. But again, we don't have any details. So it's a great objective, but we don't really have any strategies or any other information. So that's something that definitely could be asked at committee as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And perhaps just an initial comment, sitting through the debate, I have to observe it's been one of the highest qualities that I've seen while being in the House, a really substantive discussion of a very important issue. So proud today, as I always am, to be a member of Parliament and to be sitting in this House of Commons. So, of course, today we're talking about Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending the Telecommunications Act and consequential amendments to other acts. More broadly, it's a cybersecurity issue. And I think from the debate and otherwise in academic discussions that we can all agree that this is an area of substantial importance and an area where legislation is required. And in fact, it's one of my frustrations, and I think it's shared by many Canadians, is that this government is not agile enough in responding to a world that is quickly changing. And so we need to be more agile as a legislature, as a government, in order to reflect the changes that are going on. We've had a little bit of talk about important changes such as the artificial intelligence. The speed, the exponential speed at which artificial intelligence is changing is unbelievable. And any type of quick Google search will tell you from many academics about, one, the great part that artificial intelligence can serve, being able to do much of the hard work that human beings are now doing. The challenge is, as those observers also say, is that its ability to do malicious work is equaled, which is obviously very challenging. And so we see these threats, and as we go forward and we see more and more powerful artificial intelligence and computing power, we see the potential for those threats growing. And we've certainly seen our share just of sort of, I guess for lack of a better term, run-of-the-mill cybersecurity threats just in the last couple of years. I myself was serving as the Shadow Minister for National Revenue when there were substantial CRA breaches of potential information. One such breach didn't actually transmit any information, but it forced the CRA to shut down their entire system, which shut out over 800,000 people to their My Account or their login system right around tax filing season, I should say, which is obviously a tremendous concern for Canadians who are just attempting to file their taxes. The unfortunate reality as it stands today is that we are vulnerable to cybersecurity attacks. My colleague from Kildona, St. Paul, spoke recently about a conversation she had with cybersecurity experts from the Minister's Department just last year, where they warned her about the incredible implications of an attack on our critical infrastructure, such as our electrical infrastructure or pipeline technology. Of course, we're a country, and no surprise to many of you, maybe to some of my colleagues from British Columbia, but we're a cold country, and we can imagine the impact that it could have if, in fact, our infrastructure, our heating infrastructure, our electrical grid, our ability to get natural gas out to some of the coldest places in the world could have. It literally could be a matter of life or death. Imagine, for example, a cyber attack to one of our nuclear facilities, what that could potentially mean. All of this to once again highlight the fact, as has been highlighted in this House today, of the significance and the importance of cybersecurity legislation. Another example, which I believe has been discussed and debated, but I think deserves highlighting again, was in Newfoundland in October of 2020, where cybersecurity hackers stole personal information from healthcare workers and patients in all four regions, as well as social insurance number to over 2,500 patients. These are very deeply personal information, and as our information increasingly goes on that magical cloud, both in the public and private sector, it's increasingly important that we put the appropriate measures with the cybersecurity. And so, like I said, the spirit of this legislation is absolutely right. The intent, I believe, is also right. The timing is a little bit slow, but we need to get that in place. But just in a word, just because the member from Winnipeg North did comment on the need for expediency, and I agree with him in one sense that we need cybersecurity legislation, new cybersecurity legislation in place like yesterday. The unfortunately is they've brought this legislation and it's not complete. There are a series of regulations that we don't know. And it's our job, and I'm honestly not trying to be partisan. This is a substantive criticism, and it would have expedited this legislation if you had brought forward, if they had brought forward, through you, Mr. Speaker, if they had brought forward the legislation completely baked. Show us the regulations. Show us what you want to do. Of course, it could be. I would feel this way about any government as a Canadian citizen. If we're going to grant them wide swaths of power, and maybe even necessarily, we just want to know what exactly are the do with those powers. Don't do as Nancy Pelosi famously said, the Speaker of the House. Let's pass a bill and then read the bill. Let's read it first and understand it, because quite frankly, I think the conversation in this House has been at a very high caliber, and the more information you can feed us, the more information we can digest and do our job for Canadian citizens by improving that legislation, especially in matters of, as a member rightfully said from the Liberal Party, this is a matter of not just cybersecurity, but of national security, and so we really, in all candor and all honesty, want to do our due diligence here. So, as I said, the Part 1 of the Act amends the Telecommunications Act to add the promotion of security of the Canadian telecommunications system as an objective to the Canadian telecommunication policy, and to authorize the Governor and Council and the Minister of the Industry to direct telecommunication service providers to do anything or refrain from anything. This is obviously like a very, very broad power, and that's where we need to look at and work at committee. And like I said, this legislation, if fully baked, would mean less work at committee, would mean perhaps we could carry forward the debate quicker, but as we are left with many questions, those questions deserve to be answered here in the People's House. The second part of the legislation, or Part 2, enacts the Critical Cybersecurity Systems Protections Act, an act to provide a framework for the protection of the cybersecurity systems and services and provide that are vital to national security and public safety, and that are delivered or operated as a part of the work undertaking the business within the legislative authority of Parliament. It also, among other things, authorizes the Governor and Council to designate any system or service as a vital service or vital system, authorizes the Governor and Council to establish classes of operators in respect to the vital system or service, requires designated operators to, among other things, establish and implement cybersecurity programs, mitigate supply chain and third-party risks, report cybersecurity incidents, and comply with cybersecurity division, and provide exchanges for information between relevant parties, and authorizes enforcement and obligations under this Act, and imposes consequences and non-compliance. And so I hope I've highlighted the fact that in fact this is an important piece of information, and that there are gaps within the information. So my substantive ask would be for the government to publish some of those regulations, and so that we can review them, perhaps even before committee, and come to it in a spirit of collaboration and discussion. This is a matter of national security. The other part that I would like to see, and perhaps I'm just, as I'm getting a little bit less young these days, I get a little bit more skeptical, and I would love to see some accountability mechanisms where the minister reports back to Parliament or to otherwise, because the question is always with the government, who will watch the watcher? And we've seen that all governments are not infallible, and in fact can commit their own share of foibles and errors and mistakes, unintentional or intentional. And so I would love to see some greater accountability come committee. Thank you very much. And like I said, I've enjoyed this substantive discussion. I look forward to your questions.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague for that very well thought out speech. And I would agree this is a very high level discussion we've been having this afternoon, and I think it's been well placed. And you mentioned the possible impacts, say, if a nuclear facility was attacked, and it got me thinking about the military capabilities of Canada. And my riding of Fredericton is home to CFB Gagetown, very proudly so. We're also home to the Cybersecurity Institute, as I mentioned previously in my speech. So just wondering if you could comment more generally on this expanding role and the necessity to have cybersecurity education and professionals in our Canadian military. Thank you.
Honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Yeah, I mean, I agree is the short answer, but the longer answer is that actually I agree with the comment that the member said earlier with respect to modernization. We need to modernize our view on security in the world. The world's changed. It changed dramatically a year and a half ago, and it continues to change. And so that we need to be adept and agile, and quite frankly, be willing to put the resources where they are needed for the future.
Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague knows that TikTok was banned from all government devices. My question is simple. Does my colleague believe that Beijing is committing political interference with this platform, TikTok?
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. I will say that I agree with the government's recommendation or policy to remove TikTok from all government devices. I believe right now or today the CEO of TikTok is being interviewed or I guess testifying in behalf of the U.S. Congress, and so we'll see the more that comes from that. And I would agree with him in this far in that we need to be on guard against foreign interference in all forms.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Churchill, Kawatinakaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I acknowledge that obviously today we're having a serious debate about cybersecurity and, of course, amendments to the Telecommunications Act. But what strikes me is that as we discuss this issue in Parliament, there's an immense disconnect with many communities here in our own country that have barely any access to the internet and certainly the wired world that so many of us take for granted. And I'm thinking particularly of First Nations here in my constituency. 11 of whom today announced a regional state of emergency. And the threat that they face isn't from the outside, it is from within. The threat of drugs, the threat of federal neglect through the housing crisis that they face, the public safety crisis that they face, and truly an unbelievable set of crises that they are facing in one of the wealthiest countries in the world. So I'm as their member of Parliament, I certainly share their concern that Canada is not taking seriously the reality of First Nations here in this country, the disconnect that they are facing, and really the big question is what will it take for the Government of Canada to act to deal with the real threats that First Nations, particularly the most marginalized here in our country, are facing right now.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you for the member bringing this important area of discussion with respect to this debate, and obviously always merits time on the House of Commons to discuss these issues. What I can say, unfortunately my time is very brief, is that I believe that any child either born on or off a reserve or wherever they're born deserves an equal opportunity to be successful in this country, and it's absolutely my commitment to doing that. I have the great privilege of having two First Nations within the constituency of Northumberland, Peterborough South, and I'm very proud to represent them here in the House of Commons.
Questions and comments. One last time, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you finally recognized me. It's very appreciative.
I see that. I'd like to thank the member for his great speech, and I guess my biggest concern with the legislation is you had brought up the overreaching powers that this government is giving themselves and how that we don't know much about what they're going to be doing with them or how they can actually implement them. Could you give us a bit more examples or your opinion on how overreaching these powers are?
I guess my opinion is not important in this one, but I bet you the honourable member for Northumberland Peterborough South would like to answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. Yeah. There's a series of provisions that talk about frameworks and talk about giving government the powers to, in order to put themselves within private sectors to direct them without providing specific delineation of how that would happen. Like I said, it's difficult to get this type of legislation through in expedient ways without the government fully explaining what they want to get accomplished in this legislation.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Hi, man. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor and a privilege to rise in this place, and it's nice to be able to join the debate on the topic that we have at hand. You know, when we talk about cybersecurity, there's so many different factors that go into it, and I recognize that the bill in front of us is largely to do with you know, telecommunications companies, with bigger companies, and perhaps with government institutions as a whole. But also, we need to, as we're having this conversation, we need to recognize and address the fact that, you know, the risk presented through cybersecurity extends much beyond that. When we look at the current generation of kids that are being raised, for example, kids are heavily involved in you know, using cell phones, in video game systems, computer consoles as well, and are curious by nature and are more at risk, I would say, of clicking on a link that they do not know or realize that is harmful. And we know that that is quite often how a lot of the bad actors exploit weaknesses in computer systems and in businesses or in homes as well. So I think it's important just to have that context out there early as we start the debate on this bill. So I want to get into a few specific parts of the bill here off the start. So first of all, it proposes to amend the Telecommunications Act to make sure that the security of our Canadian telecommunications system is an official objective of our public policy, which isn't a bad idea in and of itself. Second, it would create a new Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act. The stated goal is to have a framework in place that will allow for better protection of critical cyber services and systems which impact national security or public safety. Some of the proposals include the designation of services or systems deemed to be vital for the purposes of this new act, along with designating classes of operators for these services or systems. For the designated operators in question, they could be required to perform certain duties or activities, including the implementation of security programs, mitigation of risks, reporting security incidents, and comply with cybersecurity directions. Most significantly, Bill C-26 authorizes the enforcement of these measures through financial penalties or even imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, anybody hearing these few examples listed in the preamble think that it sounds like common sense, and I would generally agree with that. But there is a problem, especially with the last one to do with directions, because it is something that is quite vague. These points should raise some obvious questions. How are we defining each of them? What are the limits and the accountability for using these new powers? It is fair to have these general concerns when we consider any government, but Canadians have reason to be especially wary with the one currently in power based on the Liberal record itself. Unfortunately, the most recent and disturbing revelations related to foreign interference in 2 federal elections, which allegedly included working with an elected official, is not the only thing we need to talk about here. Here's another example. Conservatives were demanding the Liberal government to ban Huawei from our cellular networks for a number of years. Despite all the warnings and security concerns, they delayed the decision and left us out of step with our closest partners in the Five Eyes. We have been calling it out for years before they finally decided to make the right decision, thanks to pressure from Canadians, experts, our allies, and the official opposition. It was not very long ago, almost a year, when the announcement to ban Huawei came along. As much as it was the right decision, it should have been made much sooner. To say that is not a complaint about some missed opportunity in the past. The delay caused real problems with upfront costs for our telcos, and it created extra uncertainty for consumers. Mr. Speaker, prior to becoming a member of Parliament, I used to work for a telecommunication company in Saskatchewan, and when you look at how big and you look at how vast our country is, you start thinking about how much equipment for one single telecommunications provider in one province, like SaskTel, the company I work for, you think about how much equipment it is exactly that they would have ordered or pre-ordered and potentially would have had to have replaced based on the government taking so long to make up their mind on whether or not to ban Huawei. You look at some of the bigger companies out there, that same thing, the upfront costs that they would have had to have incurred, and then also the new costs to have to replace all of that equipment on top of it, just simply because the government dragged their feet on such a big decision. We have learned a lot of other things about foreign interference since then, which need to be properly addressed and independently investigated. And we need a public inquiry at the very least into some of these issues. But once again, the Liberals are refusing to do the right thing for as long as they possibly can. It is clearer than ever before that we need to get a lot more serious about our cybersecurity, because what we are really talking about is our national security as a whole. These two things are closely intertwined. Having this conversation is long overdue, and we are happy to see the issue get more attention than it deserves. Canadians have a lot of questions and concerns about it, which should not be ignored. That's why it is a priority for Conservatives on our side of the House, and we're not going to let it go. While we work to carefully review Bill C-26 in this place, we want to make sure that it will be effective and accomplish what it's supposed to do. It needs to protect Canadians living in a digital world, and at the same time, it should not create any new openings for government to interfere with people's lives or abuse its power. After all, we are waiting for Bill C-11 to return to the House with all the problems it has, including the risk of online censorship. Mr. Speaker, the problem is whether it's with Huawei or with the latest scandal about foreign interference, the Liberal government has failed to act, and they have undermined trust in our institutions. That's why it's hard to take them seriously when a bill like this one comes forward. Their failure in this area is even more frustrating, because we should all agree that there is a real need for strengthening cybersecurity. That is what experts and stakeholders have been telling us over many years, and Canadians have had to wait for far too long for this government brought something forward. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, this bill is flawed, and it will require more work to make sure that we get it right. But the fact that we're talking about it right now is a small and necessary step in the right direction. There's a few more points I'd like to mention here, Mr. Speaker. One is that Part 1 of this bill will allow the federal government to compel service providers to remove all products provided by a specified person from its networks or facilities. So, Mr. Speaker, first of all, what that does is put a lot of the companies at risk of having adversarial agreements signed in the future. If I was one of those companies trying to sign an agreement, I'd be doing everything I can to make sure that someone's not going to put a clause in there that if the government forces the removal of it, that there's going to be an extra fine levied on that company. The problem with this bill is it exposes our companies to having these bad contracts negotiated and signed and being forced upon them by bad actors. Under the new Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act, the minister would be able to direct and impose any number of things on a service provider without giving compensation to them for complying with their orders. And when you think about what I was talking about earlier, Mr. Speaker, about the upfront costs that were paid for by all these telcos trying to advance their networks and provide the products and services that their clients and customers want and need, especially as the world moves forward in a more digital fashion. And then you're going to have the government forcing them to do something without any compensation or without the ability to have help on dealing with these changes. It's something that I think this bill needs to look at reconsidering. That leaves service providers in a position, again, Mr. Speaker, they have to pay for complying with potentially arbitrary orders or also face legal penalties, the ones I mentioned earlier, with fines or even imprisonment. Again, we do have a desperate need to improve our cybersecurity regime, but these problems show that this bill is poorly written. By seeking to implement personal liability for breaches of the Act, it will incentivize skilled Canadian cybersecurity professionals to leave Canada to find jobs elsewhere. This phenomenon, commonly known as the brain drain, is emerging as a severe issue for our economy, in some part thanks to the policies of this government. Thousands of skilled, highly employable Canadians move to the United States thanks to their larger market, higher salaries, and lower taxes, while very few Americans would move to Canada to do the same. This issue is bigger than just the cybersecurity sector. Thanks to this government, we're losing nurses, doctors, and tech workers to the United States. All the while, professionals who immigrate to Canada are being denied the paperwork they need to work in the field they are trained for because of the ridiculous red tape that plagues their immigration. Given that we're already short 25,000 cybersecurity professionals in Canada, is it wise to keep incentivizing them to go to the States? Another massive problem with this bill is that it opens up the door for some extreme violations of individual privacy and expands the state's power to use a secret government order to bar individuals or companies from accessing essential services. While we must improve our framework against cybersecurity attacks, drastically expanding what Cabinet can do outside the public eye is always a bad idea. Accountability to the people and Parliament has always been an essential part of how we are supposed to do things in Canada. It is, however, not surprising that this government would advocate for more unaccountable power. After all, they've been anything but transparent. They've hidden information from Canadians to protect their partisan interests. Canadians deserve to know what the government's doing. We must always uphold the principle that everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Giving Cabinet the right to secretly cut Canadians off from essential services could threaten to erode this fundamental right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member, on the right side of the book here, Scarborough-Guildwood.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member seems to be concerned about the enforcement powers in this legislation. Yet without this enforcement powers in this legislation, it's kind of a useless piece of legislation. So if I'm sending an email to him to go over there, somehow or another, your entity may be the weak link. So if in fact you're concerned about your piece of the infrastructure being the weak link, if you will, the problem, how do you propose changing that without some sort of significant power on the part of the government to make sure that your piece of the cyber infrastructure is not the weak link in the entire system?
Well, I just want to remind you that I'm not going to be doing anything there, but I'm just going to make. But I'll let the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands respond.
I was rather hoping.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I would just say, it's having the government talk to businesses, to be transparent in the process, to work with industry, to make sure that there's a good process of approval to make sure that equipment or that companies that people are buying from aren't already compromised. I think working with them to make sure that they know that there's good actors out there that provide good equipment, right? There are many other companies out there besides Huawei, for example, that provide good equipment. The government could work with those companies rather than threatening them with fines and imprisonment. They should be working with them to make sure that we have the proper equipment in our networks to make sure that Canadians have the best services, but also the highest level of security that they possibly can get.
In comments, question commentaire. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sit on the National Defence Committee, and we are discussing a lot of cybersecurity. And as it relates, I think, here today, obviously the armed forces are having quite a recruitment retention issue. But across the board, we're seeing this in terms of the labour shortage. And one of the questions that we had been talking about in terms of cybersecurity as it relates to national defense are around security clearances and what the government needs to do in terms of attracting people to that industry within cybersecurity and potentially trying to ensure that people from outside Canada are attracted to that industry. Maybe the Member of Parliament could address that a little bit. I know it's a little outside the scope, but it certainly gets to in terms of how we start to address a lot of these problems that we've been discussing all day.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, well, I want to thank her for the question because it is an important one, whether it's in this debate or in any other debate. And that gets to credential recognition because there are many other countries around the world that are further along in us in prioritizing, the digital environment, prioritizing, just being further along in that. There's lots of Asian countries, lots of Pacific countries as well that are further along in their advancement of that. So if those workers want to come to Canada, we should be working with them to make sure their credentials are going to match up with the standards we do have here in Canada, but also remove the red tape so that way we can get those people into the jobs right away rather than having them come here and work in other jobs for a number of years without actually working in their profession. They should be able to come here and do the things that they're able to do, but we should be able to have the credentialing system in place now, so that way that they can get to the jobs that they need to be here to do right off the bat.
Comments, question commentaire. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Cypress Hills Grasslands for his presentation this afternoon. Earlier today, some of my colleagues, particularly from Scarborough Guildwood over here, indicated the pillars that are involved in this particular bill, and you mentioned them as well in your presentation. There's so many different areas that they need to be looking at the cybersecurity issues in Canada. As other colleagues around the world you indicated are ahead of us in some of those areas. I wonder if you could just expand a little bit and give you an opportunity to look at the numbers of pillars that might be there and the reasons why you think it's so important to be able to deal with the cybersecurity issues that each one of those would have.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, and I want to thank him for the question because it's an important one. When we just look at some of the issues that we're facing, CRA, for example, has been subjected to relentless cyber attacks over the last number of years. There was CERB fraud even committed by those cyber attackers. It was somewhere between 1,200 and 1,800 individual accounts were exploited for fraud because of lack of cybersecurity that was able to help them out. Eventually, we got it under control, but that just shows how many attacks we have. So having a framework in place is good, Mr. Speaker, and the government's trying to go the right direction here, but there's things that we need to do with this. Hopefully, a committee we can help to establish some stronger pillars to help make sure Canadians are protected.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending the Telecommunications Act, and making consequential amendments to other acts. Cybersecurity is of utmost importance to the Canadians, and I am glad to see this in the House debating this topic today. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-26 amends the Telecommunications Act, and I should note that any time the Telecommunications Act is changed, I am very interested. Not only am I the Shadow Minister of Rural Economic Development and Connectivity, I also have a bill before Parliament that would amend the Telecommunications Act to provide Canadians with better information when it comes to service quality they pay for. Bill C-288. The dependence on telecommunications throughout our society continues to grow. The use of internet and cellular services are foundational to both the social and the economic success of Canada. So I appreciate seeing the government move forward with the bill to secure our telecommunications network through Bill C-26. However, I must ask, what took so long? It was over 2 years ago when this House of Commons passed a Conservative motion that called on the Liberal government to ban Huawei from our 5G network. Despite this motion passing in the House of Commons and despite the Director of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service warning the government in 2018, the government took years to ban Huawei from Canada's 5G network. So, is Bill C-26 important? Absolutely. Did it take too long to get here? Absolutely. Mr. Speaker, I should also note that I recently asked the University of British Columbia if they continue to work with Huawei in any form. They responded, and I quote, "Yes, we do." The government has been warned about the risks to our national security over and over again, yet we fail to see concrete action. Mr. Speaker, when we analyze Bill C-26, there are a few questions and concerns that I have. In its current form, Bill C-26 allows the Minister of Industry to obtain and disclose information without any checks and balances. If passed, Bill C-26 would grant the Minister power to obtain information from the Canadian telecom companies, and I quote the bill here, "By order, direct a telecommunications service provider to do anything or refrain from doing anything. That is, in the Minister's opinion, necessary to secure the Canadian telecommunications system, including against the threat of interference, manipulation, or disruption." There are no specific details on what information can be collected when it comes to the personal consumer data, nor is there any clarity who the Minister can share this personal information with. Can the Minister share this information with other ministers? Can the Minister share this information with other departments? And as of now, it doesn't say he can't. A recent research report titled "Cybersecurity Will Not Thrive in Darkness" a critical analysis of proposed amendments in Bill C-26 to the Telecommunications Act stated the following on this matter, and I quote, "The legislation would authorize the minister to compel providers to disclose confidential information and then enable the minister to circulate it widely within the federal government. This information could potentially include either identifiable or de-identifiable personal information. Moreover, the minister could share this non-confidential information internationally, even when doing so could result in regulatory processes or private right of actions against an individual or organizations. Should the minister or any other party whom the minister shares the information unintentionally lose control of the information, there would be no liability attached to the government for the accident." End quote. Let me repeat that, Mr. Speaker. There would be no liability attached to the government for the accident. An accident by this government. I think it happens quite a bit, Mr. Speaker. If Parliament is going to give the minister such powers, it is imperative that checks and balances exist. I think it is very important that when we are discussing the ability for a government to obtain personal information from Canadians, we need to ensure that Canadians are protected from the unauthorized use of such information. Mr. Speaker, I should also add to this conversation the impact Bill C-26 could have to smaller internet service providers. Small internet companies are foundational to improving competition within Canada's telecom industry, but they sometimes are left out of the conversation. Bill C-26 empowers the minister to, and I quote, "prohibit a telecommunications service provider from using any specified product or service in or in relation to its telecommunications network or telecommunications facilities or any part of those networks, facilities, or direct the telecommunications service provider to remove any specified product from its telecommunications networks or telecommunications facilities or any part of those networks or facilities." End quote. We don't know what type of telecom infrastructure and equipment will be deemed a risk to our national security in the coming decades. So imagine a local internet service company builds a network using specific brand of equipment. At the time, no one raised the security concerns with equipment or the manufacturer. The local internet company is just beginning their operations, investing heavily in the equipment to build a network and to compete with larger telecom companies. Imagine that 5 years later, the government deems the equipment they have invested in as a national security threat, forcing them to remove and dispose such equipment. The small internet company trying to compete, who acted in good faith, has just lost a significant amount of capital because of government decision. There is a high possibility that this local internet provider can no longer afford to operate. I'm not arguing that I am hopeful that this conversation at the committee to ensure that I'm hopeful that this conversation can be had at committee to ensure that government is not unfairly impacting small, local, and independent internet companies. Mr. Speaker, like I said, I am glad that the House is debating the issue of cybersecurity. The discussion is long overdue, but it is imperative that the issues I raised are addressed at committee. It is imperative that the issues my colleagues have raised are addressed at committee, and it is imperative that the issues experts have raised are addressed at committee. That is why I will be voting to send Bill C-26 to committee in hopes that the concerns can be addressed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. I'll ask one more time. Oh, there we go. The honourable member for Langford, Malahat. No, I want to say Malahat, Langford, but I know I'm missing something there. Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, we don't want to leave out the Cowichan Valley. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa, for his speech and his remarks, and I'm glad to see there is general agreement in the House on the principle of this bill, and that obviously work is needed. I know the member has a lot of experience in the agricultural field and brings that experience to Parliament. I just wanted to ask him about the part of this bill that allows the Governor in General to designate any service or system as a vital service or vital system, and just ask him for his thoughts. Like obviously our transportation sector can be considered a vital service, especially our railway lines, but what does he think about like our supply chains, especially involving our agricultural products, and how those might be targeted? Because as he knows very well, many of Canada's farmers, our producers, our processors are really starting to move into more digital ways of doing business, and much of their equipment is in fact linked to computer systems. So just if he has any thoughts to share on how those could be classified as vital systems and services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Dauphin Swan River Neepawa.
I would like to thank the honourable member for the question. It's very important. This type of legislation is, I think the key takeaway of this is it's long overdue. And that's why it's so important to get the amendments right and get this bill as quickly as possible to committee so we can all work on that, let the experts get at it and review it, let the members get at it, but also let the industry get at it, so we can come up with a really good legislation so it would benefit all Canadians and especially farmers.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Medicino, seconded by Mr. Hussain, moves that Bill C-26, an act respecting cybersecurity, amending the Telecommunications Act and making consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
I request a recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Monday, March 27, 2023, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass House, you might find unanimous consent to advance right to private members' hour. Next couple minutes.
Is it agreed? Yes. It's agreed. It being 6:11, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Ms. May.
Saanich, oh, you first? Okay.
At third reading of Bill C-226, National Strategy Respecting Environmental Racism and Environmental Justice Act, standing in the name of Ms. May.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Island, seconded by Ms. Sachs, moves that Bill C-226, an act respecting the development of a national strategy to assess, prevent, and address environmental racism and to advance environmental justice, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are not really words to describe the joy and the pleasure and the deep sense of gratitude when a private member's bill gets to third reading and the member who's proposed it gets to stand before colleagues and both ask for further support and express gratitude for the support the bill has received. I want to, of course, begin by acknowledging that we're here on the territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. To them, I express a deep miigwech every single day that we stand on their territory. It's part and parcel of what we're addressing in the piece of legislation today is the history of settler culture impacts on Turtle Island, the impact of policies of exploitation, of amassing fortunes, of capital raised and capital in bank accounts based on taking natural capital and taking it from what's alive to what's dead, at which point we see profit. We also see a disproportionate impact between those people who are racialized, who are low income, who are Indigenous, and the distance between those people and the large profits that are amassed quite far from where they have been exploited. The concept of environmental racism may be new to some people in this House, but it certainly wasn't a new concept to the first member to bring this bill forward. So although this bill, Bill C-226, came to this House It feels like a long time ago, but in terms of private members' business, not that long ago. This bill came to this Parliament on February 2nd of last year, 2022, at first reading as Bill C-226. But that was not its first incarnation. Its first incarnation was as Bill C-230, and it was a private member's bill of a Liberal member of Parliament who was at that time the member for Cumberland Colchester. I can say her name out loud here. That's one of the sad things about when one of your friends and colleagues is not re-elected, then their name is speakable. Thank you, Lenore Zann. Lenore Zann brought this bill forward. She's still rooting for it. We're still working together. And she did me the honor in the previous Parliament, which is quite unusual, of asking someone not of her party, she's Liberal, she asked me as a Green Party member of Parliament to be her official seconder. And I was honored to do so. We've worked together on this, and it got all the way through second reading. It got all the way through the Environment Committee. It had amendments made to it in the last Parliament. And then, as we all know, there was an election that interceded, and the bill died on the order paper. Since that time in bringing it back, I've had so much support from so many members whose names I cannot say here because they are still members and working hard to help. So I want to start, of course, by thanking the Minister of Environment, who has this in the mandate letter as minister, but in discussions that were enormously collaborative, decided that perhaps, as my private member's bill, it might advance more quickly. And we really have a sense of urgency about getting the bill passed. As we know, the House calendar can get quite clogged with government bills. This one was ready to go, and I drew a low number in the lottery, so we moved forward. I had the support from the very beginning from my friend over there, the member from Victoria, who also laid hands on this bill. One could describe this bill as having many midwives. This is a process, and we're not done yet. The honourable member for Nunavut, the honourable member for York Centre, who's seconding the bill here tonight. We have honourable members from many parties, Aurora Oak Ridges Moraine, the honourable parliamentary secretary from Winnipeg South, Toronto Danforth. I know I'm going to leave people out if I keep going. Unfortunately, je veux dire que parce que j'ai plusieurs amis dans les autres.
What I would like to say is that I wish I could convince my Bloc colleagues to support this bill. Unfortunately, though, they don't currently stand with me on this private member's bill, but maybe, just maybe, before the final vote, maybe they will support. As for the Conservative members, they are opposed to this effort for environmental justice.
To have every member of Parliament in this place supporting the legislation, but thank heavens and thank all of the members who've seen it in their hearts to support the bill. We have the votes, please, for third reading support. Today, right now, is the last moment of debate at third reading. I have another 10 minutes, and I do want to speak to the issues that this bill addresses. We can name the places, we can think of them, and they conjure much longer stories. Grassy Narrows. What does environmental racism mean but that you'd allow a community, but read paper, with contamination of mercury, decade after decade, affecting the community of Grassy Narrows. Sydney tar ponds, now cleaned up, but for decades, the racialized community, the African community, the people, the black population that came from the Caribbean to work in the steel mill, and the land on which the steel mill and the tar ponds were a toxic mess of carcinogenic, toxic waste, the fishing grounds of the Mi'kmaq First Nation. Pictou Landing more recently, and still a threat to Pictou Landing from Paper Excellence that now bought the mill that was shuttered. Kanesatake, illegal dumping of toxic waste, and the Kanesatake First Nation. Wet'suwet'en territories. And now we can add to that Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation, where Imperial Oil's Carl mine leaked toxic waste for 9 months, and not the regulator, not the province, and not the company ever thought to warn the community. In those cases, if you wonder what environmental racism is, just ask yourself the question, can you imagine that happening in Westmount? Or south end of Halifax? Any of the neighborhoods that one thinks of, the settler culture neighborhoods, the wealthy neighborhoods, the white neighborhoods. Would Imperial Oil have dared poison a neighborhood of their wealthy shareholders with the toxic waste seeping from the tar, from the tailings, from bitumen production in the oil sands? And the answers present themselves obviously, no. That's the difference. There's a lot of academic work that's been done on this, so I do want to start by giving an enormous vote of thanks to Ingrid Waldron. Dr. Waldron is the champion of environmental racism and promotion of environmental justice in Canada. Her book, There's Something in the Water, was turned into a film documentary. If you want more information on this than you can get tonight, you can find Netflix. And on Netflix, there's a film documentary made by Canadian actor Elliot Page. He based the documentary on Dr. Waldron's book, There's Something in the Water. Dr. Waldron founded something called the Enrich Project. Enrich stands for Environmental Noxious Racial Inequities and Community Health Project. Dr. Waldron's work has been central to this. Dr. Waldron worked in collaborative fashion with Lenore Zann in developing this bill in the first place. What does it look like to talk? What kind of definitions does one bring to bear? Well, Dr. Waldron's definition includes this, it's more, but includes this, quote, the disproportionate location or siting of polluting industries in communities of color, Indigenous communities, Black communities, and the working poor. Pretty comprehensive. We know what that means. But it's more than that. Dr. Waldron also has said, quote, it's how racist environmental policies have enabled the cultural genocide of Indigenous, Black, and other racialized peoples. Having looked at environmental racism, the question is, what does it that Bill C-226 will do about it? Well, it will demand of government to develop a strategy to promote environmental justice. What does environmental justice look like? We don't have to look too far. Tomorrow in this place, U.S. President Joe Biden will be speaking to us. In the United States of America, and I hate comparisons where Canada doesn't look good compared to the United States of America, I like the smugness of knowing that we set a good example. Unfortunately, not on environmental racism, unfortunately not on climate either, but since 1994, the U.S. President acknowledged and created a program by executive order in the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to promote environmental justice. The Environmental Justice Program and the U.S. EPA this year will spend $100 million on programs at the community level to assist communities to have the tools they need to fight the polluters back, get cleanup, prove the cleanups are needed, prove the health information, access to epidemiologists, access to toxicologists, access to lawyers, and the chance to beat back the polluters that always say, oh, there's not enough here to poison anyone. That would be quite far-fetched. Well, environmental justice programs make the difference by empowering communities so that the polluters don't get away with murder. And I don't mean that purely rhetorically. The U.S. EPA defines environmental justice as this. Environmental justice, quote, is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, culture, national origin, income, educational levels, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of protective environmental laws, regulations, and policies. We have a long way to go in this country, but we're not without a roadmap. We know what can be done, and please, if we can, get this bill through third reading, send it to the other place, have the support it will then need from the government of the day, have the support it will then need from a finance minister to fund the programs, such that communities of color, Indigenous communities, poorer communities, are not left without access to environmental justice. We've made some changes in Bill S5, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, thanks to the Senate. There's more recognition in that bill of aspects of environmental justice and environmental racism. We're making progress, we're inching along, but we need to be bolder, we need to move fast. And it's my deep hope that as this bill passes, and that it will pass, that it will go through the Senate relatively swiftly, that we then will be able to say to every Canadian that justice includes the right to a healthy environment, that justice includes climate justice, that justice includes for the Indigenous peoples that live in Saanich Gulf Islands, that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans no longer says, sorry, you can't harvest any shellfish from your traditional waters, because we've decided without doing any testing that that shellfish is probably not safe to consume. It's safe to consume, all right. It's just that it's an Indigenous community, and taking away their right to fish is perfectly okay with DFO, with no testing. These are issues that can be solved. And as someone who comes and who stands before you as a woman of privilege by the color of my skin, I am deeply, deeply honored to be able to work with the communities for whom this legislation will make an enormous difference for all of the babies, the sons and daughters of the peoples in those communities. Please assist this bill to be more than a strategy, to be more than a projet de loi éminent de député, but to be the law of the land, creating new rights and bringing environmental justice to every Canadian. Thank you. Miigwech. Haishkasiam.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Très bien. We'll move on to the next speaker, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To all the members in the chamber, I'd like to start my comments today on C226, also to acknowledge that we're here today on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin people. And I think the land acknowledgement is really important in understanding why we're talking about this bill, is because we are discussing a bill that really impacts the marginalized, racialized, and Indigenous communities of this country who have struggled with environmental injustice for decades. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise this evening to speak to Bill 226 because this bill, as mentioned, it's been sponsored by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, and I will note, as she did, that it was first introduced in the 43rd Parliament by friend and colleague Lenore Zahn, who's the former member of Cumberland Colchester, and I had the honor and privilege of working on that bill in the 43rd with my colleague from Victoria. And as the member of Saanich Gulf Islands noted, bringing it here to this point really does feel like a mothering process in many ways of getting what we knew as women was so important for so many vulnerable communities across this country from coast to coast to coast, to see this day come and to get the bill to where it is today in the chamber. And until its introduction in the previous Parliament, environmental racism, it's been recognized as a problem for quite a long time, particularly in the United States, but it was still a fairly new concept here. We weren't sure how to address it, how to discuss it. And with the passage of this legislation, Mr. Speaker, it will require, for the first time, for a national strategy to address environmental racism, but this whole process, whether it was in the 43rd Parliament and where we are now, it's encouraged us to finally have this important conversation, because many, many women, many, many leaders across this country have been having this conversation and pushing this issue for decades. And it comes at a time when Canadian society has a renewed focus in trying to understand the essential work of both combating systemic racism and climate change. And for many it was like, how does this go hand in hand? But it does. And enviro-racism really does, it has to be part of the conversation when we talk about climate change. We can't ignore what was really a blind spot for many in terms of addressing what is environmental justice is. We've talked about unconscious bias when it comes to racism. We've talked about the potential unintended consequences, even in this House recently, of the many issues that we're discussing that lead to racism in our society. Being someone who's Jewish, I see a rise in anti-Semitism now as well. And we have to talk about these things, even when they're uncomfortable, and environmental justice is included in that. And as we are in the process of updating the Canadian Environmental Protection Act at this time, and it's a very good sign that here in this place we're making sure that enviro-racism and the right to a healthy environment is part of the debate and the discussion we're having tonight, and also in the Environment Committee and in other spaces. But environmental justice and the impacts of environmental racism are now an important part of the national conversation, not just here in this chamber, but the many folks that we've met along the way. And whether we look back at C-230 in the 43rd or C-226 today, the advocates across Canada have been really pushing us along, mothering this bill in many ways. And it's important that we define and frame the conversation so that we understand why it's so important. Enviro-racism happens when environmental policies or practices, like the placement of polluting industries, result in a disproportionate negative impact on groups or communities based on race or color. Affected, marginalized communities often lack the political power to influence decisions or advocate for stronger standards. And that's why they rely on us as parliamentarians, as these women voices that have been pushing this along. And it's become increasingly apparent that environmental benefits and harms are not shared equally. And we talk about equity in many other aspects of Canadian life, but it's important that it's placed clearly here as well, because it should be environmental justice and environmental equity should be shared equally amongst all members of our society. And this isn't a new problem, but the new realization that those in power and have not discussed this in terms of addressing it with our marginalized groups, who have finally said to us, after, I think it was Dr. Ingrid Waldron shared, like 70 years, communities in Nova Scotia have been waiting for us to have a substantive discussion on this. So that time has come. And Indigenous and racialized communities, particularly those with lower socioeconomic status, they bear a disproportionate share of the environmental burdens and consequences when we deal with pollution, exposure to toxic substances, land and water degradation. And there's no magic bullet to fix this, Mr. Speaker, and I don't think anyone in good faith would suggest that the bill's purpose is to do that. I know in previous debates, some of my Conservative members said, there's no point, we'll just never get it done. Well, there isn't a magic way to fix systemic racism. There isn't a magic way to fix climate change. But we have to start. We have to begin the process, and C-226 is clearly those first steps. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, what we want to make sure is that no one's health is compromised. No one's quality of life is compromised because of where they live, or more importantly, because of who they are. This is about ensuring the health and dignity for all peoples, regardless of their background. And it's not a bill of just one-off action. I know my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands has asked for us to consider a more robust approach than the national strategy. But I really want to applaud that we've gotten us here to this first step. Because communities across the country have been affected, whether it's through higher cancer and other disease rates or destruction of local habitats in their natural environments. And at the end of the day, we have to address those environmental impacts so that the quality of life of these communities going forward after years of disproportionate impacts starts to change. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is coming towards an end. Yep, we're at 3 minutes. So I want to circle back to this idea of women on this, because I think there's a really important role here to be played. Both the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, the member from Victoria, myself, others who have been involved in this process. As women, we're the ones who notice first. We're the observers. often in silence of the damage that's being caused around us. We know when things are off. We know when someone is not okay. We know when someone's health has been compromised. And because we watch it from generation to generation. And to each of the women whose voices, who were part of this journey for C226, including Dr. Ingrid Waldron, we've heard their journey to get to this point, and the passing of this legislation today is really about their work. The women of these communities who are fighting for the health of their communities, the health of their families, the health of their children, and also the health of the future, so that they can promise their children and generations going forward a safer and cleaner environment. Because, frankly, Mr. Speaker, there is no other option than to push forward and contemplate these things. So in answer to one of my colleagues in an earlier debate on this, who said, well, you know, you're not going to get this done, I'll share something that comes from my own tradition, where we say, it's not upon you to build the kingdom, but it is your responsibility to begin the work. And women have been doing the work, Mr. Speaker, on this, from our friend Lenore Zahn to those who are here today, to the women of the many Indigenous and racialized communities across this country who care about the future and health of the generations to come. And by putting this into law, we're acknowledging their work and putting that process into place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Le débat continue avec...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in this debate on Bill C-226, tabled by the leader of the Green Party. I think she has her historic title once again. There were a few pauses during her career in her party, but I think everybody recognizes that the leader of the Green Party, the member from British Columbia, represents the Greens throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, the bill from the member, well, is an act respecting the development of a national strategy to assess, prevent, and address environmental racism and to advance environmental justice. Mr. Speaker, allow me at the outset to clarify the situation. We are all in favor of fighting racism. Racism is a problem. It's a cancer in all societies around the world. We need to address it. And we are all seeking better justice, a better balance, better opportunities for everyone in society. When we had the honor of governing Canada, our party always sought those objectives, recognizing that it's a fight without an end because more justice must always be sought. Let us recognize that climate change is real. Climate change was created, among others, by humans. And humans need to invest in reducing the effects of climate change. Let us also recognize, of course, that the right to live in a healthy environment must exist. That's what we find in Bill S5. So, Mr. Speaker, what we see in what I've just said is that we all agree on the goals that we must have: less racism, more justice, addressing climate change, and ensuring we live in a healthy environment. But the road proposed is very different, and in our point of view, is much more realistic and responsible. Why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? Because for 8 years, these people have been governing by telling everyone what they should do about climate change. They insult us as if we hadn't done anything, even though for the energy sector, under our government, we lowered greenhouse gases by 2.2%. Mr. Speaker, what is the record of this government over 8 years? This government lectures about the environment, but they don't have much of a record. They haven't met their goals, aside for recently. Why? Because the Canadian economy, like the global economy, was put on pause during the COVID-19 crisis, and so emissions went down. But under their governance, they've never been able to meet any goal whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, they were proud to say in 2008, when they signed the Paris Accord with other countries, that Canada would be at the vanguard. I recall that well. The founder of Equitad, now the Minister of the Environment, said, Finally, I'm proud to be Canadian because the current government will act. Well, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Canada under that Liberal government isn't part of the 13 or 14 countries that have met the Paris goals. And there was a COP meeting in Egypt recently. It's a place that is a dream to talk about climate change and bring the planet together. What was Canada's record there? 58th out of 63. The UN went over 63 countries, and where is Canada after 8 years of Liberal rule on climate change? 58th out of 63. I'd say they're at the top for lecturing, but they are 58th for results. That's what we've seen. It's not just the conservatives who say this, and we're always attacked on the environment. No, it's the UN. They did a scientific, neutral, objective, and non-partisan review. What is the result? Canada under this Liberal government is 58th out of 63.
And their magical solution is to tax. Taxing will release pollution, but that's not how things work, Mr. Speaker. Pollution has gone up under their system. Our approach is completely different. Our approach is based on 4 fundamental pillars that I will enumerate with regards to climate change. First of all, we want to reduce and tackle the reduction of greenhouse gases by investing with advantageous tax programs for innovation, working with people who know about emitting and high emissions and who know how to reduce emissions. We want to reduce pollution, not just find numbers that people have just pulled out of thin air. We have to reduce pollution.
Yes, we have to reduce it. When we will achieve a great reduction this year, what will we do on January 1st? We have to continue. It's a never-ending story. And a government led by the member from Carleton, the Conservative government will address it correctly with concrete solutions based on new technology.
The second pillar, Mr. Speaker, green light to green energy.
No more paperwork. Fast-tracking the Green Light project. Green light to green energy. This is exactly what we want. Je vais vous donner l'exemple.
I'll give you the following example, Mr. Speaker. In Quebec, the Quebec government, re-elected with a strong majority, would like to create new hydroelectric dams. We will respect the Quebec government's will to create new dams, but contrary to the bill adopted by the Liberals, we won't do a second environmental review. We believe that Quebec experts are fully capable of measuring their own impact. Ottawa isn't smarter than people in Quebec, and that's what the Liberals want to do. With us, it would be a fast track. You want to do it, we won't do what you've already done. Green light for green energy. Third pillar, Mr. Speaker. Let us be proud of being Canadian when it comes to environmental measures. We have a great knowledge base to reduce greenhouse gases for traditional energy, for nuclear, for hydroelectricity, for solar energy and wind energy. Let us be pleased and proud of being Canadian. Let us export our technology and let us defend Canadian energy. Mr. Speaker, as a Quebecer, I've noted, like everyone, that a report noted that in Quebec last year, 18 billion litres of oil was used. It's not great. It's not terrible. That's just a fact. 47% of that energy comes from where? From the States. 53% from Canada. Mr. Speaker, we're a producer. So why do we send billions of dollars south of the border to Louisiana and Texas? Well, I love Texas and Louisiana, don't get me wrong, but I checked this morning. Perhaps things have changed since this morning, but I checked this morning. Neither Texas or Louisiana contribute to equalization here in Canada. Our fourth pillar, Mr. Speaker, which is essential, and everything has to be based on this. First Nations. Working with First Nations so that they can be partners in these great projects of prosperity for the environment and the economy. Our leader, the MP for Carleton, about a month and a half ago in Vancouver, started a large consultation with First Nations, and that is the key to the solution. We must enter in partnerships with First Nations so that they contribute. They can work on these great environmental projects that we need in order to tackle climate change. This has to be done hand in hand with First Nations. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, as far as we're concerned, fighting racism goes through working with those who have been subject to the terrible results of racism in the past. In June 2008, for example, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper recognised the terrible consequences of the residential school system, presenting an apology here. That was the thing to do. And now let us look towards the past based on prosperity with an end to racism. In our colleague's bill, there is no clear definition of environmental racism. There is no economic impact of what this may have. What the MP proposes, well, we believe in it generally, yes. We have to fight racism. Yes, we need more justice. Yes, we need to tackle climate change. Yes, we need to live in a healthy environment, but the path put forward by the member isn't the one that we believe in, and we want tangible and realistic and responsible solutions in order to truly fight climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue avec...
The debate continues with the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I would like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Island for her work and her passion. She works tooth and nail as the forefront activist for the environment. We don't always agree with each other, but I commend her contribution. The French Revolution led to freedom and equality. And so there were other movements for freedom and equality. The freedoms for one haven't always coincided with the freedom of others. We therefore note that the freedom of one group creates a disbalance with other groups. The consequences of this is inequality. Very clearly, the federal government has a responsibility when it comes to Canada's population. There are people who suffer from inequality. We recognize inequality, but here, what we can note is that inequality is attributable, or solely attributed to race. It is based on the will in Bill C-226's preamble. This bill seeks to make environmental justice progress. This concept has to be part of any bill tabled by the government on the matter. Living conditions in which some people live in Canada, with regard to the environment, access to drinkable water are simply unacceptable, and governments have to take their responsibilities. Therefore, we believe that it is justified that the House express its will to act in order to fight discrimination and inequity as it regards environmental justice. And the environment has to be better studied in order to understand the various mechanisms therein and to find public solutions. Now I have three postulates to put forward. We believe that Parliament has to have as its pillar of such a bill environmental justice, so the foundation upon which everything will be built. The federal government has a responsibility with regards to certain populations in Canada that suffer from environmental injustice. Third of all, living conditions where some people and some communities live in Canada with regard to the environment are unacceptable, and governments have to take their responsibility. But before we talk about environmental justice, we have to talk about justice itself. What is justice? Justice is not an easy concept to understand. Is justice equality? Is justice equivalence? Is it legality, or is it equity? What is justice? The best way to understand justice is to study the matter in order to understand it. This is interesting because the concept of understanding, if we understand the roots, we have to be able to understand all the elements of the roots. And so we cannot have a tunnel vision, a reductionist vision, a partial vision of this multifaceted subject. Equivalency is everyone being equal. Legality subtends a certain conformity to laws. So what about if there are no standards, if there are no laws? We have to make sure that there is a standard set for environmental justice. We need to search for equity. Equity is the just appreciation of what is expected by everyone. The just appreciation of what is owed to everyone without ideological posturing. Equity is a more perfect version of justice because it takes into account exceptions. When we put into action a measure, there's a straight line that is drawn. But doing so, we exclude people who are not on the line. Equity allows the line to go up and down a bit in order to encompass the greatest number of people. It is therefore a good balance between everyone that will include certain compensation. We must therefore make sure that C226 allows us to reach equity for all, and therefore rendering justice for all. Before my conclusion, there are three big issues with C226 as it stands. First of all, the bill will not have a significant effect, probably not a significant effect, on populations affected by pollution. That the defenders of the bill seek to help. We're skeptical. The pan-Canadian approach does not reflect Quebec's reality and does not follow the will of the Quebec National Assembly. Third of all, this bill wants to create status of environmental racism in our legal landscape, which is more akin to activism rather than environmental justice. To conclude, I'd like to come back to what the member for Mirabel had to say. He has a disastrous situation in his riding with regards to environmental justice. In his riding, we have Oka and Kanesatake, where there are tensions, very high tensions. There is a recycling company that allows people to bring in toxic goods and toxic waste without the federal government intervening or doing anything. Ottawa, by not acting, means that the residents of Oka are subject to toxic waste. But now people are being called racist just because they are saying that they should not be subject to toxic waste. These people are legitimately scared of using water to drink or for their agriculture. And so we have to be clear. We shouldn't call this laissez-faire environmental racism. It's the RCMP and the federal government's failures. I've mentioned the RCMP because the media have noted that Kanesatake is surrounded by criminal gangs. This is environmental injustice, and the federal government already has the measures to act. The people of Oka have the right to drinkable water. It is therefore urgent to act, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to be here on the territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people on the unceded territory. And I'm grateful to have the opportunity to talk a bit about this very important issue. And I want to first thank Dr. Ingrid Waldron for her tireless work on this file. When it comes to addressing environmental racism, she has been a strong advocate, and we wouldn't be here with this bill today if it weren't for her work and the work of other amazing advocates. People who've shared their lived experiences, who are doing incredible work to address these issues. I also want to thank my colleague, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. not only for bringing this private member's bill forward, but for being a champion on environmental racism, and also acknowledge the work of former MP Lenore Zann for presenting this bill in the last Parliament, but also for her work and a presentation of a similar bill in the Nova Scotia Legislature. And it's important to reiterate that this work comes from dedicated activists, researchers, and advocates. And I'm incredibly grateful for their dedication, for their knowledge that they continue to share. Mr. Speaker, I also want to touch on an environmental disaster that is currently unraveling. Since May 2022, Imperial Oil has been covering up spillage in an oil sands tailings pond site. 5.3 million liters of water has spilled out of the tailings ponds, leaking into the forest, lake, and rivers nearby. For perspective, that is about twice the volume of an Olympic-sized swimming pool of toxic water. For months, members of the Athabasca Chippewa First Nations have been hunting in these forests, fishing in these waters, breathing the air, and harvesting the food from this area without knowing there were dangerous toxins. Chief Alan Adam has said, and I quote, "Had this happened south of Calgary or right in Calgary, they probably would have notified everybody. It probably would have shut down all the water systems. And they probably would have fixed the problem a lot quicker." Mr. Speaker, I find it appalling that the Athabasca Chippewa First Nation, along with other First Nations and Métis Nations, were kept in the dark while an oil company knowingly polluted their land, their waters. I believe that Chief Adam was correct in his assessment that this wouldn't have happened in a major city. I want every member in this chamber to ask themselves if they could see this happening in Calgary, in Montreal, in Toronto, in Vancouver, or even Victoria. We all know that it wouldn't. So why is it happening in Indigenous communities? Why is it that rich CEOs think they can get away with polluting Indigenous lands and profiting from it? It's because they know that governments will let them. This was clear just a few weeks ago when Liberals and Conservatives teamed up in Environment Committee, voting to delete the words tailings ponds from the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. The situation happening in northern Alberta is shocking, but familiar to many communities. In fact, it's been an ongoing theme in Canada's history. The community of Africville, Nova Scotia, a community of primarily Black residents existing there from early 1900s to the 1960s. Africville was not only denied amenities, but was also forced to deal with hazardous infrastructure. A dump was placed there, along with an infectious disease hospital. And in the 1970s, the Nova Scotian government forced the relocation of the people of Africville. Chemical Valley is another example. The area is home to 40% of Canada's chemical industry. The pollution from this industry impacts everyone in the surrounding area, but especially the people of Amjing-Nun. And Amjing-Nun First Nation is dealing with things like skewed sex ratios, where there are more boys being born than girls. There are significantly higher hospitalization rates. There are higher rates of asthma, heart disease, blood pressure, high blood pressure, along with chronic headaches. How can we expect communities like the Amjing-Nun First Nation to live in dignity when they are forced to deal with the devastating health consequences of environmental racism? I was so disappointed that the government voted down multiple amendments to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act asked for by the Amjing-Nun First Nation for enforceable air quality standards. 15,000 people die in Canada each year because of air quality issues, and this was a key request. I also want to share the words of Eddie Charlie, an Indigenous residential school survivor and advocate in my riding, who raised the issue of the Crofton Mill using the water from the Cowichan River. And he said, I quote, For thousands of years, the Cowichan people have relied on fish foods from the Cowichan River and the animals like deer, wolves, cougars, and bears to keep the forest around the rivers healthy. When predators hunt, they take their kills into the forest and provide food for the plants as they grow strong. When wolves and cougars or bears stop going to the river, the forests suffer. The mill in Crofton has for years lowered the river so much that the salmon are no longer returning to their natural spawning grounds, he said. Please get someone from the House of Commons to address this. Heichka. We need to listen to Eddie and to other Indigenous voices. I've spoken to others who have expressed concerns around logging in the area around the Cowichan River. When it comes to Indigenous people's relationship to their land, air, and water, the reality is that environmental racism continues to impact communities, and often their voices are not heard by policymakers. While this bill is an important first step, we also need an Office of Environmental Justice with funding for impacted communities. We need enforcement of environmental regulations. For decades, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities, as well as Black and Brown communities, have been outspoken about how their rights are being violated, how they face higher rates of illness due to pollution, and how their voices have been ignored. This bill is a small step, acknowledging the problems we face, committing to a national action plan, and I hope and I urge my fellow members of Parliament to support this important step. Thank you.
Continuing debate. If I'm to recognize the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, will be for her right of reply. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to have a right of reply when I started the speech by saying I'm quite sure I'll forget someone if I try to thank all the people who've helped the bill. I also want to make sure to thank the honourable member for Lac St. Louis, who was the seconder on the day that this bill came forward for first reading back in February of 2022. And I want to thank my colleague and friend, the member from Victoria, for reminding me of the suffering. I visited Sarnia, and I remember standing with the people of Aamjiwnaang First Nation, and their burial ground is behind barbed wire and fencing, because on all sides are the refineries and the pesticides and the chemical plants. And also for the non-Indigenous people of that neighborhood, those neighborhoods, it's not uncommon, and the mayor complains of it from time to time. You have suddenly shelter-in-place warnings. So you have to go into your home and close all the windows because outdoors is no longer safe. There are so many stories here, and I hope that this national strategy, that we get the bill through, that we get it through the other place, that we get it to be through royal assent before another election. Dates are uncertain as to future elections, but it would dash the hopes of so many people if we don't see this through. If when it goes to the other place, and I'm very grateful, I'm not sure what the protocol is for thanking the senator who will be the sponsor in the next place, but to avoid any protocol problems, I'll wait until that senator stands in the other place to take control of the bill at first reading there. But we have strong support in the Senate for this bill, but we also know the Senate, the other place, can find its own roots, and sometimes things aren't navigated as smoothly as we might want. Not, Mr. Speaker, that everything runs smoothly every moment here. But I'm deeply grateful to my colleagues, very grateful for, I hope, what will be a strong vote of support. I think that at this point, what I mostly want to say is that this is work of many, many hands. I used the metaphor earlier of midwives. There are many who have helped, and we hope that there will be a delivery of a piece of legislation that isn't a bumper sticker, that isn't a one-day wonder, but that actually makes change. On doit avoir les changements sérieux.
We need real change, radical change in our environmental policy. That will enable us to have justice, environmental justice. We need to get that in place. That's the goal of this bill and of our efforts right now in this place. Thank you to all my colleagues.
This place, I still hold out hope that those who say they won't vote for the bill might change their minds. But in any case, we have done good work here today, and I thank you.
The question is as follows. Madame May.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded by Ms. Sachs, moved that Bill C-226, an act respecting the development of a national strategy to assess, prevent, and address environmental racism and to advance environmental justice, be now read a third time and do pass.
Member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division. I would invite them to now ask and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I request a recorded division, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 29, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this adjournment debate tonight arises from a question I asked regarding the impact of climate disasters on our country and specifically on our municipalities, and how the federal government must step up to help in a significant way. We are living the effects of climate change, and because the chemistry of carbon dioxide and the physics of the greenhouse effect, those effects are locked in. We are trying as we must to reduce our carbon emissions to make sure we can get to net zero as soon as possible. But even if we get there tomorrow, and it's clear we won't, we would still face the catastrophic fires, the record-setting rainfall events, the floods, the hurricanes, the tornadoes, and other extreme weather we are now seeing every year. And that would go on for centuries. So we must adapt to these changes. They impact our farms, our forests, our water supplies, but the most immediate impact from extreme weather events is on our built environments, homes, businesses, highways, railways, destroying livelihoods and tragically sometimes taking lives. Almost by definition, impacts on our built environment are impacts on municipalities, and it therefore falls to municipalities to not only clean up and rebuild after these disasters, but increasingly it falls on them to plan for the future and build resilient infrastructure. And communities simply can't do this by themselves. What little capacity they have to raise funds for capital expenditures is quickly swamped by the scale of works that confront towns and cities after floods and fires. In 2018, the city of Grand Forks in my riding was flooded. After a couple of years of hard work and painful decisions, the city came up with a plan to rebuild in a way that would minimize the chances of a future disaster. That plan was budgeted to cost over $60 million. $60 million for a city that regularly raises only about $4 million in property taxes. Luckily, the province of British Columbia and the federal government came through with promises to pay most of that. But in the past 5 years, costs have continued to climb, and the city is still very much stretched to meet the fiscal challenges of that catastrophe. The federal government has relied on the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund to provide money to municipalities through the provinces for disaster support. This fund has long been oversubscribed and underfunded. In last fall's National Adaptation Strategy, the federal government provided a top-up to DMAF, but welcome news, but still nowhere near enough. There must be more invested in adaptation projects that actually prevent future problems rather than just building back better after disasters. Analysis suggests that every dollar invested in adaptation saves up to $15 in the future. It's a huge return. The minister tells me that the government will be providing up to $5 billion to BC after the 2021 atmospheric river event. We have to at least contemplate spending a similar amount in municipalities across the country every year to prevent future damage to infrastructure and livelihoods. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities is calling for the total $2 billion top-up to DMAF and long-term stable funding for projects of all sizes. I believe that long-term funding for adaptation must be at least $2 billion a year. Otherwise, we will continually be faced with enormous cleanup bills that will get larger every year.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll start by saying that Canadians know that climate change is one of the most pressing challenges facing our country and indeed the world. We continue to see the devastating effects in communities across the country as we endure fires, floods, and severe storms at an increasing rate, as the member mentioned. It is essential that we do all that we can to anticipate and mitigate disasters related to climate change, to limit damage to persons, property, and livelihoods, reduce cleanup costs, and get affected communities back on their feet more quickly. The Government of Canada continues to work with our provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners to make communities more disaster resilient. The $9.2 billion green infrastructure stream of the Government of Canada's Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program is providing support for climate change mitigation, adaptation and resilience, disaster mitigation, and environmental protection. The Canada Community Building Fund provides permanent indexed funding to provide provinces and territories who can in turn direct this funding to municipalities to support local infrastructure priorities. The 5-year $1.5 billion Green Inclusive Community Buildings program will help to construct more community buildings and improve existing ones while making them more energy efficient and resilient. In 2018, the Government of Canada launched the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, which remains a key federal program for resilient infrastructure with a total program envelope of over $3.8 billion. The fund has to date committed $2.29 billion towards 81 infrastructure projects that directly help communities like the members to better prepare for and withstand potential effects of natural disasters, prevent infrastructure failures, and protect Canadians. Recently, the Government of Canada introduced the country's first national adaptation strategy through the collaborative process with provinces and territories, Indigenous partners, and private sector non-governmental organizations, adaptation experts, and youth. This landmark strategy establishes an overarching vision and principles for climate resilience, setting our transformational goals, objectives, and targets to guide actions by government, private sector, civil society, and individuals in Canada. The historic whole-of-society approach to climate adaptation includes $1.6 billion in new federal funding to help protect communities across the country and introduces 84 specific measures to address the effects of climate change. The national strategy provides a framework for resilient infrastructure needs like roads, bridges, and wastewater treatment. The result will be healthier communities, enhanced biodiversity and nature conservation, and a more climate-resilient economy, and will complement adaptation work and strategies of provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners. We will continue to advance our shared priorities as we work with partners to build a climate-resilient country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has been moving in the right direction, but it must show a lot more ambition to really make a difference, to really help Canadians and Canadian municipalities adapt to these extreme weather events. And I'll be watching next Tuesday's budget closely to see where the government will be acting and how much priority they will be putting into climate adaptation. And I know it's always hard for governments to make big investments that might not pay off in this election cycle, but that's what Canada needs from this federal government now. We need these dedicated funds for adaptation projects in every community. It will save money, it will save livelihoods, and it will save lives.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I would just add that, like the member said, climate change is affecting communities right throughout our country. I think it's important that we work with our provincial, territorial, Indigenous partners as we develop strategies for this. The member pointed out in his the first half of his speech that he has seen investment in his community from the federal government and the provincial government. In my community, I've seen investment in shoreline reconstruction along Lake Ontario as a result of increased weather patterns and weather effects. So this is something that the government is seized with. We'll continue to work on it, and I look forward, as he does, to future announcements that the government will make, perhaps next week with its budget for 2023.
L'honorable député de Victoria.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, we are at a critical moment. This week, the IPCC issued a final report, a final warning. It says in no uncertain terms that we must act now, or it will be too late. One of the report's authors noted, and I quote, "The message in terms of urgency is stop burning fossil fuels as fast as humanly possible." They explain that we are at a crisis point, not because we're lacking some important technology or some important information, but because, and I quote again, "the sense of urgency has been lacking in the places where the important decisions are made." In Canada, that place where important decisions are made is here in the House of Commons. And this government lacks the urgency, it lacks the commitment, and it lacks the courage to take the action we need. The Liberals say they're committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, yet they continue to subsidize the fossil fuel industry. They are handing over billions of dollars to rich oil and gas executives. I continue to call on this government to end subsidies to oil and gas and instead invest those billions into clean energy, into climate solutions. In the United States, the Biden administration has committed to spending $60 billion on clean energy manufacturing. This goes directly into building solar panels, wind turbines, batteries. These are proven solutions. Climate scientists agree that renewable energies are the best tools we have for reducing our emissions. Yet the Liberals are instead giving massive tax breaks to oil and gas companies for unproven technologies that keep the fantasy of increasing oil and gas production alive. The reality is that the current carbon capture projects in Canada only capture less than 1% of our emissions. Less than 1%. The Liberals say that carbon capture technology is one of the many solutions they'll use when it comes to fighting the climate crisis. But it happens to be the oil and gas industry's favorite solution. And the Liberals' friends at McKinsey have published multiple articles touting CCS as a low-risk piece of the decarbonization puzzle. But according to the IPCC, carbon capture is one of the most expensive and least effective tools. In fact, the report names wind and solar energy as the most effective solutions for reducing our emissions. If we want to meet our 2030 targets, there is a logical way forward. Invest our tax dollars in renewable energy and make the oil and gas industry pay for their own carbon capture and storage. Experts are already warning that the Liberals' tax credit on carbon capture and storage will be a fossil fuel subsidy, more handouts to an industry making record-breaking profits. Canada and Saudi Arabia were named the worst performers in a report on fossil fuel subsidies, handing out the most money to these companies as they make more profit than they've ever made before. Now we've learned that Saudi Arabia lobbied to elevate the role of carbon removal in the latest UN Climate Science Summary Report. We also know that Canada lobbied to emphasize the importance of carbon capture in the last IPCC Summary Report, which begs the question, why is the Liberal government acting like a petrostate when Canada has a diversified economy? Why are the Liberals doing the oil and gas lobby's dirty work? And why are they making Canadians pay billions to clean up the oil and gas industry's emissions? Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This member should know the countless number of initiatives that the government has taken with respect to climate change and reducing our carbon footprint. She should also know that the report that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change talked about, a portion of that being specifically about carbon capture. I'll read to her the exact quote. It says, quote, "A net zero energy system can only be achieved with a broad suite of technologies. Carbon capture, utilization, and storage is only a group of technologies that contributes to both reducing emissions in key sectors directly and removing CO2 CO2 to balance emissions that are challenging to avoid. A critical part of net zero goals. That's from the report specifically. The member should also know, and it's interesting because this did come up in the debate earlier today, that the Finance Committee did make a recommendation to the government to do exactly what she's saying, which is to reduce the fossil fuel subsidies and to put that into renewable and transitions, specifically as it relates to a cleaner environment and a cleaner energy supply. When it comes to reducing the fossil fuel subsidies specifically, listen, it might not be as quickly as we would like to see it. If I give you my own personal opinion, I might agree with the member more than she thinks. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, the government has been reducing the amount of fossil fuel subsidies over the year. The problem is when the NDP talks about this, Mr. Speaker, they specifically include in that calculation money that's being used for abandoned orphan wells. And the reality of the situation is that although I would have loved to have seen the companies who abandoned those wells deal with them, they haven't. And a lot of them have left. So it becomes society's responsibility to deal with that, despite the fact that we let them get away with it in years and decades gone by. So when we talk about fossil fuel subsidies, I think it's disingenuous to do what the NDP does, Mr. Speaker, and include the money that's being used to deal with orphan wells in that as a subsidy. Because if you exclude that, Mr. Speaker, it clearly shows that the subsidies have been declining year after year and indeed are on target to meet what the minister and what the department has been proposing for the last number of years.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, even without the orphan well cleanup, there are billions of dollars being handed out to profitable oil and gas companies every year. And the member didn't answer my question about why the government is doing the oil and gas lobby's dirty work. So perhaps since I have the parliamentary secretary to the Government House Leader here, I'll ask another question on another topic. The recent allegations about foreign interference are incredibly serious. They further erode confidence in our electoral systems, and the Liberals today voted against a public inquiry. They don't seem to see the damage they're doing to individuals, but also to communities who are at risk of being stigmatized. We need a transparent, independent public inquiry. At this point, it's the only way to get to the bottom of this. Will the member commit to pushing for a transparent, independent public inquiry?
I will just say, I know there's been a couple of instances where members have brought in issues and then asked different issues as they've come here, and we have ruled that we would rather members stick to what they have booked. So I'll let the discretion of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to answer or not.
No problem answering that question. I appreciate the ruling on that, notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been very clear, I've said it in a speech earlier today in this House, that when the issue first came to light, being on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, I initially thought to myself, why aren't we having a public inquiry? It makes the most sense. But expert after expert, witness after witness that came before the committee told us the best place to deal with highly classified information is not in the public domain. They full-on said, we cannot provide any more information to you, to a public inquiry than we can to this committee because of the sensitivity of the information. It's not the answer that I was hoping to hear, but it is an answer that makes sense, and it's an answer that I think warrants consideration. Having said all of that, the Prime Minister has has appointed a special expert, the former Governor General David Johnston, to look specifically at this issue. And if the former Governor General, the expert looking at this, determines the best way forward is a public inquiry, the Prime Minister has already said, and this government has said, that they will accept that recommendation. We will leave it in the hands of an expert, an incredibly well-deserved position that the Governor General was given to make that determination.
The Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, it's time for this government to stop the delays and its unexplained reluctance to shine a spotlight on foreign interference. Foreign operatives have been interfering in Canada's political system, in party nomination processes, and in election campaigns to place Chinese communist sympathizers in the provincial legislature and the House of Commons. Media have seen reports indicating Liberal Party officials and elected representatives have been involved. We are also aware of reports that have involved a member of the federal cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the situation is not new. The Prime Minister, various cabinet ministers, and senior members in the PMO were briefed about foreign activities and individuals who are complicit in illegal activities. However, the response from the Prime Minister has been to deflect this serious issue and delay doing anything. Now he has finally taken some action by appointing a special rapporteur to investigate foreign interference. However, it's not exactly clear what investigatory powers have been given to Mr. Johnston. While an individual of impeccable character, perhaps an exception being his bad choice of charitable boards, Mr. Johnston will be handcuffed and saran-wrapped if unable to investigate the inner activities of the Liberal Party's elected and non-elected members. Mr. Speaker, it would be unimaginable for the Special Rapporteur to have no authority to fully investigate the stated primary beneficiary of foreign interference, the Liberal Party of Canada. Why then, Mr. Speaker, has there been such a reluctance by the Prime Minister for a full, independent public inquiry? In other countries, there wouldn't be a special rapporteur, there would be a special prosecutor, one that would have full investigatory powers, including interviewing political party members, have subpoena powers, and to examine documents. Why is the government allowing Canada to become a doormat for foreign powers? Why is it extending protection to those who have deliberately interfered in our country's democratic processes? How is it possible for the Prime Minister to turn a blind eye to thugs who have intimidated and threatened Canadian citizens of Chinese heritage in the Greater Vancouver and Greater Toronto area? How can the government ignore shady and undeclared financial contributors and buses of instant Just Add Water, Liberal nomination supporters, and paid volunteers to assist China's chosen candidates to get nominated and elected to all levels of government? Mr. Speaker, the goals of foreign operatives are simple: infiltrate political parties and assist selected candidates to obtain elected positions from which they could support Beijing's interests. And secondly, to defeat opposition nomination candidates and or elected representatives who were not favorable to Communist China or prevent them from being elected. Is the Prime Minister's continuing reluctance to do something in the face of such mounting evidence a result of being worried about what may come out of a full inquiry? Perhaps he's troubled by the growing suspicions being cast on cabinet, caucus, and party members. What's worrying our Prime Minister? What is it that has made him turn a long, blind eye? Wouldn't the mounting evidence and allegations of foreign interference provide valid concerns to the Prime Minister? Is the Prime Minister worried of political fallout from the interference and his reluctance to do something? Is he worried that others in his party will be implicated? Obviously, one must protect Canada's intelligence service networks and their methods on how they acquire information. But when the network starts leaking information to the media about foreign interference, it kind of suggests they've lost faith in their political masters and their ability to do something about foreign interference.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader Senate.
The member should try to educate himself, Mr. Speaker, on the difference between evidence and allegations. He used the term mounting evidence, quote unquote. Those were his words. There is no evidence to date. As a matter of fact, the RCMP, Mr. Speaker, has said that they don't have any active investigations ongoing. What there have been is allegations. And if the member is unaware of the difference between allegations and information and intelligence versus evidence, he should really take the time to educate himself on that. But I think what's even more remarkable about his speech in terms of a massive misunderstanding of the reality of the situation, Mr. Speaker, is when he opened his speech and said that the government has done virtually nothing. That is categorically false. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, this government is the only government that has ever done anything on this issue. Since 2015, I will inform the member what we have done. We introduced Bill C-76. That was a bill that tightened up up financing rules and tightened up opportunities for foreign interference specifically. The Conservatives, which this member seems to be cozying up to a lot lately, actually voted against that, Mr. Speaker. The other thing we did was we installed a special panel of experts that have the ability to monitor in real time what's going on during a writ period. They have the opportunity to assess, make decisions, inform parties, gather intelligence from political parties, and take action when necessary. That is a panel that never existed before. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, after the election is over, a third party prepares a report based on the panel's information. That third party concluded, both after the 2019 and 2021 election, that the elections were done in a free, fair, open, and transparent manner and were not influenced by foreign interference. Finally, Mr. Speaker, his issue about the public inquiry, perhaps he didn't hear my answer to the question from the impromptu question from the NDP member just before him, and I laid it out very clearly. The experts that he gave a lot of credit to in his speech, and he sang the praises of CSIS and said we have to respect their processes. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, CSIS came to the PROC committee and specifically told us the place to do this is not in a public inquiry. We have the established organizations such as NSICOP. Another thing that this government put together that specifically looks and has the ability for parliamentarian oversight on highly classified information. That is the best place that we were told it should go. But notwithstanding that, and understanding the incredible position and the incredible attention that Canadians are seized and have with this issue, the Prime Minister went a step further and said, even though our experts are telling us a public inquiry is not the best place, we understand we need to put this in a nonpartisan environment. We will allow a special expert, the former Governor General David Johnston, to determine what the best path is forward. And as I said to the previous member, if it's determined that the best way forward is through a public inquiry, the Prime Minister has already said that we will accept that advice and that recommendation and proceed with it based on his advice.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, there's a party line being towed here. The problem is, what party line? The Liberal parties or the Communist Party of China's? I call upon the government to step up and provide strong investigatory powers to the special rapporteur so that Mr. Johnston can unearth names and evidence of foreign interference in Canada, and especially in Vancouver and Toronto during the last two elections. Canadians deserve and demand to know what's going on. They want to see concrete action taken to protect our political and democratic processes and institutions from foreign manipulation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
If I understood that member correctly, Mr. Speaker, he just asked and questioned whether I was towing a Liberal Party line or a Communist Party of China line. My response to that member is, let's go outside and say it to me in public where you do not have the parliamentary privilege that you have in this room.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, pursuant to order made on Friday, March 10th, 2023, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.